Education. Good morning. I am Helene Weinstein, Chair of the New York State Assembly's Ways and Means Committee and co-chair of today's hearing. Today we begin the 10th in a series of hearings conducted by the Joint Fiscal Committees of the Legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-25, and the hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and legislative law. Today, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget for higher education. I'll introduce the members from the Assembly. After that, my co-chair, Senator Krueger, will introduce the members from the Senate, and then our ranking members will introduce the members of their conference. So far from the Assembly, we have Assemblywoman Fay, who is the chair of our Higher Ed Committee. We have Assembly Member Chandler Waterman, Assembly Member Clark, Assembly Member Delan, Assembly Member Ekus, Assembly Member Epstein, and I am sure there will be some other members who will be joining us. Senator Krueger, if you'd like to introduce your colleagues.
Thank you very much. We've been joined by Higher Ed Chair Toby Stavisky, John Liu, Leo Webb, Robert Jackson, Iwan Chen, Gustavo Rivera, and my Republican ranker Tom O'Mara is going to update us with his members.
Thank you, Chairwoman. On our side, we're joined by Senator Peter Oberacker this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Assemblyman Ra, our ranker on Ways and Means, will introduce his colleagues.
Thank you. Good morning. We're joined by Assemblyman Smullen, our ranking member on the Higher Education Committee, as well as Assembly members Gray and Flood.
Thank you. So just a little bit of ground rules for today. For time limits, the governmental witnesses will have 10 minutes to present their testimony. The non-governmental witnesses who are on the schedule will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. And we just encourage everyone to not read their testimony, because sometimes that, particularly the non-governmental witnesses, that 3 minutes comes right after you've said hello, given us greetings. Just get to the substance of what you'd like us to hear. As for the legislators, the chairs of the committees, the two higher ed chairs today, will each have 10 minutes and a second round of 3 minutes if desired. And again, the time frame is for both the question, and please leave time for the witnesses to answer. Ranking members of the two committees will get 5 minutes each to ask questions and hear the answers, and all other members of the Higher Ed Committee will get, or Ways and Means, will have 3 minutes each. And just to the legislators, please let us know as soon as possible if you want to be on the list to answer question, and if you text me or Senator Krueger and we don't respond, don't assume you're on the list. We had some issues yesterday. I would also just ask people to note we have time clocks all over the hearing room, and as I mentioned, that they are both for the question and the answer, and I'm delighted now to call upon the first two witnesses. First, John King, Chancellor of the State University of New York. Last year, you were interim chancellor, so we're happy that you're here in your official position as chancellor. And after Chancellor King speaks, we have the Chancellor of the City University of New York, Felix Matos Rodriguez. So we would ask Chancellor King if you could start. We'll then go to Chancellor Rodriguez, and then we will have, I'm sure, questions from the panel.
Good morning, Chairs Krueger, Weinstein, Stavisky, and Fahey, and ranking members O'Mara, Ra, and Smullen. I appreciate the opportunity to join you today alongside my friend and colleague, Chancellor Matos Rodriguez. There are no greater testaments to the power of public higher education than SUNY and CUNY, and we owe an incredible debt of gratitude to the senators and assembly members in this room, to your colleagues, and to Governor Kathy Hochul. Since returning to New York to assume this role just over a year ago, I've prioritized visiting each of our 64 campuses, and I'm grateful to many of you for joining those visits. I come before you today filled with tremendous pride in our system, and most importantly, in the students we are privileged to serve, and the faculty and staff making extraordinary, life-changing contributions on our campuses every day. SUNY is on the move with remarkable progress on multiple fronts. We are making it clear that there is a place at SUNY for every New Yorker. SUNY campuses are climbing in national rankings and, even more importantly, being recognized as powerhouses of social mobility. And SUNY continues to sit at the heart of New York State's strategy for economic development with our education and training programs and cutting-edge research boosting diverse areas of emerging commerce. For the first time in a decade, SUNY enrollment is up, and it is up across every sector of our system. While the overall enrollment gain from fall 22 to fall 23 was 1.1%, we saw a much larger 4.3% increase in first-time undergraduate enrollment, a leading indicator of future growth. Our gains in enrollment fuel and are in turn fueled by the 4 pillars the SUNY Board of Trustees and I have established: student success, research and scholarship, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and economic development and upward mobility. SUNY is committed to leading the nation in access and degree completion. College affordability is a vital component of student success, and I'm proud of our extraordinary value, with 52% of in-state undergraduates attending SUNY tuition-free. SUNY is making strides toward meeting Governor Hochul's charge to double research. We are laying the groundwork to establish New York's leadership in AI, biotech, semiconductor packaging, and sustainability and renewable energy, among so many other areas. While some states seek to turn back the clock on diversity, SUNY and New York are committed to doing even more. We are strengthening recruitment pipelines for all students from all backgrounds and diverse faculty and campus leadership. In the wake of Hamas's horrific terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th, I also want to emphasize that SUNY is standing up to racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and other forms of hate. As always, the safety of our students, faculty, and staff is paramount. I'd be happy to answer questions about the steps we are taking. And SUNY is proudly working with government and employer partners to make targeted investments in workforce development in high-demand sectors and expanding internship opportunities across SUNY with the goal to ultimately reach every SUNY student. I also want to note SUNY's commitment to excellence in operational and fiscal stewardship, including the difficult decisions necessary to ensure fiscal health. Let me now turn to the ways in which SUNY students, faculty, staff, and the broader SUNY community are benefiting from the investments made by the executive and legislature in last year's budget, which provided the largest operating aid increase for SUNY in more than 20 years. The 23-24 enacted budget included $163 million in increased direct state support for our state-operated campuses, with commitments in the state financial plan of an additional $54 million in each of the next 2 fiscal years. We remain incredibly grateful for these resources. SUNY prioritized ensuring that all state-operated campuses received a significant funding increase, since every campus has both needs and growth opportunities. We dedicated approximately $40 million to recurring annual state investment in student mental health, services for students with disabilities, addressing food insecurity, paid internships, and expanding research opportunities. Support from the legislature also provided $3 million towards eliminating fees charged to graduate students who work on campus. In addition, the enacted budget maintained the 100% community college funding floor, preserving $79 million in state support that would have otherwise been lost. And the $75 million SUNY Transformation Fund is already making an extraordinary difference. Most notably, 25 campuses are adopting ASAP and ACE, the nation's leading models for increasing student completion. These initiatives were pioneered at CUNY and proven through randomized controlled trials. Finally, we're grateful for the continued investment in SUNY's capital needs. This includes approximately $1.6 billion in the 23-24 budget, which also recognize the importance of debt service relief for our hospitals. These investments in SUNY pay off. For every dollar of state funding invested in SUNY, the state enjoys nearly $9 in economic return. Let me now turn to Governor Hochul's 24-25 executive budget, which makes crucial investments in SUNY's future. Among the many highlights are increase in ongoing operating support for all SUNY campuses. The executive budget fulfills the state's commitment to an additional $54 million increase in operating funds for state-operated campuses. In addition, the executive budget maintains the 100% community college funding floor, avoiding $85 million in lost direct state tax support. Capital investment. The executive budget invests $650 million to address SUNY's capital needs, including critical maintenance and new capital investment. Empire AI. Governor Hochul's Empire AI initiative will position New York as a national leader in AI research and economic development. Our 4 university centers will harness the power of AI to expand research through this consortium, and we are especially grateful that UB has been selected as the host site. A stronger SUNY downstate. Downstate Health Sciences University is a gem of the SUNY system. However, Downstate's main hospital building has weathered years of financial instability and fallen into disrepair. As part of a plan for a stronger downstate, I'm deeply grateful for the governor's willingness to make a $300 million capital investment at SUNY Downstate to cover the hospital's substantial deficits during the transition and to provide more modest operating support going forward. We are working with the community to pursue a path that will advance the future of Downstate's unique role, preparing excellent, diverse healthcare professionals, preserve inpatient services to be performed by SUNY Downstate staff in partnership with other hospitals, sustain and expand outpatient services to fill healthcare gaps, and address the significant health disparities facing New Yorkers. Universal FAFSA completion. New Yorkers leave $200 million per year in federal financial aid on the table by not completing the FAFSA. And state after state has shown that making the FAFSA universal expands college access. Governor Hochul's plan envisions every high school senior either completing the FAFSA, the New York State DREAM Act application, or signing a waiver passing on the opportunity to apply. All students will still be able to graduate. SUNY Service Corps. The executive budget provides $2.75 million for SUNY to launch the Empire State Service Corps in partnership with Lieutenant Governor Delgado. This program, modeled after a similar effort in California, will allow hundreds of SUNY students to engage with local community-based organizations and deepen their learning in the process. SUNY is appreciative for such a strong and forward-looking executive budget. Thank you again for your steadfast support for SUNY, your commitment to public higher education, and the opportunity to join you today. I look forward to working together toward the 24-25 enacted budget and to invest in the future of SUNY students and the communities we are privileged to serve.
Thank you, Chancellor. Now, Chancellor Rodriguez.
Good morning, Chairs Kruger, Weinstein, Stavinsky, and Fahey, distinguished members of the Assembly and the Senate Finance Committee, staff, guests, and my good friend and partner, Chancellor King. I am Felix Matos Rodriguez, or whatever is left of him, proud to serve as the Chancellor of the City University of New York. I want to thank Governor Hochul and you in the State, Senate, and Assembly for your continued commitment to public higher education. Your support over the past 2 years has been critical to the important contributions CUNY has made to New York City's rebound from the pandemic. Now, CUNY is building a strategy to make our university even more impactful as an agent of change and one of the state's most potent economic engines. Last June, we unveiled an ambitious strategic roadmap called CUNY Lifting New York, a detailed plan for bolstering the already profound impact our university makes in the city, the region, and state. I invite you to review. If you haven't done so, I believe you have copies of the roadmap in your desk in front of you. CUNY is integral to the lifeblood of New York City. More than 80% of our 50,000 annual graduates stay in the city, diversifying every sector of the city's workforce and contributing to every aspect of its economic and civic life. CUNY alumni in New York account for about $70 billion in annual earnings. That is close to 5% of the state's GDP. Each taxpayer dollar invested in CUNY returns at least $15 to New York State. To quote a Daily News editorial last spring, every dollar in is a dollar that is magnified and keeps New York's economy humming along. Today, I want to highlight a few areas of recent success that are already advancing our CUNY Lifting New York strategy. One, we continue to transform how we prepare our students for careers and creating direct and sustainable pipelines to employers. Over the last year, we launched a $1.8 million initiative to get more CUNY students into paid internships that are embedded in their degree programs, and we provided internship opportunities to 4,000 students. We also added a centralized point of contact to help more than 1,000 private sector employers tap into the tremendous pool of talent on our campuses. Our CUNY Inclusive Economy Initiative is expected to engage an additional 2,700 students this academic year. We are also aggressively raising external funds to bolster our fast-growing research enterprise and advance our programmatic initiatives. Last year, CUNY researchers secured a record external funding of $638 million, and we are on track this year to surpass that record. Last month, we received the university's largest philanthropic donation ever, a $75 million gift from the Simons Foundation. The gift earmarks $50 million to recruit 25 cutting-edge computational science faculty and $25 million to participate in Governor Hochul's proposed Empire AI project. This work is interconnected to our efforts to leverage advances in AI in our ongoing student success network. One example of one partnership is the one with the National Institute for Student Success. They're conducting an assessment, and their assessment will help us develop a new generation of AI-powered programs that reduce obstacles to graduation for many students system-wide. Number 3 is our wide-ranging program of capital projects. Last week, for example, we opened a $95 million nursing facility at Lehman College in the Bronx, funded primarily by the state. It's a building that will offer high-quality healthcare education to underserved populations and help to address our state's increasingly severe nursing shortage. CUNY graduates an average of 1,800 nurses annually, representing about half of the nurses entering New York City's workforce each year. A fourth area that I want to highlight is CUNY's actions to combat hate, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia, and be proactive in creating campus communities built on trust, understanding, and inclusion. Over the past year, we have taken many steps to combat anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry, and I'm happy to take your questions on that, and many of them are outlined in our larger testimony. Lastly, we are fixing long-term flaws in our transfer system. For years, many associate degree students have lost credits towards their major when they transfer. By the end of next year, students will be able to transfer without losing credits earned in their major. We estimate that the improved process will save students who transfer, on average, 4 excess credits and about $1,220 in tuition by the time they graduate. That's money in their pocket, or that's money that the state is saving in TAP. This is just a sampling of our recent success and efforts, and they reflect our aspirations and plans for the coming years. Those plans are always, and now more than ever, dependent on the sustained support of our elected leaders here in Albany. So let me now turn to the governor's executive budget. We are encouraged by the additional operating and capital funding in the executive budget. The executive budget builds on the additional funding for CUNY that Governor Hochul, you, and your colleagues appropriated over the last 2 years. For CUNY's operating budget, this is an increase of $36 million in operating support for our senior colleges, which will help cover fixed cost increases and enable us to continue to build on the key initiatives that remain central to CUNY's mission. The executive budget also includes an increase of $69.5 million for fringe benefits. And the executive budget maintains the community college funding floor at 100% of the previous year's funding, which is crucial to avoiding a significant reduction in funding for our community colleges. For CUNY's capital budget, the executive budget provides critical infrastructure investments to modernize our 25 campuses with an allocation of $441 million. The support will enable us to maintain our campuses in a state of good repair and make strategic investments in new facilities. As some of you are aware, we've also been facing a structural deficit since 2020, caused by many factors, including enrollment declines that accelerated with the pandemic and increased costs with mandatory needs that the university had to absorb. We have enacted a strategy to address the deficit, which has included 2 rounds of across-the-board saving targets, a hiring freeze, and the creation of a vacancy review board to ensure that hires across the university are aligned with available resources. These actions, coupled with the federal pandemic stimulus funds, and thanks to you and Governor Hochul, additional state operating aid, have reduced the deficit by almost half, from a high of $234 million in fiscal year 2022 to a projected $128 million for the end of this fiscal year. While we have made great strides, there's still more work to be done. We have devised additional expense reduction strategies at both the college level and university-wide. This includes a more targeted approach for colleges that have shown signs of more fiscal distress, as well as additional shared services in such areas such as IT, collections, and optimizing class scheduling. On the revenue side, we are vigorously continuing strategies to boost enrollment and retention. The state's financial plans released with the executive budget states that CUNY is at various stages of negotiating contracts with its labor unions. We are pleased that we have reached a tentative agreement covering over 10,000 employees represented by CUNY's classified staff unions, including DC 37 and Teamsters Local 237. We are in negotiations with the Professional Staff Congress and are committed to bargaining in good faith to reach a fair settlement soon. These new labor contracts with our talented and dedicated faculty and staff are necessary, but are not without increased costs to the university. Although we have seen a roughly 2% increase in enrollment, we're still far below pre-pandemic levels. We are down about 40,000 students from the fall of 2019. This has a major impact on our bottom line. For example, CUNY lost $140 million in tuition revenue between fiscal years 2020 and 2022, when enrollment dropped by 14%. Like state, city, and other public entities like the MTA, we are aided by federal stimulus funds that help cover the lost revenue and pandemic-related expenses. But these are one-time funds will be exhausted by the end of the fiscal year. With your continued support and that of the governor, we will continue to make progress on our ambitious vision to transform CUNY into the nation's foremost student-centered urban university system, and I thank you all for your strong support, partnership, and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Before we begin some questions from colleagues, I'd like to just acknowledge that Alicia Hindman and Joanne Simon, Assembly members, joined us at the beginning of this hearing, and we will now go to the chair of the Assembly's Higher Education Committee, Pat Fahey, for questions. And I just, for members who haven't been here before and for witnesses, We have a new microphone system, so sometimes you have to press down hard to get that red ring to turn to green. Assemblywoman Fahey.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And again, great to see you back and have you with us today. And thank you to both chancellors for very thorough testimony. I have a whole host of questions, and at least for one side, don't have 3 minutes, but we've got a lot of questions to get through. First, a couple of comments. I want to start by saying thank you to both of you. While I didn't tour every campus, I toured a number of them. And I want you to know, you, your staff, and each of the presidents of those colleges could not have been more gracious, especially with some of those last-minute tours that I was able to do. So very much appreciate that. I also appreciate a number of things that you mentioned, which we'll try to get back to momentarily. But you both referred to some of the Supreme Court setbacks last year, not long after I came into this position, and really appreciated your responsiveness. We all value the diversity on our campuses, and thank you for the continued momentum forward to increase that diversity despite the challenges that we have received. Funding, I want to commend you both for issuing your fiscal reports that were requested last year. In our final budget agreement, there was the request that we get a fiscal report to really try to address these years of disinvestment and what it might take to turn those around. Both of you have issued very, very sobering reports, and I am glad that it caught a lot of attention. I want to turn to both of you to talk about, while you addressed many of those issues in your testimony, I think it's important that you highlight what the out years will bring if we don't turn around this disinvestment. And with that, I should add, I'm very proud of the work done by those sitting here, as well as so many in the room here today, to finally provide substantial investments, and I thank the speaker as well as the Senate leader on that as well. So we turned it around last year. You followed through. Both of you have had enrollment increases for the first time in multiple years. That has made a difference. I'm really hoping the FAFSA, I commend the governor for including that in the budget. I hope that's going to also turn around the enrollment. But with that, I would like you to address if there's anything that you missed, again, from those very sobering reports, and we appreciate you getting those to us in a timely fashion.
Thanks so much, Chair Fahey, and really appreciate your leadership. Grateful for the $163 million last year. Grateful that the governor has $54 million in this year's budget. But as you look out over a 10-year period, expenses will continue to grow. Goods and services will cost more, and salaries will cost more. We just completed a very strong contract with UUP, well-deserved raises, but that will add $86 million in costs to the SUNY system this year. And so in order for us to keep up with those rising costs, we either need increases in direct state support or tuition increases. But we need a revenue source. Otherwise, when you look out 10 years, we have $1 billion deficit. So modest investments over time will make the difference.
Thank you. Chancellor Matos Rodriguez.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership, and thank you. It's been great to have you coming to visit our campuses and have some of the hearings there, so I appreciate that, the visits and the support. Clearly we, and the report that we provided, we want to make sure that we provided all of you with the best clear roadmap of where we see the future in terms of the investments that are needed for us to have the kind of excellence that you expect in our campuses. And in our case, the cost of the collective bargaining, which, you know, in our budget request, we estimate that it would be around $184 million. We have not settled the contract with our faculty like SUNY has, right? So that's a projection based on a contract that mirrors theirs, and we'll have to negotiate in good faith and see where ours end. But we wanted to provide a projection for all of you. But those are indispensable costs to be able to build all the incredible programming that you're all proud of, that we are proud of, that makes the university distinct, is based on our human capital, which is 85% of our cost, right? If that is not benchmark, if that is not protected, right, the rest of the operation will suffer. And we have, I think, a vision of cost cutting and discipline on our end, but we need the additional investments from all of you to make that path one that's sustainable.
Thank you. I got a few more questions I want to get to, but I want you to know that we have launched a Turn on the Tap campaign to really help you with those enrollment costs of increasing TAP, which also has really not kept pace with not kept pace with inflation at all, especially for the last 25 years, and it's only a 50-year program. So we'll continue to work with you as well as on that very essential operating aid, as well as on the capital that both of you mentioned. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention the internships. Thank you for mentioning that. The CUNY internships, I saw in your testimony, you mentioned 4,000. As we've talked about, both of you, I've mentioned a number of times, I would hope that we could get to a goal that every student before they graduate would have an opportunity in an internship program, because that will also help keep them in New York. Even though all of your stats are impressive, we need to keep those students. A couple of other questions. Student can't learn if they don't feel safe. It's a prerequisite for being able to focus on your academics. So thank you, both of you, for addressing this extraordinary rise in hate and threats of violence on campus, particularly with anti-Semitism as well as racism and Islamophobia. Chancellor King, you have particularly, we've had many conversations about this. Can you briefly mention the Title VI and how you have trained, I know, hundreds of staff as well as each of your presidents to be immediately responsive so that students can feel safe?
Look, student safety is our top priority. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act requires that campuses protect students from discrimination or harassment on the basis of race or ethnicity. And so we've been very clear that there's no place for anti-Semitism at SUNY. We've provided training for our senior staff on their responsibilities under Title VI. We've also deployed our University Police Department to provide additional security for Shabbat services, for vigils and protests. We want our campuses to be places where students feel safe and where they can engage in dialogue with real disagreements about policy matters, but no student should ever feel unsafe, and we're working to assure that.
Thank you. I agree. We need to maintain that civil discourse and encourage civil debate, which is what our campuses are supposed to be the centers of. Anything else on that?
Well, I will only echo what the Chancellor has said. On our end, we were very proactive on this front. We were proactive because the race in hate and anti-Semitism preceded October 7th. October 7th just escalated that to a different level. So we've had a partnership with our Hillels. 7 of them are doing a deeper dive into campus culture. We're part of that with a survey and climate and review of policies. So we're working with them to do that. We have some of the money from the state. We've provided grants to our campuses, so they have workshops, symposia, activities, training, so that we also get to better understanding. And we've also worked very hard. I mean, many of our campuses are urban campuses, so our campus is mixed with the city. So we work very closely with NYPD in providing safety and making sure that people that want to use their First Amendment do that in an appropriate way.
Yes, we definitely want to encourage that. Thank you. I have 3 other things that I want to get to very briefly, but I'm going to start with community colleges. But we do want to talk about AI, and I'm hoping not to do another 10 minutes, and certainly the SUNY Downstate Hospital, which has lots of concerns there. Thank you for mentioning it, Chancellor King. Can we briefly talk about the community colleges and the colleges? I know the SUNY colleges have talked about an additional $97 million on top of the 100% floor. We know they are key to growing AI. I think all of us want to make us the epicenter of the country, if not the world, for AI investments. Can you talk about community colleges and certainly Chancellor Matos Rodriguez? I know your community colleges have also struggled at times, but this is key to turning it around. And we've got 30 seconds. Thank you.
Community colleges are a vital engine for workforce development. We're really grateful for the TAP for non-credit workforce programs that is already making a big difference on campuses. The community college presidents have a proposal for $97 million to allow them to do more high-demand workforce training. Think about Onondaga Community College and preparing the workforce for Micron. That's going to be huge for Central New York.
Great point. Thank you, Chancellor Rodriguez.
Well, on our end too, our community college has suffered from the budget cuts in the city side, right? And we are doing an advocacy to make sure that we restore that along with enrollment. But they're a key part of our pipeline also to the four-year schools.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chancellor.
Chair.
And this actually might be a good time to mention that there may, as the day goes on, be questions that you will not have enough time to fully answer. So please, after the hearing, send us in writing to Senator Krueger, myself, the responses, and we'll make sure to share with all of our colleagues. Before we go to the Senate, just wanted to acknowledge been joined by Assemblywoman Wallace, and then we go to the Senate.
Thank you. We go to the chair, Senator Toby.
I would just like to add that we've been joined by Senator Dean Murray on our side. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. So much for my artificial.
That was finger, all right. Let's talk about finger pointing. Thank you both for your testimony. Before I get to other subjects, let me address one issue that I think you started to address, and I want to just pick up on that, and that involves the issue of downstate, the medical school for downstate students. I was looking at last year's testimony, and I asked you, you had spoken last year about the 19 distressed SUNY hospitals, and this question is obviously for Chancellor King. And then I asked you about downstate, because it wasn't mentioned, and there have been problems at downstate going back to 10 or 15 years, if not longer. And you talked, it was sort of a generic answer about the importance of downstate, which I know you recognize. But now it's sort of being dealt with at the last minute. When did discussions on the future of downstate begin? Approximately.
Well, this is, as you know, a 15, 20-year conversation about the challenges at downstate. Last session, we had a budget ask around a significant help for the deficit at downstate. We didn't get that. We did get some debt relief, thanks to your leadership, which we appreciate. But we came into this year knowing that we would face a $100 million deficit. We will run out of cash to continue to operate by the summer. And so once we didn't get additional funding in last year's enacted budget, we began conversations with the chamber about strategies for how to address the deficit and how to address the significant capital needs. As you know, there's been a history of disinvestment, and the capital is deteriorating. The building has flooding regularly, temperature control issues, and is at real risk of catastrophic failure, harm to patients and staff. And so in our conversations with the governor was willing to make an extraordinary investment, $300 million in capital, covering the deficits for 2 years, which is another $200 million, as well as ongoing operating support.
Yeah, I get that part, but did you discuss, for example, the issues with the administration at downstate? You mentioned the executive.
So there's an ongoing conversation with leadership at downstate. It's really important to distinguish as well between Downstate Health Sciences University and the hospital. And the challenges that have driven our transformation plan for the hospital are about saving the hospital. Health Sciences University is, as you know, providing critical service for the state in terms of the diverse healthcare workforce.
Discuss this, for example, with the president of downstate or the dean?
With President Riley?
with President Riley?
Yeah, we've had an ongoing discussion since I started
Since
as
you
chancellor
started.
in January.
Did that occur down at Downstate? Or
I-
was that on Zoom or
I visited Downstate very early on. I've been back to Downstate. I was very
with
pleased.
Dr. Riley?
Yeah, and was very pleased to be back at Downstate this summer for the pre-med EOP program, which
So
we're
he-
very grateful for.
You and he would, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm
Yes.
watching the clock.
Yeah.
You and he were down there at Downstate this summer discussing the issue.
We've had multiple conversations, again, since I began in January.
Right.
At Downstate, in Albany, on the phone.
All right.
Our Senior Vice Chancellor for Health and Hospitals has been very engaged with Downstate, trying to figure out a path to save the hospital.
My question then is, I found out about this the Monday, Martin Luther King Day, when you called me the day before the governor released her budget. I heard during the health department hearing that the Commissioner of Health read about it in the newspaper.
Again, we are very fortunate the governor included in the executive budget the funding that would provide capital support to save the hospital, to allow us to build a new $300 million outpatient facility.
Right, but to ask us, I'm questioning how we can get additional information during this time frame. Let me ask you a couple of other questions.
Sure.
Real quick, because I do want to get on to other subjects, but this, I must tell you, is of great, great concern to me, quite frankly, as chair of the committee, but also to the legislators who represent the central Brooklyn area, and even most importantly, to the people who use these facilities for their health care as healthcare providers.
Look, I understand, Senator, and as we've discussed, this is the community I grew up in. It's a healthcare community I know well. My earliest memory of a hospital is when I was at Kings County with my mom when she had a heart attack, passed away when I was 8. So I know the community needs very well. I appreciate folks' frustration with the history of disinvestment in Central Brooklyn. And my goal here is to strengthen the Health Sciences University and to preserve and expand the health services for the community.
So to accomplish this, you've outlined some general actions that we ought to take, and we're not disagreeing in terms of the needs. Do you need a CON, a certificate of need from the health department, for example?
We're working through now with the staff at Downstate and as well as with Health and Hospitals, as well as with DOH, the details of the process that would need to take place in the coming weeks and months. It's important to say that as part of this plan, in addition to building a new outpatient facility, the bulk of the inpatient services would move across the street to a SUNY Downstate dedicated space within Kings County. The staff, the vast majority would go over to that SUNY Downstate dedicated space, and they would continue to provide services as SUNY Downstate employees in a SUNY Downstate identified area. But the capital conditions at Kings County are significantly superior to the conditions at Downstate.
I asked about the CON. Is there going to be an application for that or not?
Again, that's a process we are working through with the staff at Downstate, with Health and Hospitals, and with the Department of Health over the coming weeks and months.
Are you planning to request a health equity impact assessment statement? And if so, who would provide that?
That's a determination that will be made in the coming weeks and months, along with Health and Hospitals and the Department of Health. I will say the Department of Health recently issued a health equity report for Central Brooklyn that emphasized many of the areas that this plan addresses, the dire need for additional urgent care, primary care, preventive care, And that's one of the reasons we're so appreciative of the governor's willingness to invest $300 million in the new outpatient facility.
Did that DOH report include capital, or was it just?
The DOH report was focused on the,
I know that, that's
conditions
why
of
I-
services in the area, but it called for, or highlighted rather, the need for additional outpatient services, including the training of primary care doctors, which is a critical role that downstate can play.
Can we assume that you're going to continue to work with the Department of Hospitals on these issues that are facing the central Brooklyn community?
Absolutely, with the Department of Health, with Health and Hospitals, and with the community. And just yesterday, we laid out a whole community engagement process as we work through implementation of the principles that the governor established.
Real quick, because I have 39 seconds. There have been rumors about SUNY housing appearing on your campuses. Can you?
Yeah, we share the governor's commitment to address the issue of housing. It's certainly hampering the state's well-being and economic development. The governor asked state agencies to identify state properties where housing could be developed. And in those conversations, we shared a list of places where there's the possibility for development. In particular, there are places where our campuses are very eager to have additional housing for staff. And so that's one of the things we're talking through with the chamber.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'll ask additional questions, follow-up questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go now to the ranker in higher education, Assemblyman Smolin. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is really important testimony today because education for all New Yorkers is a critical thing, and public education is even more so. It's a matter of fundamental equity for New Yorkers. So I'd like to start actually with Chancellor King. I know we've been talking about rural equity and what's fair for New Yorkers. How is the funding formula for community colleges coming along? You know, I did note in the budget that the governor put out that it stayed flat. So flat in an inflationary period is a cut. And I'm very concerned about funding our community colleges because those are the gateways for many students in rural areas to be able to make their foray into higher education. So could you address how we're working to actually fully fund our community colleges? Because they have a different funding model than the other SUNY campuses, and it's becoming even more precarious in my mind.
Appreciate the question, Assemblyman, and appreciate your having joined me on visits to campuses and your interest in community colleges. I will say community colleges have lost significant enrollment over the last decade. That's probably the biggest
Why have
financial
they lost enrollment?
challenge. Well, it's a mix of factors. Certainly, we've seen that nationally, a decline in community college enrollment. Some of it has to do with folks making the choice to go directly into jobs. Some of it has to do with folks not having the resources to go to college. One of the reasons why TAP reform and Pell reform is so promising, because the purchasing power of TAP and Pell have diminished over the last 2 decades. So resources are a constraint. The competition with the economy is a constraint. But what we see is that as our community colleges adjust and offer programs specifically that help provide a pathway into the workforce, we are seeing great demand there. It's one of the reasons we are so appreciative of the TAP for workforce development programs. The governor's budget, maintains the funding floor, which protects what would otherwise be an $85 million cut if the funding was based solely on enrollment. As I mentioned earlier, the community college presidents have a proposal around an additional operating investment focused on workforce opportunities. Their role in preparing the semiconductor workforce we need, the green jobs workforce we need, the nurses and allied health field folks that we need. And so we are eager to have a fuller conversation with you and your colleagues about how we might enhance community college funding, specifically around workforce needs.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, because one of the programs that's been very successful in my mind is the PTech program, Early College High School. And, you know, I see an opportunity with the community colleges of how they're spread throughout the state to actually taking more of a role, educating more high schoolers in more technical aspects. You know, I would love to see that every college in the state would have a program for early college, high school, teach like AP physics to high schoolers. Otherwise, it's not available to these rural kids who then are at a disadvantage when they go to apply to schools that require a lot of technical advanced learning in order to be admitted to them, sort of thing. It puts our rural kids at a comparative disadvantage. So regarding the full-time equivalent funding model itself, we've talked in the past about having on a rolling 10-year average to prevent it from being the ups and downs of the counter-cyclical nature of community colleges. Would that be a helpful paradigm in order to get the budgeting right for these community colleges? They get 1/3 of their funding from the state, they get 1/3 from the students, they get 1/3 from the communities, the property taxpayers primarily in those areas. How are we able to, to level this funding out so it's steady for them?
Yeah, we'd certainly be open to a conversation about that. I will say the floor over recent years has been critical, and I would not want to depart from the community college funding floor. The community colleges are really counting on that for their planning. That said, a larger conversation about the level of funding as well as ways to level it out over time as enrollment shifts, we'd certainly be open to that conversation. One of the keys for us is, though, converting the folks who are in workforce development programs that are non-credit into students in degree programs. You know, we have 1.4 million students we serve each year at SUNY, but 1 million of them are in programs other than the degree programs, and so we've really got to get better at that.
We want lots more micro-credentialing. That'd be awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks, Chancellor.
Absolutely.
Senate?
Senator Murray?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for being here. A couple of quick questions. First, on the, we have a migrant issue. We have a housing and shelter problem. There's been talk of possibly using SUNY or CUNY campuses. Where does that stand now? Is that currently happening? Are there still talks going on? Where are we?
You know, look, the state is facing this humanitarian crisis. The governor asked last year for all state agencies to identify how they could help to address this humanitarian crisis. We responded to that request, but to date, it has not been necessary to have folks housed at our facilities. We have one program that's longstanding with a nonprofit at Buffalo State, but other than that, we really haven't had a role so far.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks. There's pending legislation now, sorry, I only have 3 minutes, so there's pending legislation right now that would require project labor agreements on projects of $3 million or more. It's working its way through the legislature now, has a lot of support. What are your thoughts on that?
We're certainly open to conversation about how a PLA law could work. You know, I think there are different needs in different regions of the state, so we want to talk through the implications for timelines for construction projects depending on the region of the state, but it's certainly open to continued conversation on that.
Are there any particular sticking points that you see?
Again, I think it comes back to the regional differences across the state and places where there are real labor supply shortages and what that would mean for our ability to complete projects, but we're very open to the conversation.
What about yourself?
I'm not familiar with the legislation, so I cannot comment, so we look forward to finding out more and be able to respond.
Okay, very good. And then finally, you had mentioned research, and I know it's SUNY Stony Brook. I talked to President McGinnis last year about a lot of the great projects they have going on, but also about public-private partnerships and investing from the outside. They're doing a fairly good job, but could be better. What are your thoughts on that?
One of the things that was very helpful was the inclusion in last year's enacted budget of the endowment match. As you know, for Stony Brook, that is already translated into a $500 million unrestricted gift that will be matched with state funds. So that's very helpful to the long-term future of research at Stony Brook. Stony Brook also was fortunate to be selected to lead the construction of a $700 million climate change and resilience campus at Governor's Island. And that is another public-private partnership. So we're certainly trying to leverage those kinds of public-private partnerships. Here in Albany, the governor recently announced a $10 billion investment at Albany Nanotech. That is another public-private partnership to drive research.
Thank you so much.
Assemblyman Roth for 5 minutes, Ranker.
Thank you. Good morning, Chancellors. I want to go back to the anti-Semitism issue, in particular for Chancellor Rodriguez, and if we have time, I'd be interested in Chancellor King, your elaborating a little bit about measures that have been taken. But as you know, prior to October 7th, this was a hot topic at CUNY, an issue. I know you talked about some of the initiatives that have been taken, and I certainly appreciate that you came out rather strongly when it came to student groups that were participating in protests that I think were causing our Jewish students to feel unsafe. So I appreciate that, and I hope you will remain steadfast with those Jewish students. But where do you think CUNY is at this point in addressing this problem? Every time there's some type of incident, and I'm right over the Nassau border, so certainly have. I know every year you make a point of telling us, students and staff that we have in our districts. So it's certainly a big concern for our constituents what's going on there. So if you can give me a little bit more about what we're doing to make sure our Jewish students feel safe at this very difficult time.
So thank you for the question. And I mentioned that, we designed even before October 7th a plan to address, because the cases were on the rise. We put funds from the assembly that we gave to the campuses as grants for them to be able to do training programs, initiatives, exhibits, educational work, right? To be able to address some of these issues, mostly from a proactive standpoint, as opposed to dealing with things when they occurred. We have been also having direct lines of communication with the Hillels on our campuses. We are part of the Campus Climate Initiative in 7 of our campuses, taking feedback from them. I'll give you one example. I established an advisory council on Jewish life, has been giving me feedback about things that we could do better. I'll give you one concrete example. It is New York State law and CUNY policy that faculty need to accommodate students if they want to observe a religious holiday, that they be absent from the classes. We got feedback from the students in the community that was something that was not always, and we initiated a campaign using student voices to let them know what CUNY policy was and what New York State law is, right? And that was a way to say that we're listening to their concerns and sending a message of inclusion, safety on the campuses. We will continue to do more, and we take them very seriously. And any feedback that you might have, your colleagues, I'll be happy to listen to that too.
Sure. And can you give me any sense of what you're learning from the portal in terms of, the number of incidents going up or down? I think we know at large, we've seen a huge uptick in these types of incidents in recent months, but since the portal has been up, have you seen any trends with regard to incidents?
Thank you for the question. One thing that we learned is actually we're procuring for a far more sophisticated instrument to be able to capture and make it easier for individuals to file any complaints they might have on discrimination, harassment, or things of that matter, so that we can be more timely in knowing where the cases are, work with campuses that might have delays in responding. So we learned that the portal was a great first step at centralizing, getting good information, making something available to everybody in the system to be able to file a complaint before it was done campus by campus. And if you had questions for me about data, I would have to ask 25 separate campuses for their data. So it's a step in the right direction, but As we did that, we now want something far more sophisticated that can be a lot more customer friendly, that can send reports to the individuals who file the complaints about where they are in time. So we're procuring an instrument to be able to do that. And what we have done, to your question too, in some of the campuses that have had sort of higher numbers of incidents reported, we've been able to deploy some resources to help them expedite the resolution of those complaints.
Thank you. And Chancellor King, anything you have on the issue in 30 seconds?
Yeah, I just add that, I'm very proud of the work that our presidents and staff on our campuses have done to try to diffuse issues, to try to create a climate for positive, safe exchange of ideas. But this is an area where we have to be ever vigilant. And we've just been very clear at SUNY. We're not going to tolerate anti-Semitism. We're going to take action. Every time there's a bias incident report, we're going to investigate it and make a determination on what next steps are necessary.
And 687 students from CUNY in your district, since you brought that up.
Thank you, Chancellor.
To the Senate.
Hello, Chancellor. I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to get, there's 3 questions that I have as follow-up to Senator Stavisky's questions regarding SUNY Downstate. And we've had conversations about this, but I have 3, so I'm going to ask them all, and then it'll give you the opportunity. Number 1, you keep referring to money that has been committed to actually to make this transformation happen, both on the capital side and the operational side. Could you tell us where in the budget that is? That's number 1. Number 2, there was a series of questions that Senator Stavisky asked about both about the certificate of need and also his health equity impact assessment. And sincerely, both of those questions, you really did not answer them well. The notion, and this is what I wanted to get into whether you felt that we're talking about processes of that are required for basically any other health institution around the state that is trying to do anything as what that is close to what you're suggesting you want to do at SUNY Downstate. So the fact that you're saying, oh, we might get into that, you didn't answer the question directly of whether that's going to be sought or not, which is truly unacceptable, but I wanted you to have a chance to kind of explain yourself there. I should tell you there's a piece of legislation I'm going to introduce to kind of make it so that every institution has to go through the same thing. But regardless, the third one is related to the community involvement process. You stated just earlier, referred to something that happened yesterday, February 7th, as relates to community involvement, which if I had any conversations with any of my colleagues who represent the area, any of the community organizations that are there, some of the folks who work there or represent the people who work there, all of them have been very clear in every conversation that I've had, and certainly every public comment that they've made, that the community involvement process has been non-existent or a failure so far. So the fact that you're saying proudly you did something yesterday on something that you announced a couple of weeks ago that the Department of Health, as was stated, right there on the record told me that they found out that this was happening from the press. All of that stuff. So those are the 3 things. Where's the money? Please be specific. Number 2, the certificate of need process. And number 3, do you sincerely think that the process you've gone through so far as community involvement has been a good one?
Again, to be clear, our goal is to protect the Health Sciences University, strengthen it, and to preserve and expand health services in the community. The funding that the governor committed to in the executive budget is in a fund, I believe it's called the Hospital Transformation Fund, but we can get you the specific reference to the...
Please do. We'll follow up with whomever. Raise your hand who we're following up with.
Yes. Val Gray, our Senior Vice Chancellor for Health and Hospitals, can follow up, and we've also briefed Senate staff on that. So that's the source of the funding. As the enacted budget is finalized, there may be other places to address some of the funding. One of the goals is to have an expanded simulation lab, for example, at Downstate to support the training of nurses. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Epstein, 3 minutes.
Good morning, thank you both for being here. So TAP, expanding opportunities for people to get TAP, I hear you both saying that. So do you agree increasing the minimum award, allowing more semesters of TAP, and allowing TAP for grad school for students? Both of you?
more TAP would be great. Raising the income threshold would be great. When we had our TAP hearing, you'll recall I pointed out that the income threshold of
Jeff, I only have 3
$80,000.
minutes, so
Oh, sorry. Just that the income threshold at $80,000, if it gone up with inflation since 2000, it'd be $145,000.
Great.
More TAP all over, good. Increasing the eligibility, good.
Great, thank you. And so I wanted just to talk about greening your campuses. And so we have the Environmental Bond Act. You know, our government lands are a real place where we could do wind, solar, have our students get involved in composting. There's so many opportunities there. I'm wondering if you both, I know you've talked about green plans, and if quickly, can we hear what we can do to help you move forward in that agenda?
Yeah, we're very focused on this. We appointed our first ever chief sustainability officer who's leading in this work. The major challenge is capital. We have over $8 billion capital backlog across the system. We've prioritized in the use of any capital dollars we get. We move up in the project list projects that will move towards energy efficiency, help us get towards net zero, but we need more. And we have a specific proposal around a $100 million clean energy fund, which would help us implement the energy master plans that we've gathered from our campuses. But that would be hugely helpful.
On our end too, if you saw our budget request on capital, we made a specific ask precisely about those things to be able to sustainability goals for the state. So we're happy to do a deeper dive on that. But I concur with Chancellor King too, that for that, if you can have, dollars that go to that will be helpful to advance all those goals. In addition to that, it helps the entire state of good repair of our facilities.
And just for the CUNY system, I know the issue of dorms is a big issue and having dorm space. Obviously, on a lot of our SUNY campuses, we have them, but mostly we don't on CUNY. How do we expand those opportunities to get students into our CUNY system, knowing they may have a place to live? As you know, the city is one of the most expensive cities in the country.
Well, so we have a study that we're concluding about what we can do. We'd be mostly a commuting campus, so that's a challenge for us. The same forces that affect housings to New Yorkers affect our students. So we want to see if we can find a way that we can leverage our real estate, our assets to be able to provide more funding that it's far more affordable to many more of our students. And we have a plan coming out, and we're probably going to launch a couple of projects around that.
Great, happy to be helpful there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Thank you for joining us. Got a few questions, not much time. In the past, has the state funded the negotiation cost increases? Has the state?
The labor contracts?
Yes.
I think before 2011 or so, yes.
Was that true for SUNY also?
Well, I started last January, so I'll get you a rundown of the history on that.
Okay. But in the current budget, there's no provision for labor contract cost increases?
That is right.
Okay, thank you. This is for Chancellor King. Chancellor King, we had spoken at length in the aftermath of the Supreme Court, the appalling Supreme Court decision on affirmative action. And we all understand how badly it hurts Black and brown students across the country. But I had asked you about how it hurts yellow students. I'm sorry, Asian American students. And you were going to talk about it with the governor, get more resources, get a better understanding how it may affect Asian American students. Any progress on that?
Look, our Asian American percentage has gone up at SUNY over recent years. I have every expectation that it will go up again this year based on that historical pattern. The board adopted a very clear resolution to help campuses use every available legal tool to continue to advance our broader commitment to diversity, looking at first-gen status, low-income status, adversity a student may have overcome in their school or community, if a student is a veteran, if a student is an AmeriCorps alum. So we are hopeful that we can continue to advance our values around diversity, and we'll get you numbers as soon as we have them on this year's
Yeah, I think it's
incoming
important
class.
because I think the Asian American community is as fast growing on SUNY campuses. CUNY campuses also, to be sure, but SUNY campuses in particular. And we want to understand what that Supreme Court ruling does for Asian American students. We've been having this discussion for several months now, and it would be good to get some hard numbers and progress. Again, what SUNY is doing to make sure that there is continued recruitment of Asian American students as well as African American and Latinx students, black, brown, and yellow.
Yeah.
And also making sure that we understand what the potential impact of that ruling, that Supreme Court ruling, would have on Asian American students.
Yes.
Okay, and I appreciate your testimony here. It talks about the continuing Hispanic Leadership Institute, the Black Leadership Institute. I feel like I have a complex. Maybe we'll add something else there too.
I'm hopeful. There's as you know, there's a bill, and I'm hopeful that there will be a AAPI.
Terrific.
Leadership
Thank you
Institute.
so much. Fellow, you have a very handsome guy right in back of you, Hector Batista.
Yep.
Good to see him as well.
I am blessed to have an incredible team. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sharif's not so bad either.
Compliments will come later. We'll go to Assemblywoman Clark.
Oh, Chairwoman, it's so great to have you back. I am going to try to be quick with a question in my 3 minutes. My first comment is, I agree on the universal FAFSA. I think it's a great idea. My question is, it's put in as Article 7 language with no money coming with it. One of the reasons we know people don't fill out their FAFSA forms, they're complicated, particularly in our urban districts, our rural districts. I think there needs to be a pot of money that goes with it. I don't think every school needs a coordinator. I think we can do this through a grant program. We already have a great organization in Rochester, the Rochester Education Foundation, that supports our city school district to do this, but we need to give them more resources if this is going to be a requirement. We want the ones to apply who find it complicated, because they are the ones who are often leaving money on the table. So I really don't think we can just put this in there and walk away. We really need to put some dollars behind it, and I would encourage you to look at that. On that, I'm going to go into TAP a bit. We heard during that TAP hearing that during a 4-year period from 2018 to 2022, there was a 9% decline in enrollment in our SUNY campuses, but a 26% decline in TAP, which means that there are more and more parents and families who are either thinking the minimum wage isn't enough, so they're not applying, or they're no longer qualifying because of the income. So in the governor's budget, I see that she moved out 132 million from TAP due to enrollment. I don't understand why we're not using those dollars instead to increase income eligibility, to increase minimum awards, to close the gap between SUNY and the maximum award. So why didn't we do that instead of removing it from TAP?
Look, as I mentioned, I'm very supportive. We're very supportive of trying to address the income threshold for dependent students and independent students. That income threshold at $10,000 has been the same since the mid-'80s. And that is a real challenge for families and students. And they not only make the choice not to come to college, but many of them make the choice to come to college and then struggle with food insecurity, housing insecurity, because they don't have the resources.
I would agree, and I think if we do move to universal FAFSA, and if that is something we move forward with, TAP also is going to increase. So why we're pulling any money out of it in the budget just doesn't seem to make sense to me. My last thing, I will quickly comment, and maybe I know others are going to go into it, but on the operating aid last year, we really hoped more of that would go to distressed campuses. I think it was our intent in the legislature, so we were a little frustrated that it didn't. And also, just a quick we heard from our community college. MCC is located in my district, and we were told we're still trying to do a lot to bring all their resources there to do on some of the certification programs and workforce training, but they were told they could not apply for capital dollars in the SUNY allotment. I don't know if that's true or not, but I want to make sure they are eligible.
Yeah, the process for community college capital, is different because of the community match. On the distressed campus, I'll just say, all of our campuses got double-digit percentage increases. 2 of our campuses have the biggest challenges. Fredonia and Potsdam had over 20%, somewhere between 20 and 25% increase in state support last year. They have a structural deficit.
Thank you. We're going to go to the Senate.
Thank you. Robert Jackson.
So good morning to both of you.
Morning.
I've been listening since it began, and let me just tell you, I think that we're in trouble. And my question, I guess, to you, Chancellor Rodriguez, is if in fact the money doesn't come through from the legislature and the governor working together, what's the negative impact is going to be on this contract? And who's going to be impacted as far as staff and students? And I know you can go on, but try to make it quick.
I don't know if I can say thank you for your question, because obviously those are scenarios that we don't want to contemplate, and we think that we have a path with the measures that we've taken and the additional support from the Assembly and the Senate, that we have a path forward. But to be direct about your question, I mean, 85% of our costs are individuals, people, right? So if we don't get the support for the labor contracts moving forward, which has been the reason for the structural deficit for the most part, and enrollment growth is not going to solve the issue. So we were talking about
You'll be default on your agreement then.
we will have to sort of go back and think about further staffing, cuts and things of that nature, which would be detrimental to the student experience.
Chancellor King, so I'm looking here at some of the questions that we have from our central staff. Thank you. And I'm looking at the funding for the Opportunity Program, and I see all it is red here, meaning cuts in funding for the people that may not have the highest grades, clearly don't have the income. So this is support so they can get into college.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this when we have $232 billion budget and $20 billion in reserve? And if in fact, maybe it's just a game that we're playing and at the end everything's going to work out? I hope so. Maybe I'll wake up at that point in time and see the light. But right now, I don't see it. Give me your point of view.
Yeah, look, I'm very grateful for you being a champion of EOP. The difference EOP has made for the state is extraordinary. We are very hopeful that the cuts to EOP will be restored in the enacted budget. I'd love to see the EOP program continue to grow.
Okay, thank you. Downstate is a major issue, and I'm not even from Brooklyn, but I know the impact of downstate from a positive point of view on the community around it, and also for the doctors and all of the physicians coming out of there. And so I got an email update last night as far as how to keep it going, but I hope that's real and not just fluff. I don't need fluff. We need real talk in order to save Downstate Medical Center. And I'm with my colleagues, Zono and Nari, and everybody else to save it. So
I'm committed to saving the hospital. That's what we're trying to achieve.
thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblywoman Chandler Waterman.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Chair. My community members are very concerned, to go off over the center, about the future of Downstate Hospital, especially this new plan. The stakeholders were not included in this process. This plan came out before the Department of Health Equity report was done. It's called a transformational plan. Our community sees it as a closure of their beloved hospital. They do not agree with this plan, and I stand with my community. We are clear we need to reimagine how we make SUNY Downstate Hospital more sustainable and the education part to provide the best for the patients and the education. We understand that. There are many areas of concern. I'll start with two questions. The community involvement and time frame. What is the strategy and methods you'll be using, not only to inform the community, but also to make sure they're truly included in the decision process? How many jobs will be lost? How many people are still waiting to receive their permanency after serving 7 years, which is like tenure, or however you may vested? How many people are still waiting for that?
Look, the only thing that would cause closure is the status quo. If there is not an infusion of additional dollars because of the $100 million deficit, we will not be able to continue to operate come summer. And so we need to have in this budget a path forward that addresses the deficit. We also need a path forward that addresses the facility. There's regular flooding. The HVAC is vulnerable to failure, in which case you wouldn't be able to provide services. So we're trying here to preserve the hospital through the capital investment the governor is making, through the partnership with other hospitals. The community involvement that we've laid out will be to gather community input on the inpatient services, on the outpatient services, and the new $300 million building, how to address the primary care needs, community input on the Health Disparities Institute that will also be
What's the
housed in
timeframe for that?
over the coming weeks and months.
And the jobs and the permanent.
In terms
fee.
of jobs, the vast majority of jobs will be preserved. All of the CSEA, PAF, and NYSCOBA employees would have roles either at the dedicated SUNY Downstate space across the street or at one of the other SUNY Downstate facilities. We have one in Bay Ridge, for example. The only place where there would be a change around the jobs is around some of the UUP members. We tried in this plan to preserve as many jobs as possible, but there
So
would
no
be
jobs lost.
So there would be a 10 to 20% loss for UUP, but and we're in the midst of a healthcare workforce shortage.
permanency?
There'll be roles for many folks potentially at other SUNY hospitals, roles at other hospitals in central Brooklyn. And we want to work with folks to place every person.
Thank you. We're going to go to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Leah Webb.
Good morning to both chancellors. I'm just going to ask my questions, and since I have limited time. So this is for Chancellor King. The legislature fought to increase operating aid to SUNY by $163 million last year. Myself, along with other champions, really pushed for it. My question is, with that level of historic funding, why are we still seeing campuses closing and faculty being laid off, and how are those funds distributed? And then my next question pertains to the community colleges. We know there was a big campaign again. A lot of us supported it, the floor plus four. The four didn't happen. And so in looking ahead at this year's budget, we know that our community colleges still need significant operational funding. There's significant disparities there between our 2-year and 4-year colleges. My question is, what is the plan for that? And then my last question just goes to the concern that I'm hearing with respect to communication around our SUNY campuses, specifically with downstate and upstate. We know that these facilities provide significant care, high needs care, and so I am concerned that we're not getting information in ways that can be helpful as legislators in making decisions. So those are my 3 questions.
So in terms of the $163 million, for which we are very grateful, we distribute really in 2 ways. One, every state-operated campus saw a double-digit percentage increase in funding. Second, we were able to commit resources to address mental health needs across the state-operated campuses, supports for students with disabilities, expanding internships, research, based on the principle that all of our campuses have needs and opportunities for growth. And the net result was, this past fall, we had over 700 new faculty hires across our campuses. So we're leveraging those dollars to grow the system. That said, we have campuses that over a 10-year period saw a 40% decline in enrollment or more. In particular, Potsdam and Fredonia. And so even with a double-digit percentage increase in funding, they still have a structural deficit because they haven't adjusted their programming to match being a much smaller campus. You know, at Potsdam, we're talking about going from over 4,000 to about 2,500. They have buildings that are empty that they're paying to heat. So they really have a need to now adjust to being a 2,500 student campus. But we think the plan the president has set out there will make them a sustainable 2,500 student campus. We are not closing any campuses. We are committed to all 64 of our institutions and trying to make sure they have the resources to invest in areas of growing student demand.
Assembly.
Assemblyman Delan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a brief question for Chancellor Matos. Some of my colleagues have talked about your personnel issues, and I see in your budget, your fringe costs going up, and those have been budgeted. And they've touched around the contract negotiations, but I think no one's asked directly, how much are you spending on your labor contracts throughout all the labor unions that CUNY serves at this moment?
So the budget request that we have is that we need 184 million to be able to cover the labor cost for last year and this year because the contract had lapsed, right? And that's about 41 million for the classified staff and the rest for the professional staff Congress.
Okay, and obviously you expect it to go up after.
That, yeah, and that funding, as I said, thank you, is indispensable.
Okay, and thank you for Chancellor King, and I do want to thank my colleagues who are not from Brooklyn for raising SUNY Downstate. I'll take a different approach in the questioning. Is your main reason for the changes at the facility to operate, and I know is a challenge, but is the main hurdle the capital on the facility?
It's really both. Because of the $100 million deficit, we have to have a solution in this budget to continue to operate, but the facility challenges are significant. I was talking to a doctor recently at Downstate who was saying, been cold the past few days, and she was worried that the pipes would burst again and make it impossible to provide services in their area of the hospital. So we've got to address the facility.
I guess you said privately, what's the cost on the capital side to renovate in place as opposed to new construction?
Yeah. I mean, to construct a similarly sized facility new, we project would be about $3 billion based on the comparables. To try to do that kind of renovation in the existing building would be even more expensive, probably on the order of $4 billion. And you're talking about years. I mean, 8 to 10 years
then
for a new building.
My final question is, have you reached out to city and federal partners on the capital side to see if they could be of assistance?
We continue to talk with city and federal officials about this plan, and certainly we would love to have additional capital support. I think one of the challenges is in that service area, there are about 1,500 beds, of which about 700 are in regular use. And so one of the hurdles to overcome is figuring out
the vacancy rate.
Yeah, the vacancy rate, exactly. It's figuring out how to fit this plan into a larger plan for Central Brooklyn.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the Senate.
Thank you very much. Senator Oberacher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Chancellors. So I am a product of SUNY, and having 8 SUNY campuses in my district, it's a very important footprint, of course, for that. Chancellor King, you said in your testimony there was $163 million for operating support, $75 million for, I believe it was transformational programming, and then $54 million for a multi-year commitment for operating. So the question is, will any of that funding be channeled potentially to help reducing tuition costs?
Right now, our budget model assumes maintaining our current tuition costs. For our students, about 52% of our in-state students go tuition-free now. So these resources are being deployed to support faculty and support services for our students. Our tuition is still quite a bit lower than many of our peer institutions, but we're very committed to the principle of affordability and would love to work with all of you on TAP reform and other strategies to ensure affordability.
Thank you for that. My next question, so in recent years, additional operating support has been provided to SUNY and CUNY. Have those resources, from your perspective, been distributed to campuses struggling with budget deficit?
Yeah, so, all of our campuses last year got a double-digit percentage increase. The 2 campuses I mentioned earlier, Potsdam and Fredonia, got more than 20% increase in state aid last year. But the challenge is at some of our campuses where they've lost a lot of enrollment, they really have to adjust to being a smaller campus going forward in order to be fiscally responsible, and that's really what we're trying to achieve.
And Chancellor King, we've had some discussions on green energy projects and some potential there. I am again offering my 51st Senate District as a grounds of potential testing of those policies and procedures. So please utilize it if and when you can. And Madam Chair, I will concede back my 27 seconds. So thank you.
Thank you.
We go to Assemblyman Flood.
Thank you. This is Dr. Chancellor King, I apologize. We spoke briefly about potentially leasing lands on properties, specifically on Farmingdale State and Stony Brook. Did either President McGinnis or President Nader specifically ask to have the properties there leased?
The exact structure is still to be determined, but both campuses are interested in the prospect of additional housing. Particularly, I'll give you an example. President Nader worries a lot about how difficult it is for faculty members to find housing they can afford on Long Island. And so he's hopeful that if there's a housing project on the Farmingdale campus, it'll create the opportunity for faculty housing.
Okay, now, has there been any community engagement specifically in the Stony Brook area? Just as Stony Brook resides solely within my district, there is a tenuous relationship between the university and the community at best. I've had many conversations with Dr. McGinnis and her staff about exploring and opening up more of the campus to the community and making a more open community, I guess, between them. So has there been any engagement with the communities?
My understanding is this is really the start of a process to potentially explore the possible development of housing. There's certainly been conversations with the community about the need for additional housing, including for faculty and staff.
Well, I believe, quite frankly, I believe if it was faculty and staff, that wouldn't be an issue. But is there any restrictions on who could be coming?
At this point, this is early days of the project and just the beginning of a conversation about the nature of the project. But the governor wanted, I think, to highlight both campuses as places where there's the potential for housing.
And I can assure you that the community, at least in Stony Brook, does not want to add more housing, specifically, at least in rentals. I mean, they get upset already by the amount of Stony Brook students that fill out into the neighborhood. Some of it's not necessarily, logical, but there's still a lot of community outcry over it. But just, I don't have a whole lot of time left. Has there been any discussion on, I know it's early discussions, on what potential security costs could be with, renting out part of this, the facility to tenants, and what would be addressed to keep students safe?
Look, as I mentioned earlier, student safety is a top priority for us. This is a very early stage conversation, but that's certainly an issue that we'll want to address as either of these projects moves forward.
Okay, thank you.
Chen.
Thank you, Chair. It's Chu. Don't worry. Morning, Chancellors. Don't worry. Morning, Chancellors. With my limited time, I need to straight in for SUNY Downstate. Chancellor King, would you be able to help us understand the impact up to 20% of the staffing rearrangement? I need to humanize this. 20%, 10%, it's a number. What position, what job title we're talking about, those positions they are facing to lose their years of building in pension, and they are foreseeing to find jobs somewhere else. Could you tell us the impact? What are those job positions or titles?
The specific titles and positions will be determined over time through our conversations with faculty and staff at Downstate as well as with H&H. In some cases, it will be doctors who currently are faculty members at SUNY Downstate part of the time, and part of the time their affiliation is with SUNY Downstate. Some of those doctors at the end of this process may change their affiliation, whether that's to Kings County or to Maimonides or to another hospital. There's the potential as we share space with Kings County that there will be opportunities for shared services, and so that may result in some positions being duplicated, and so the adjustments would need to be made. We certainly have other roles at other SUNY hospitals, Stony Brook among them. We want to work with UUP. Remember, it's 10 to 20% of the UUP members at the hospital, so it's not of the total. So we're talking about somewhere on the order of 175 to 375 folks. We want to work with UUP member by member to figure out how we mitigate the disruption for folks, whether that's on benefits issues, transportation issues, relocation issues. But we want to minimize the impact, but it will be, I can say this, the impact will be much less than if we get to summer without money to continue to operate and
Thank you.
there
I
were
have
no
another
jobs.
question. I have another question, 30 seconds. Real quick. About the neighboring hospital like Maimonides, you mentioned that they are in the 85 or 70% capacity. What's the conversation? Are they able to absorb on the patient side the potential increase of patient about their ER volume? Are they able to adjust, or the certified bed?
Yeah, so we're in conversation with Kings County and Maimonides about which services, the bulk of the inpatient services would go to the dedicated downstate space co-located with Kings County. But the exact impact on Maimonides will be determined in the coming weeks, but they already partner with us very closely. Many of our doctors work there as well as at downstate.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you very much, Chancellors. Thank you for coming. I'm going to roll through things for Chancellor King, and we'll be succinct if we can. So, do we inventory of buildings that are fallow on SUNY state operating or all SUNY campuses? Do we have a handle on that? Do we know what that is right now of non-performing assets? Do we know what the burden is to the individuals by campus? Do we know also electrification? Is that included in our SUNY campuses, including that in their long-range plans? And is that part of the $10 billion deficit? Is there any idea of taking over some of these fallow structures so SUNY campuses can focus on their mission, which is educating students, educating young adults, and not necessarily worrying about empty structures? And so I'm going to cover a lot here. So I have, as you know, 5 colleges, higher education, right, between private and SUNY. And in St. Lawrence County, Potsdam, we have both a college that's on the brink, and we have potential for prison closure, right? So the SUNY system in St. Lawrence County represents about 1,500 jobs, right? $93 million in payroll. Prisons represent 300 jobs, $25 million in payroll. I've got a community that sits here with tremendous uncertainty because of prison closures and the uncertainty of college campuses. So are we committed to making sure that these college campuses do not fail? And then community colleges, third, and a third. My colleague mentioned it earlier. The state is at $428 million funding. Students are at $580 million, and counties are at $525. Is there a plan to bring that into a third, and third? Thank you.
Thanks for those questions, and thanks for joining me on some of the campus visits. On the first point around buildings, we should have a follow-up meeting, and we can talk through our kind of inventory. There are certainly campuses like a Potsdam where there are buildings that, given the reduced enrollment, they're just not in use. And I think the challenge for those campuses, as you described, is they're spending money to heat them, to preserve them, but there's no students inside. And so we've really got to tackle that. And so I'd love to work with you on that. In terms of our plans for electrification, look, we want to get towards net zero and help the state accomplish its goals. We have 40% of the state's public buildings. It will take investment over time. That is not factored in. The deficit I was describing over a 10-year period is really just about operating costs. But there is that capital need. On Potsdam, we are committed to Potsdam's long-term success, and the plan in place there is designed to ensure its long-term success.
Thank you to the Senate.
Senator Tom O'Mara Ranker.
Good morning. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I just want to follow up on that question because I don't think we got a direct answer on the community colleges and the support of a third. It's my understanding that the state share of their third is currently close to $100 million less than what the counties are contributing toward community colleges. Can you address that?
Yeah, this is exactly the reason for the proposal from the community college presidents for $97 million increase in operating support, focus on workforce development because that's an area for growth. At the same time, I think one has to balance that with the reality that the community college funding floor is providing an additional $85 million that wouldn't be there if you ran the formula just based on enrollment. So I do think the state's making an important investment with the floor that we want to make sure that's preserved and look forward to talking further about ways to move towards investing in workforce development to increase the state support.
Thank you. And I agree with you on the importance of the floor, and it's equally important for our secondary education system to have that floor, which has been taken away from them in this year's budget. So I'm glad you're getting it, and we're going to work like hell to make sure that our secondary education gets that as well. On workforce development, and I'm a strong proponent of that, and I applaud the efforts of CUNY and SUNY and the community colleges in their efforts in that. What progress is being made? You know, we have an ever-changing workforce needs, so curriculum and programs are always changing. And, you know, I know government moves slow. Academia moves even slower. What is going on to maybe streamline the process of getting programs approved so that when they're needed, we can get these students right in the pipeline?
Yeah, we have significantly accelerated the program approval process at SUNY just over the year that I have been here. I'd also say we are growing micro-credentials, which you mentioned earlier, very quickly. I think we're at 600 micro-credentials now. We have about 280 programs, largely micro-credential programs that are going to be eligible for the TAP for non-credit workforce development programs across more than 30 campuses. So we've got a lot of momentum on the workforce development side, green jobs, semiconductor industry, nursing and allied health. And I think our campuses would say they would love more resources to try to grow those more quickly. For example, last year, the simulation bill allowed 30% of nursing hours to be done through simulation. But now we have to invest in simulation labs, training of staff, the lifelike mannequins that are used in those simulation labs. And so resources to support those things would help us fulfill our workforce development mission.
Can I add two things on the CUNY side?
Yeah.
Quickly. A, we, for example, to your point, we've been doing market analysis to be able to determine any new programs that come on board, right? So we have data about what the markets need, particularly on the online space, because we don't want to have duplication and we want to have programs that are in high demand. And we began a program with our community colleges of looking at our applied associate's degrees, right? Which are the ones that you're supposed to have 2 years and not transfer, so that they have deeper partnerships with industry, a lot more embedded apprenticeships, right? So we take a look. So what we're saying, this 2-year program will lead to a job that we can follow up with data and partnerships.
Thank you for that, and I agree with that. On financial support for students in these micro-credential programs or other workforce-type programs that aren't degrees ending. And certainly, I agree with you. We want to encourage students to move on beyond that certificate to get that degree. Certainly better for them in the long run. And I understand there's some efforts going on federally right now to get some Pell Grant availability to these programs. is there room for us in New York where we should be expanding our financial assistance for those types of programs that aren't degree programs?
Absolutely. I mean, the TAP for non-credit workforce programs is a great first step. That's something we'd love to grow over time. And we'd love to be able to provide more assistance to those students as they move into degree programs. One of the things we're doing with that initiative is saying the work that is being done in that non-credit program, if they come into a degree program, will count for credits and get them started on their path to a degree. I'm very hopeful about the federal short-term Pell. Has bipartisan support. I'm hopeful that we see that soon.
Thank you.
We go to Assemblyman Egas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome back. A lot has already been covered, but there's a few things that I want to say. The first thing I want to say is I think you two are doing a great job. The buildings did not start falling apart just this last year. Okay, the debt you inherited when you came into this position are the things that we are all talking about now. So we need to understand that that's the truth. It was mentioned just recently, because I was going to disagree with one of my colleagues, we are not fulfilling our obligation as a state with the 1/3 funding. We are absolutely not. And I will not be pleased and satisfied until the state picks up all the costs. That's what I would be looking for. I want to thank you for keeping the tuition rates flat. That certainly is a big thing. However, as we know, the fees have gone up. And what I would like you, and I know you took care of the fees for the graduate students, thank you for that. But what I'd like you to remember is that the fees are very onerous, especially for the high need areas. When you're talking about science, the sciences, you're talking about nursing and so on like that. So, those are the people that are affected by it. And I know that there's no answer for it unless we give you a huge influx of money, but we need to keep that in mind. Workforce development was just mentioned. I am for all workforce development revenue going into our community colleges especially, because you have the accounting system that can tell us whether our goals are met with that money and if we are achieving those and what the real progress is. So that's why, and we're not hearing that. At least I'm not at this point and all. And then the last thing that I'd like to ask of you is, it was mentioned and it's been talked about affordable housing, and you said that there was a list and so on like that. If that list could be sent to the chairs, who could distribute it to us so that we would know whether some of our campuses are going to be affected by that or not. So there's not really a question there, just a couple of statements.
We'll follow up on the housing point and really appreciate your support on the workforce development funding at community colleges.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Senate. Oh, I'm sorry.
He has time left if you wanted to also.
No, I mean, all I wanted to say, because it's a theme that's come up in a couple of the commentaries about enrollment in community colleges, I think that not having a standard method of supporting early colleges in terms of a funding formula for students to be able to do that, it's one thing in the state that we need to look at, because if we had a sustainable path for that, the main beneficiaries of that enrollment and those funds would be the community colleges. So I think that's another thing that we need to put into the mix as we think about funding and about the pipeline from K-12 to our campuses.
I think I am the last senator, except for Senator Stavisky's second round. I want to just follow up on Assemblymember Gray's point. So for years, I've often said we would do much better off investing our money in colleges than prisons, because some might drop out, but you have a much less recidivism rate when you have a higher education and more opportunity. Do either of your universities track how many students actually do have criminal histories? And is there any way to see whether, in fact, I'm right, college actually is a very effective model for helping people avoid lives of crime?
I don't know that we track it that way. I will say that SUNY is the largest provider of higher education in prisons in New York State. And those programs, I'd love for you to join me at one of those graduations. They are changing people's lives. And for so many of the students, when I was in the Obama administration and we launched Second Chance Pell to allow Pell Grants to be used for folks who are incarcerated, we called it the Second Chance Pell Program. to emphasize the second chances, but when you talk to the folks, they often didn't have a first chance. And they will describe how the educational experience they are having while in prison is the first time they've had a real relationship with a faculty member where they've felt fully engaged intellectually. And the recidivism rate for folks who get higher education while in prison is dramatically lower. And so we need to do more of that. The restoration of TAP for incarcerated students was a very helpful step. And now with Pell Restoration, I think we have the chance to even grow our programs further.
And CUNY?
I don't know that I will go check, do we track it in the way that you describe? One of the great things to be in higher ed is that if we have a question we want answered, we have great faculty that can figure out a way in which we can give you a response to the question that you're addressing about that return on investment, right? That you point. So thank you for that very thoughtful question. And I just want to echo that on our end too, and particularly I think at CUNY is the John Jay College of Criminal Justice that's taken the lead to be working more closely with programs in the prison system. So happy to report and give you some information about that, but also happy to put some of the great minds that we have on both our campuses to get a sense of the question you're asking.
Thank you. So for the SUNY Chancellor, obviously both houses of the legislature are very concerned about the SUNY downstate storyline. And I know that I had asked the mayor's people when they were up what their understanding of this was and the impact on an H&H hospital or other hospitals in Brooklyn, or even what I felt is the lack of regional planning for hospital care in the entire city of New York. I think what this legislature needs to see are actually memorandums of understanding between what is expected of the H&H system as part of this deal, so we actually can see this is what has been committed, this is what we can hold people accountable for. My staff responded to Gustavo and I after he asked some questions that we can't actually find where that capital money is in the budget. So we also think we need much more specifics about the commitment in the governor's budget of this money. I don't know if it's supposed to be coming out of SUNY capital or some other capital, but we really feel we need to understand because, we just can't operate. As you've heard, people don't feel that you've spoken enough with the community and with the people who should be at the table. But from my perspective, it's okay, like, where's the detail? Where's the confirmations? And it's not uncommon for government to create memorandums of understanding, and everybody signs it, and everybody looks at it and goes, okay, this is the deal for X number of years, and this is what's going to happen. And I think that is at minimum what the representatives, particularly from Brooklyn, need. But I'll tell you, on Manhattan, we're concerned about Brooklyn hospitals closing because it turns out in the new recent Department of Health report, in various categories, almost 50% of the people who live in Brooklyn come to Manhattan for hospital care. So if we've got Beth Israel Mount Sinai closing as the largest, most southern hospital in Manhattan, which is right on the L line, and so is a direct path for Brooklyn patients. So if that's closing, and we're trying to stop that from happening, but I don't know that we'll be successful, then that's got an impact. So it's all crossover impact. So I just feel like everybody needs to see exactly what the deals are going to be and what's the impact going to be, and be able to evaluate that in the context of the larger questions of hospital care, access to hospital care, who, what, where, why. So I would really like this, and I know again from just Manhattan, Bellevue Hospital knows that it's going to have an enormous impact if we close Mount Sinai Beth Israel, and I think they recently said that the NYU Langone and Bellevue hospitals are already overwhelmed in their ICUs and their EDs, and so it's like chess pieces on the chessboard. They all interconnect, so we're concerned about that. So every time there's a governor and they cut the opportunity programs when the legislature puts the money back, both chancellors say, we love those programs. But do you? I mean, would you ever put your own money in? Are these working, or are we all just under the illusion that they're working? And then we put the money back?
So let me tackle the downstate point. So yes, we look forward to having memorandums of agreement with health and hospitals specifying the exact inpatient service plan and likely something similar with other partner hospitals. But that's all work ahead of us based on community input. The goal that we had and the governor had was to set out a set of principles around the $300 million capital investment
Let's
and
skip
the
the SUNY
deficit.
downstate for now, because I only have
Okay.
3 minutes left.
And then on EOP,
Yeah.
yes, the programs are working. Senator Jackson is an example. The programs are working and have been for a long time. Since I've
Senator
arrived,
Jackson would be
yeah.
working no matter what. the
That's right.
storyline
That's right.
was.
But
It was
that's
such a-
fair enough.
Who's
Fair enough.
kidding who?
But he's an example of what we hope for from the EOP programs. Since I've arrived, we've been trying to grow the EOP program across SUNY, and we saw a significant increase this year. Hope to see another in the coming year. We are very supportive and are very eager to see additional resources there. And we have, over time, tried to move resources to support EOP programs and are eager to see them continue to grow.
CUNY?
Well, they're equally an important part of our campus life. We are actually undergoing a review of those programs, looking at their outcomes and how they perform over time and how they compare with some of the other programs that we have, again, to be able to maximize learning from all our programs and stretch every dollar to support more students in a systematic way. And kudos to our university provost, Wendy Hensel, who's leading that process moving forward. And we're also trying to do specific investments. We started, for example, we're going to have a summer STEM academy. We talk about not having enough women, poor, minority students taking advantage of STEM fields. These programs are exactly where those students are, and we are not being intentional about creating programs early on that are targeted for some of the areas where we want to see that larger level of representation. So that's one of the things that we're doing with those dollars. So short answer to your question is, I know the commitment from Chancellor King. I think that we embrace them. They're a key part of our ecosystem, and we keep finding different ways to leverage that funding to even get better results.
Thank you. Obviously, it won't happen today. We haven't seen financial reports on the SUNY Foundation or the CUNY Foundation in quite a while, according to staff. I would like to get them on both of those, see where the money is and what it's being spent on.
Yep.
And for some reason, SUNY and CUNY are almost the only state-funded entities where the salaries of all your staff aren't posted somewhere, or is it just posted somewhere where I'm not finding it?
Well, people have a way of finding what my salary is,
Not yours
right?
personally,
So,
but
but I'll double
everyone's.
check with my team about that, and we get back to you. And clearly, there's a way that I guess your point is about transparencies, right? So we'll take a
Yeah,
look
I
at
mean,
that,
there's
and
a
if it's
state
not,
website where you
Yep.
can look at any state agency, any village or county, school district, BOCES, everything except SUNY and CUNY. I couldn't find them on it. So I think you should be on it, but I'll take it in any format.
So the phenomenal people that know more about these things than I do tell me that in our case it's there. So we make sure that you get the link.
Yeah, we'll follow up with you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you very much, Assembly.
We go to Assemblywoman Simon.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. So first directed to CUNY, micro-credentials are increasingly attractive to students and address workforce shortages. And you have like the world's most creative programming guy in the, President Hotzler at City Tech. And so I just want to encourage CUNY to expand what it is they're doing and work closely with that. the CUNY Reading Corps, which helps lay the foundation for kids reading and provides field experience to our education students. I would really love to see that expand. I'd love to see that get marketed more. It really is part of the wave of the future, and I thank you both for your engagement with Science of Reading and moving New York forward on that regard. SUNY, I have obviously downstate is the issue of the day. So there are two major concerns that I've sort of heard from folks. One is that in your effort to preserve the Health Sciences Center, we really hear that operating a largely ambulatory care facility without an inpatient hospital is a recipe for disaster. I think you really need to look carefully at that and address that issue. There's a real emphasis on maternal and infant mortality, and Downstate has the only level 4 NICU in the entire borough, and as you know, there's 2.6 million people in Brooklyn. This is critical for the moms throughout Brooklyn, particularly moms of color. And then obviously the community engagement and impacts on the community's health, which I think really needs to be assessed through a really robust public engagement process. And I think we all stand ready to help facilitate that, to figure out what is that path forward. You have a real problem, you need to do something. What we do and how we do it, I think, is critical to its success. And then just to both of you, if I could just encourage everybody to support more money in the budget for disability accommodations for your students. Thank you.
So let me.
Yeah, please.
We make it easy for all the elected officials to know what our key asks are. It's called the goal sheet. If you don't have one, make sure you get one by the end of the session, and you will see, as Assemblywoman Simon, that one of our top priorities is increased resources for students with disabilities in terms of the training, staffing, the technology, all the support and adaptive services that they're needed. We've been making a very comprehensive attempt at addressing this in ways that was not done before. New faculty are getting orientation about this. We train all the staff in our centers, so we're making a big push to get state-of-the-art support in that arena. We need additional support, and we've asking for 4.7 in addition to do that.
Thank you.
Quickly, I'll just say all inpatient services will continue, and outpatient services will be expanded.
Thank you.
Senate.
Thank you. Chair Toby Stavisky. There we go. First, Chancellor Matos Rodriguez. Senator Chu has hers. We study these. And Chancellor King, I thank you for your comments about the non-traditional TAP for the non-degree granting programs. I think that's extremely important. And thank you for mentioning my legislation for the simulation. Hopefully, the State Education Department has issued the rules and regulations and are reviewing the programs at the various nursing schools in the state. Let me just ask a couple of questions I did not have a chance to ask. We allowed both SUNY and CUNY last year to increase tuition for out-of-state students. Has that affected enrollment at either of your institutions? First, Chancellor King, I guess, has the larger campuses, has more campuses.
Yeah, enrollment is up and across the board and in every sector. I'll check on and get back to you on the number of out-of-state students and how that compares to last year.
Yeah, thank you. And the same with...
We did not raise tuition for out-of-state students, so I can get you the data. We're looking at that issue year to year, but I can get you the information.
Thank you. No, it was an option, a local option, so to speak. Second question on the community colleges. Can you tell us the effect of changing the base year for calculating the floor? Will that have any kind of effect on the amount you receive? Chancellor
Matos, Rodriguez, or King? Or both?
I mean, we're here trying to, I mean, I guess, depends on what year you select, right, in terms of the formula.
Well, the governor selected one. Would you suggest changing it to make it more?
I'll get back to you on what the implications would be of changing the year. I do know that the floor for this year preserves $85 million that would otherwise be lost.
It provides incredible stability at a time when we're still, I mean, enrollment is beginning to pick up, but I think that we want to make sure that if we're going to pivot in terms of the way that we're funding things, that we do it at a time when we feel that there's the largest level of stability possible.
Yeah, and real quick, I know you don't have the answer, but I had legislation signed last year by the governor requiring campuses to report hate crimes. And if you would check your websites, I would appreciate it. The CUNY one was a little confusing.
Okay. You mean the central office one or one of the campuses one?
It should be by campus.
Yes.
I found it was really CUNY-wide.
Okay, we'll look into that, but we issue guidance right after the
I know
law
the
came out.
guidance. I'm talking about the actual attacks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Toby.
We go to Assemblywoman Hindman.
Good morning. It's still morning. Thank you both for being here. A lot of my questions have been asked by colleagues, and I do support the assistance of SUNY Downstate. So my question is regarding vacancies in presidential positions at all of the CUNY and SUNY campuses, and how do you attract great presidents with declining enrollment, major capital needs, and we're also dealing with a heavily politicized environment when it comes to college presidents. So for both of you, how do you attract great talent to the state of New York?
So I guess the subtext of your question is that this is a time when being a campus president doesn't seem to be an extremely rewarding proposition. And it's clearly a challenging position, but this is clearly a privilege. What we get to do to serve in these capacities is a privilege. We go to bed at 9 knowing that we transform people's lives all across the state, and that's not a gift or a privilege that everybody has.
Chancellor Matos Rodriguez, I will say that even, meeting with your staff yesterday and hearing that York College and Queens College are, financially challenged, add that onto what I asked.
And we have a bright new great leader at your college, even with some of the fiscal challenges, President Schrader, right? Someone who's a long time. Well, so it's interim. We have to do a search and do things by the book. But even her was excited about the mission and what can be done at York. We have, with your support and some of the measures that we're taking, we have a path forward to stabilizing the financial side of what we have to do in the university to provide the great experience that the students should have. And the presidents are a key part of that leadership. And I tell you that the mission of CUNY attracts individuals that want to be part of working on behalf of those goals.
If you could get me how many vacancies, thank you, Chancellor King.
We have a handful of searches that are underway now. I will say, I think the willingness of the governor and the legislature to invest stands out compared to other states. Last year's $163 million operating increase got the attention of the country because other states are going backwards on public higher ed. New York's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, the fact that we aren't sliding backwards the way Florida or Texas is, that has people's attention. So we've had very strong pools. Give you an example, our new SUNY Poly president was the provost at Worcester Polytechnic, one of the country's leading polytechnic institutions. Before that, ran a center at Princeton. It was great to have him come. We're excited about his leadership there. And so we're seeing a good response to our searches. We'll get you a list of the current searches.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more senator questions, so we're going to go through the assembly members and with questions. Let me just alert that we're going to start with Assemblywoman Wallace, then Assemblywoman Forrest, then Assemblywoman McMahon, and then myself, and then Assemblywoman Fay for seconds. So somehow the women are at the end of the list today.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for your testimony today. First, I just want to thank you for your comments about community colleges being vital workforce development tools. We recognize that and agree with the comments that have already been made that we need to do more to invest and stabilize our community colleges. I know Chancellor King, you and I had a private conversation about streamlining the certification process, being able to get those certifications more quickly and kind of cut through the red tape so that we can attract students, make them more nimble, and then create scaffolding programs, scaffolding the non-degree with the degree. And as we're thinking about how to do that, I would encourage you to think about creative ways to give credit for life experiences. For example, I have a bill about veterans service, a bill about EMS and firefighter service. There are great experiences that they bring, and then kind of draw those people into getting certifications that will get them farther along in life. Likewise, when you talk about, whether somebody is a plumber, they want to run a business, things like that, they need business skills, they might need marketing skills. So, so that, I would encourage you to think creatively about that, and I would love to work with you on that. With regard, the other thing I wanted to touch on is the Distressed Campus Fund and sort of where we are with those campuses. As you know, every state dollar that's invested in SUNY leverages at least $5 in a return on investment. In Western New York alone, SUNY campuses pump about $3.7 billion into our regional economy, and that's the entire Western New York region, not just the Buffalo area. They're a magnet for attracting people to move to a region. I'm a good example. I grew up in Long Island. I now live and represent Buffalo and raised my family there, right? So they are a magnet for attracting people to different areas of the state. And we know that SUNY students stay in the state and they work in the state. And that's why it's so critically important to invest in our SUNY system. And so that's why this legislature allocated money for the Distressed Campus Fund. And I was disappointed to see that not all of the money went to the schools that were most, it didn't seem to be allocated to the schools that were most in dire financial need. Some of the money went to schools that maybe didn't need it as much. So I guess my question is, how much of that remains? And, we did have a provision in last year's budget saying that the schools, to your point earlier, you need to sort of think about how to right-size themselves and to increase enrollment. But we didn't give them the chance to do that before we did some of these cuts. So I urge you to think about refraining from any further cuts to these campuses until we give those schools an opportunity to come up with those plans. And I guess I spoke too long.
So I think, you'll be sending us some information that we'll be able to share with all of our colleagues here. Next, Assemblywoman Forrest.
Thank you both chancellors for being here. My first question is to Chancellor King. In March 2020, the previous governor declared Downstate a COVID-only hospital, forcing them to suspend all revenue-raising services, leading to a deficit of $160 million. Has the state done anything to address that debt? And as chancellor, have you sought federal funding or other funding streams to support downstate?
So, look,
Again, has the state given you assistance for that $160 million?
There, as I mentioned earlier, two things. One is I want to express my personal gratitude and the system's gratitude for what folks at Downstate did during the COVID era. I will say, last year we asked for. I don't know what money was given in 2020. I can get back to you on that. But I started last January, and one of the first things you'll recall that I did was to talk with many of the Brooklyn delegation members about the needs at Downstate and the impending deficit.
Have you sought out federal funding and other funding streams to support SUNY? Have you put in applications to the feds for help?
SUNY Downstate gets now significant federal dollars
How much?
focused on research. I can get you the precise
No
number.
problem. Please send it to the chair.
challenge is The needs are for operating support
Right.
and for long-term capital support. And we need the state's help to address both of those in order to save the hospital, which is our goal.
And I agree with you. So, this is the first time I'm hearing that that you're actually saying save the hospital. What I heard before was a reimagining plan. Reimagining meaning an emphasis on the health education portion and not the hospital. So I have to be very frank. I have heard my colleagues' questions, and I have been disappointed by the answers to the situation at Downstate. I will tell you, as a nurse, as a patient at Downstate, as a Black mama who knows Downstate has the 1 level 4 NICU in the whole of Brooklyn. So to me, when we're talking about maternal health, when I think about my next child, I am cringing at my options in my own district and in Brooklyn that I live at. And so you keep on bringing up the hospitals surrounding. Have you followed your residents to Kings County? Have you followed your residents to Mamo? Do you know what it looks like? Because I'll tell you, as a patient, as someone who's worked there, I don't know what inch or square feet you're talking about. I'm sorry. I get very impassioned. I'm so sorry.
Assemblywoman, thank you. We're going to move on. There may be some answers you'll be sending in regard to Assemblywoman Farrah Fawcett's questions. Assemblywoman McMahon.
Thank you, Chair Weinstein. Good morning, chancellors. Thank you so much for your testimony. It's been a really interesting discussion so far. Chancellor King, I'd like to thank you for your commitment to the university centers. I'm particularly thrilled that UB has been chosen as the host of the Empire AI Consortium. We're really excited about that. My concern is today is with the SUNY colleges, and my colleague Assemblymember Wallace went into a lot of the reasons why they're so important as economic drivers in these smaller rural communities. And I know, even representing a district outside of Buffalo, I have constituents who work at Fredonia, who commute down there to teach. And you went into a lot of detail about Potsdam, but I'm kind of wondering about Fredonia and some of these other colleges. Thank you for your commitment to keeping them all open and viable, but what is the situation with Fredonia, for instance? Is it similar to Potsdam, the enrollment drop, the vacant buildings? Or my question really is, if we're going to be cutting programs, can we really expect these places to rebound in enrollment when we're limiting student options? So I'm wondering kind of particularly about Fredonia, but the colleges in general.
Yeah, I mean, Fredonia is a good example of where really at all of our campuses, we have to continuously look at the mix of program offerings and make sure we're responding to student demand. That means sometimes there are programs that don't have students enrolled in them that we need to reevaluate, and there are places where we could grow. So it's true, Fredonia is making adjustments to programs that have very little enrollment, but they are also growing programs where there's demand. And so they got last year, I believe, a 25% increase in state support. So a lot of additional state dollars, but it doesn't change that they need to continue to adjust their programs to match where there is student interest. They've lost over a 10-year period more than 40% of their enrollment. We think they can be sustainable at the size they are now, and there are some opportunities to grow, and that's why they're adding programs in some areas where there's real student demand and need in the region. So I'm very hopeful about the future of Fredonia based on the plan that the president and leadership team have put in place.
Do you know what the enrollment is there approximately?
I'll get you the exact number. It's
like
gone from,
Potsdam?
I think, over 5,000 to around 3,400, something like that.
So it's not quite as small as Potsdam.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
So, I guess it's for me to ask a few questions. So Chancellor King, we spoke previously about downstate. I know you grew up in Flatlands, you know, you know the neighborhood, you know that so many people from Flatlands, these Flatbush surrounding areas, work at the hospital, and also that downstate. I'm so glad it's back to be calling downstate. There was that brief Brooklyn Science Center. None of us knew what that really was. So there really seems to be a disconnect between the talking about community involvement and community plan, and then just listening both here and other places to my colleagues concerned, the employees' concerns about not being involved, not knowing what the direction is. I echo some of the concerns Senator Krueger raised, and not knowing what Health and Hospitals agreement would be with downstate, whether this new downstate hospital would be wing at county would be sharing an emergency room, have its own access. There's just a lot of detail that we don't know. Maybe it's okay, but right now all we have are questions and concerns. As my colleague Assemblywoman Forrest mentioned, all of us are concerned, not only just in Brooklyn, but throughout the state, with maternal health, and particularly maternal health of Black women. And Central Brooklyn seems to be having a lot of issues, and downstate is a place that people look to. So the more detail we can get about the relationship, the planned relationship between downstate and Kings County, I think will go a long way to coming up with hopefully a joint plan by SUNY and the community. I think certainly from your part, I get the sense that you want downstate to continue as a hospital, you want the school to continue to produce students who stay in New York State, stay in Brooklyn, serve communities that are underserved. So the more that we could continue this conversation and work together, the community, the legislators, I think that we can hopefully get to a position. It is disturbing that during COVID, downstate was the COVID hospital. It saved many lives in Brooklyn, and we did not get the reimbursement back that we should have. The employees there didn't initially get those kind of extra payments that medical facilities at other hospitals had, and we lost some good people because they were poached away by other states and other systems. So to the extent we continue those conversations, that would be very positive. So there's no question there, but just the emphasis.
Very committed to that, and I think the governor and we wanted to lay out a set of principles, including the governor's willingness to make an investment that hasn't been made in decades, as a starting place for a conversation with the community to develop these details, and with staff and faculty.
So, and we look, forward to having a more drilled down discussion of where the funding is and how it's going to be spent. And then both the question to Chancellor Rodriguez and yourself, as part of the executive budget, there's a proposal to allow student data to be shared with both, for CUNY and SUNY for educational purposes, and what kind of data the systems want, and how would this data be used, and why is it needed?
Well, we know from experience how important in the work that we have done, for example, with the Department of the New York City Public Schools, to have data sharing agreements that facilitate a whole range of transactions, policy work, and activities. And that being done with all the safety, privacy guide rails, right, that are appropriate. In higher ed, folks are very mobile. They might be gone at a SUNY campus, being from the city, they then come back. So all that movement, if we had better ways to be able to share that data, we will be more nimble and better equipped at making large-scale policy decisions. So I think that is something that, with all the appropriate guardrails, is incredibly desirable.
Yeah. The only thing I would add is, even between our systems, as those students move, we want to make sure that they're able to transfer their credits, for example, that they're able to get good advising around course selection. And so things that make it easier for us, with all the privacy protections, to be able to share data will allow us to serve students better.
Great, thank you. So now we'll go to our higher ed chair for a second round of 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll try to be very brief. Just a couple of things that we did not get to. Thank you, both chancellors. Just a couple of quick comments on the EOP. I want to echo the comments, I think, of Senator Krueger, as well as the interest on the CUNY and SUNY Foundation information would be terrific. Also want to echo the comments of our ranking member on early college high schools and the tremendous importance. And I'm also just thrilled today to hear all the comments about community colleges. They are so much a part of our future, and as you yourself said, Chancellor, Micron alone is a perfect example of that. So, really appreciate as well the comments on TAP, because tap, 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 as I keep saying, it will be essential to turning around the enrollment numbers, especially on some of the micro-credentials that we also heard a lot about today. So 2 questions. The SUNY Downstate, I think what you are hearing, and I mentioned it in my previous 10 minutes, but what you are hearing is a fear and a real commitment of members, particularly on the ambulatory services. I know you're having conversations. We need to accelerate those conversations. I know that this is more in the Health Committee bucket, if you will, and we will continue to talk with our colleague, Chairwoman Paulin, on that, and have already started those conversations. So not sure if you have anything more to add there, and I want to save a minute there for AI. So if there's anything more in terms of what we need to do. I mean, the good news here is there are eyes on it, because I have heard from all that this has been decades of neglect at the SUNY Downstate Hospital. So I guess that's the good news. Bad news is we want to make sure, as Chair Weinstein just mentioned, we have that attention given what happened during COVID.
Yeah, look, I would just underscore our commitment to preserving the inpatient services, expanding outpatient services, and trying to improve healthcare in the community. That is where our focus is, and we want to do that in partnership.
Terrific, terrific. And again, both of you mentioned, I'm switching to AI, the artificial intelligence. Just as early investments 10, 15 years ago led to us becoming the epicenter of the country, if not the world, on the semiconductor industry. And if we hadn't had the original SUNY Poly or CSNE, we wouldn't have had Global Foundries, and I don't think we would have Micron. So it will transform at least the upstate economy, if not more. We want to do the same on AI. I'm thrilled that both SUNY and CUNY are involved in that. Oh, Chancellor, could you talk about how more of SUNY will be involved? We understand the supercomputer is going to U Buffalo. I've got my purple on for U Albany. Can you, in 8 seconds, sorry, go ahead.
U Albany's been doing a great job adding faculty in AI, and I expect U Albany, Binghamton, Stony Brook, and Buffalo all to play a major role. They're all founding members of the consortium.
Thank
for
you.
Empire
Thank you,
AI.
Chancellor, and Donna Lupardo has mentioned it as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So as Senator Krueger has said previously, we haven't finished all our questions, but we've run out of time for members to ask them. So we thank you for being here, both of you for being here, and look forward to hearing getting some feedback on some of the issues that were raised, or perhaps that you didn't have, that either of you did not have an opportunity to fully respond to.
And
Thank
we
you very much.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
We
Thank you.
appreciate you, but we also appreciate getting the responses in writing to both Ways and Means and Finance, and then we can share it with all the members.
Thank
We
you.
will, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So, I would just,
You were good, you were good.
I would just request that people who are leaving, leave quietly. If members need to have further conversations, you take those outside the hearing room. And our next witness, a former colleague, Dr. Guillermo Linares, the president of the New York State Higher Education Services Corporation.
Please take your conversations out to the hall so that we can start the next panel. Okay. Chancellor King and both chancellors in the hall. Assembly members can follow you if they want.
If they want. And senator.
And senators, they can all follow you.
Just a minute as some people continue to exit the room. Okay, so now you can begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Kruger, Weinstein, Stavisky, and Fahey, and my former colleagues in the Senate and Assembly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the 2024-25 Executive Budget Recommendations for HESC. I'm Dr. Guillermo Linares, President of the Higher Education Services Corporation, and I'm pleased to be joined by HESC Executive Vice President Doris Gonzalez.
Guillermo, can you just pull the mic a little closer?
Sure.
To you? Thank you.
New York continues to be at the forefront of creating opportunities for students to pursue higher education and invest in programs that ensure every student has access to a quality education. From financial aid to student support services and diversity programs, Governor Hochul is committed to helping students succeed in college and beyond. HESC, New York State Financial Aid Agency, administers more than 24 state-funded grants, scholarship, and loan forgiveness programs. During the 2022-23 academic year, these programs dispersed financial assistance to approximately 300,000 students. New York's generous investment in student financial aid, including TAP and Excelsior Scholarship, helped over 176,000 New York State residents attend SUNY and CUNY tuition-free in academic year 22-23, with 52% at SUNY state-operated campuses and 67% at CUNY senior colleges. In the same academic year, more than 65,000 students at private universities, colleges, and business schools received TAP. Governor Hochul's 2024-25 executive budget demonstrates a firm commitment to providing access to post-secondary education for all students throughout New York. The governor's budget proposal includes strategic investment in higher education programs aimed at increasing access to high-quality and affordable higher education options across the state. In the two budgets enacted under Governor Hochul, state operating funding for higher education has increased by a total of $1.07 billion, that is 17%, growing from $6.15 billion to $7.22 billion. The 2024-25 executive budget provides $967.9 million for HES financial aid programs, including $764 million for TAP. Last year, we proudly celebrated TAP's 50th anniversary. Since inception, TAP has provided nearly $30 billion to help more than 6 million New Yorkers who have pursued a college education. During the 2022-23 school year alone, TAP provided over $663 million in tuition assistance to more than 230,000 students in New York. The executive budget continues full support of the historic expansion of TAP, expanding the program guidelines to include students who were previously ineligible. Let me explain. In the 2022-23 budget, Governor Hochul expanded TAP for more students who were unable to attend college full-time. The legislation removed the previous requirement that students had to be enrolled full-time for 2 years before switching to part-time to be eligible for TAP. Now, any students attending SUNY, CUNY, and not-for-profit independent degree-granting colleges on a part-time basis, taking a minimum of 6 credits, can benefit from TAP. Additionally, in order to help New Yorkers develop or gain new skills in advancing industries, TAP was expanded to part-time students enrolled at eligible non-degree workforce credential programs at participating SUNY and CUNY schools. Students attending non-degree programs at SUNY or CUNY community colleges in the spring of 2024 semester can access TAP. By welcoming thousands of additional students, colleges can tap into demographics and bridge gaps within their student population. This influx can help bolster enrollment figures, a critical metric for the stability and prosperity of any educational institution. In the 2022-23 academic term, TAP funding eligibility for incarcerated individuals was restored. This benefit, denied to this community of students since 1995, now offers them an opportunity to access TAP for their post-secondary education and enables them to expand their employment prospect and future success upon release. The free application for federal student aid, FAFSA, is the gateway for students to determine their eligibility for federal financial assistance, which encompasses grants, educational loans, and work-study programs. It is also a prerequisite for many New York State financial aid programs. For New York State, encouraging high school seniors to complete their FAFSA forms, the FAFSA forms is not only an educational priority, but a significant financial one. In 2022, almost 50% of high school seniors in New York did not complete their FAFSA, missing their chance to attain crucial funding. This lack of FAFSA completion has resulted in a staggering $200 million in Pell Grants left on the table. Pell Grants, designed to assist low-income college students, can play a pivotal role in a family's ability to afford post-secondary education. Without completing the FAFSA, students forfeit valuable opportunities to receive a Pell Grant or other federal and New York State financial aid, a loss for the students and a missed opportunity for communities that could benefit from a more educated workforce. The 2024-25 executive budget requires school districts ensure that every high school senior or the parent certifies to having completed the FAFSA or the New York State DREAM Act, or in the alternative signs a waiver form indicating that they are aware of but choose not to fill out the FAFSA. It is important to note, and I want to highlight this, that completing the FAFSA is not a graduation requirement, and all individual students will still be able to graduate regardless of whether they complete the FAFSA. Financial support can only be reached to those who apply for it. To that end, HESC has embarked in a comprehensive outreach campaign, New York FAFSA Ready, to educate students and to assist students with completing the FAFSA and TAP applications. This initiative includes events to assist students with completing the FAFSA and the TAP application, social media campaigns to ensure students and their families are aware of the benefits of completing the FAFSA, and the creation of a one-stop hub where students, parents, and counselors can provide valuable information. Already this academic year, HES has conducted 54 events, and we have another 28 virtual events scheduled through March and plan to continue to add more in the coming months. We encourage students and parents to visit the hesc.ny.gov website and go to sign up and get text messages so that they can be notified about upcoming informational sessions. HESC has also undergone changes in our mission, which we are very proud about. In December 2021, HESC terminated its role with the U.S. Department of Education as a guarantee agency administering the Federal Family Education Loan Program, FELP, on behalf of New York State. The Trellis Company was designated as a successor, and in May 2023, the portfolio was transferred to Trellis without adverse impact on borrowers. With this transition, we can now focus our resources fully on supporting New Yorkers in their pursuit of state financial aid awards to fund their college education. We are in the process of updating our website and have embarked on fully modernizing our financial aid system so students can easily find information they need and seamlessly apply for grants and scholarships. In closing, under Governor Hochul's leadership, New York State has shown its resolute commitment to expanding access to higher education, higher quality, affordable higher education for every student in New York who desires it. This critical investment in higher education program will go a long way in making post-secondary education achievable for every student who dreams of obtaining a college degree in New York State. I thank Governor Hochul for ensuring students receive the support they deserve, and State Operation Director Catherine Garcia, Deputy Secretary of Education Maria Fernandez, and New York State Budget Director Blake Washington for their continued support and collaboration. Thank you, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Our first questioner will be Pat Fahey, 10 minutes, Education Chair, Assembly.
Thank you, Chair, and wonderful to see you. Thank you for the testimony today. I have a few questions, and I want to start by, President Linares, I want to start by saying thank you for the help from you and your team with pulling together a number of estimates and information as we have launched a TAP campaign, as you know, Turn on the Tap, to really begin to turn around the numbers, a number of which you just referenced. And I'm going to start with a question on that. I have a number of questions, but I think it is important that TAP in before 2011, in its first almost 40 years, TAP followed tuition. So the cost of SUNY or CUNY tuition was essentially covered by TAP for those who qualified. And in its first 25 years or more, it did serve not only low-income families, but essentially was serving middle-income families. But as you know, for 25 years now, the income threshold in which families qualify has not increased since from beyond the $80,000 where people tap out, or families tap out, if you will. So we definitely want to work to see how we can recouple that. And as you know, we have circulated an entire package. Many members sitting here have proposals on that. So if I can start with the question this year, my understanding, if we had just tied where TAP would be from about 2011 or so, we would be spending almost $1.3 billion on it. Instead, I understand the executive budget is requesting yet another decrease in that of 132 million, which brings the program fund request at 764 million. Can you explain the decrease to us? Is that all tied to enrollment, which you also just mentioned FAFSA? We are just thrilled to see the governor include the near mandate, if you will, to really accelerate the use of FAFSA. So I know we're all working together to do that. But what is this cut tied to, President Guillermo?
Well, I would respond by saying that we look very closely at the projection in terms of enrollment that we anticipate for the next fiscal year. And the revenues that have been designated, we're confident will allow us to cover the enrollment that we will be having. So we believe that we're maintaining ourselves whole with that at this point, given the projections that we have for that coming year.
If I can further ask a little bit more on that, the projections, we just heard both chancellors before us. We plan to hear from CICU later today. At least both SUNY and CUNY chancellors talked about the enrollment increases. While slight, we did see that bump up, and we're very proud of that because we had record investments in operating dollars last year due to the work of many folks here, including myself. So I understand it was the first significant increase since 2007. Are you still saying, even with those enrollment increases, we're still going to see a decrease in TAP take-up rates?
In the early conversations we've had with the Division of Budget, we feel confident that we're going to be able to fulfill the commitment of providing the tuition to all of the students that will be enrolling for next year.
Okay, all right. As you know, many of us are really working to turn that around, and you heard a lot of questions on that, micro-credentials, raising the income floor. There's a whole host, one bill alone, Assemblywoman Clark, and I think there's another, and Senator Stavisky have legislation just to raise that income threshold. Your estimates, which again were very helpful, would say as many as 25,000 additional students might benefit by that. So we are quite determined to try to address the needs of students and families. 80,000 was a big number in 2011 or earlier. It's certainly not serving the number of families we need to. So we do want to work with you on that. Can I switch to another issue, again, where we have lots of legislation, including my own, is to better serve independent students. Right now, TAP has been really known for serving dependent students. We have legislation to increase the threshold for independent students because primarily if they make more than $10,000 per year, which is a extraordinarily low threshold, they are out of luck. As it is, I know there was a 3-year error on the TAP independent students where they were treated like dependent students. Have we addressed that error at this time, and are you confident that we won't see that again? And can you talk about the impact on the schools themselves?
Yes. First of all, the issue of overpayment that once we discover it as an issue, we address it and looked at it very seriously. We immediately follow up with ITS to really look into what happened and realize that there were limitations in terms of the outdated system that we use, which is antiquated, decades in existence. We proceeded to establish more rigorous oversight or more rigorous steps to make sure that we address the issue and it would not happen again. We proceeded immediately to examine internally how this had happened and undetected for quite some time. And it goes back to 21 when there was a budgetary change done to TAP, where it really looked at how TAP was dispersed to independent, to the low amount and highest amount given to on TAP.
Okay.
And that change trigger changes from 11 schedules to 5. And when that was done, it was not captured. And that's where the mistake was, from independent to dependent students. And that has been addressed. We've informed all the colleges and universities impacted, both public and private. We have taken steps to really address the quality control. And we are modernizing now the entire system.
Yes, I appreciate that you're
Yes.
modernizing that. And again, I want to echo, and we've had many conversations on this, make sure the students are held harmless, as well as the individual universities and colleges, so that they are not penalized for something the students were not aware of until this year. But we appreciate your frankness and bringing this to our attention, and glad we are modernizing the system. Last question on this, and that is, with regard to TAP, I know students have been inundated. We know FAFSA itself, the feds are updating that, and I've heard that that's going to need a lot of work, lots of confusion out there. And as somebody who struggles with these federal and state forms, I'm sympathetic. The TAP application, I understand the length of time can take as long as 60 days to receive a determination on a TAP application. Can you address that and tell us what we can do or what you're doing to expedite that, especially given the problems with the new federal FAFSA form?
Well, the FAFSA, as we know, came in late.
Yes.
At the end of the year, but we didn't wait for that. We, in October, began the process of having students apply, and to date, we have over 80,000 students who have already applied, and already now are in the process. They've been all notified that they must fill out the FAFSA so far. So we are waiting for FAFSA and the federal government to be able to share the information they have in order
Let
for
us
us
know.
to proceed with the students that have already applied.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And let us know how we can help to accelerate that, because the students causing a lot of anxiety among the students. And again, the bottom line is, I appreciate your help on a whole host of TAP bills that are out there. Our goal is to turn these numbers around. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next chair, Toby Stavisky from the Senate.
I always push hard on everything, including microphones, I guess. Dr. Linares, thank you. Great to see you again.
Same here.
And I appreciate the work that you're doing at HESC. And I'm glad that the subject of the independent student has come up, because can you imagine in 2024 living on $10,000 a year? That's not below the poverty line, it's way under every other concept of society. At any rate, the issue of the independent student and the overpayments to the students. I understand that HESC is sending out notices of repayment to these students, to students to repay the overpayment that they received. Is that correct?
No, let me clarify. Statutorily, HESC is required to submit invoices to the institutions, to the colleges. This is part of the regular operating function of HESC, with all the programs it has, in this particular case, TAP. So the colleges will be receiving notification on a regular basis as they do every year, not the students.
And it's my understanding that both SUNY and CUNY are going to absorb the cost of the overpayment to the students?
There have been appropriations done within their operations to help address this with the colleges.
What about the students who do not attend a public institution? For example, and I don't mean to spring this on you, however, I was looking at the list, and there were 14 students at the College of St. Rose, and the college is being billed the $23,000 and change cost of the overpayment of the independent TAP.
We are very sensitive to all students, students in public and private university, and it is certainly a hope the students will be held harmless. As I said, the invoices will be sent to all colleges. It is a requirement that we, by law, have to proceed with. We've been having discussions to see how this can be addressed. It is hopeful at our end. We hope that this can be addressed with the institutions in addressing this matter.
I certainly hope so, because many of these students, some of their opportunity program money has been cut. There are other economic and social challenges that many students have. Many of the colleges are financially stressed, and particularly an institution like the College of St. Rose, they must have a long list of people to whom they owe money. I think it's almost unfair. And to bill them back to 2021, when the fiscal year is over, the fiscal year 2023 is finished, and yet we're going to bill them for previous years. I think we've got to find a better way, and perhaps the statute should be changed. A couple of other questions, because I must tell you, I appreciate those Zoom meetings that we've had concerning the independent TAP, but I don't think we can close our legislative books on this issue. The Pell Grants and the TAP for the incarcerated, can you tell us how that is proceeding?
Sure.
I must tell you, it was said earlier, I think it's a great program. It's a lot cheaper than incarcerating people, having them to go out to society, get a job, contribute to the economy, and so on.
We learned a lot when we implemented the DREAM Act as we roll out the initiative as it was restored for the populations in prison accessing higher education. And we work closely with the consortium of higher education in prisons who helped roll out the program for us with paper application, because students have they have no access to the internet. So we did that successfully. And I'm happy to say that 661 applicants submitted, and 453 receive TAP applications or reimbursement for their education at about $5 million.
Lastly, let me just ask you a question about your agency, HESC. I took a look at some of your meetings. You have an unusually large board. you did have a meeting in December of 2023, and it lasted a little over an hour. But prior to that, the last meeting that was held in 2019. That's a 4-year gap. And that meeting lasted 17 minutes. Do you think that we ought to take a look at the structure of HESC to make it, to update it?
We are, as we speak, looking into the functions of the Board of Trustees, mindful that it was established when HESC was founded in the mid-'70s. So taking a harder look at it now makes sense. But we had the pandemic. The last time we met was to address the DREAM Act, which was an important meeting. In fact, they had to be virtual because we were already approaching the pandemic. But we were pleased to see that the Senate approved 2 new members to the Board of Trustees, giving us a quorum, and that allowed us for the meeting that you referred to. And we were able, we met then in December 7th to approve the regs for the non-degree students. And we have our next meeting scheduled for May 15 of this year.
Yes, but I think that changes the same way as we think the entire TAP structure ought to be modernized. And I want to echo very briefly what was said a few minutes ago, that we've got to take another look at TAP because, and my bill, which increased the income eligibility from the 80,000 to 110,000, I think maybe we ought to raise it even higher to include other programs as well. And that hasn't changed in 25 years or so. Yes. And while we're celebrating the 50th anniversary, it seems to me that we ought to review what's happened and build on the better parts and get rid of the anachronistic parts. So again, thank you, Dr. Linares,
Thank
for
you.
what you're doing.
Thank you. Next is Assemblymember Rob Ranker. Is that correct? Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Always good to see a former colleague come back before us. One of the programs I know I've asked you about in previous years, and you've been able to follow up with some information, so I'm going to ask if you could do that again. It's the Child Welfare Workers Incentive Scholarship and the Child Welfare Worker Loan Forgiveness Programs. This budget funds them at $50,000 each, which is the same as in the years past. And wondering if you have any data with you regarding how many people are applying for these programs and how many have been awarded. I think the last one I had was from 2 years ago in terms of that information.
I'm going to ask my Executive Vice President to add, and thank you for the question.
Yes, I will get back to you. I'd rather get back to you with more specific information. So if I may, I would be happy to follow up with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
That'd be great. Just the small amounts really, it enables only 5 students to be awarded them each year, and I think given the workforce recruitment and retention issues we've had within that sector, expanding that opportunity might be very helpful. To getting
And
people
if I
into
may
those
just
fields.
add,
Yes.
one thing that we're doing as we are shifting the mission of our agency to be more focused on making aware all New Yorkers of the offerings that we have, all 28 scholarship grants and loan forgiveness program, that we engage aggressively in an awareness for them to be able to apply for every single program that we have. And that's, we're excited about that.
With regard to the Excelsior Scholarship and the enhanced tuition awards. We're obviously many years now into this. I know the Excelsior Scholarship is supposed to be funded at $136 million, which is almost $26 million less than last year. So is that a function of enrollment? Do we expect the same number of scholarships to be awarded to students this year?
Well, for 2022-23 academic year, we have close to 29,000 students receiving Excelsior scholarship. Needless to say, this has been a very successful programs. It emphasizes on completing college in 4 years, which reduce the risk of having to graduate with a debt, but more importantly, it gets you into the job market quicker. So it's been very successful with regards to the enhanced tuition. We have 1,808, if I'm correct, students that are receiving the benefiting from the program. I must say that it has reduced the number from the time we started the program, which was in concert with Excelsior, from 38 participating colleges to today now 24, I believe we have. We believe the program has now generated $2.5 million, which are matched by colleges by 2.5, so it's $5 million. We believe that it has reduced mainly because the funds need to be matched by the participating institutions. However, it is still going. We feel that it's successful for those students that are in private universities.
If I may add also, it's that they need not just to match up to 3,000, but they also have to freeze the tuition rates, right? Based on the first year that they are eligible to receive that award for as long as they're eligible to receive that award. So that's also a consideration for the colleges.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Robert Jackson.
Thank you. So, Dr. Linares, thank you for your service and your team. I was just listening to you give your presentation and questions and responses, and it seems like things are going well in your shop compared to the previous panel with respect to all of the money and downstate on a cliff, people ready to fall off the cliff as a result of, years of dysfunctional and not enough support for capital and so forth and so on. So I'm happy to hear that. I'm going to go to your website and look at all of the things that are needed for our children to get more of the scholarships and all of the things that you have to offer. That's needed to get out the information to everyone. But I'm curious, and I said to myself, when you determine how many people are not filling out the FAFSA form, and I guess I ask you, do you do a survey of why they're not filling it out at every level? And I know you can't do it at your shop, but at every school, we should be encouraging that, and if not, finding out why, so then we can then deal with the critical issue of why they're not filling it out. Because what's at stake? How much money? 200 million. So that's what I recommend if that has not been done. But it's important that we give all of the students the opportunity to get involved in all of the programs that you have to offer. So we put out a weekly update every week, and I'm going to go to your website, have my staff to look at all of the programs, so we can at least get it out there to the people in my district, so hopefully more people will take advantage.
On the website, we're excited to say that by the end of this month, we will have a brand new state-of-the-art website. In fact, we invite you to a quick preview before we launch. And so we're excited about that because it is highly interactive, communicative, and I think it's tailored for students and families. On the FAFSA, as you spoke, it reminded me in 1995 when you and I were in the school board, and in 3 months we registered 10,000 parents, half of the parents in the entire city of New York, in Washington Heights. There's no different approach with this when it comes to students accessing and families accessing these funds from the federal government. So I plan to work very aggressively with all our partners, SCD, the commissioner, and all of the other partners that we have.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Clark.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm going to stay on the same track I did with our SUNY Chancellor to talk about TAP and FAFSA as well, and let you know some of my thoughts and concerns and questions. I agree getting to the point where everyone is filling out the FAFSA form is a wonderful idea. And I know HESC has started to do some informational events around the state, and I think that's great as well. But what I'm really concerned about is the people who aren't applying are often the ones that are really struggling to find the information and fill out the form and don't necessarily have someone, you know, sort of boots on the ground helping them get through it. And as much as HESC can do informational, I think it's wonderful. I'm hoping that there's also a pot and a real resource, some resources given to those who are already actually doing that real boots on the ground, helping families, holding their hands through it, because these are, again, the ones that really struggle to track down the forms that are needed and the information that is needed. And we can't just let this be an unfunded sort of mandate. I know it's not mandated to have it for graduation, but we are really trying to encourage it. It only works if we actually pair up people who are in the communities doing this work and giving them the resources to help those families.
I agree that this is so huge that it requires all hands on deck.
Yep.
And what it would take to really bring it down beyond what we are excited about doing as a small agency, and the efforts that we have in collaboration with higher ed partners, but also with the Department of Education, the commissioner, and the school district to be engaged, so we bring it down to where it makes a difference with students and families.
I just hope that that comes with some resources for those groups, that we're not just letting them trying to do more with less or more with what they already have, and expecting them to be able to meet this demand and this need. My second piece on that, and it is really an issue of the, you know, the governor's proposed budget, moving out $132 million from TAP as a decrease due to adjusted long-term enrollment trends. Instead of investing that back into expanding income eligibility, which we've already seen, you know, the number I continue to harp on is when we, over a 4-year period, we had a 9% decline in student enrollment in our SUNY schools, our public schools, but a 26% decline in TAP, which means more and more families either aren't eligible or aren't filling it out because the $500 isn't worth it. So I guess I was really frustrated that we're moving dollars out of that program instead of figuring out ways to help more families.
Yes, as you're aware, we are all for greater access to student attending colleges. And so we hope, based on your discussions, that we're able to continue to provide access to TAP for students.
Thank you.
No, we have no more senators.
So no more senators, so we'll go. Oh,
I didn't see your hand, Leah.
okay.
We do have one more
Senator.
senator, excuse me, Senator Leah Webb.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Linares, for being here. I just have two quick questions. You know, one, I would be remiss in this moment if I didn't lift up the importance of TAP. You know, as a first-generation student myself, this was a program that was instrumental to me in my academic journey and continues to be for a number of students. So definitely support our continued efforts to expand TAP. My question is, I know State Ed has an MOU with both the Department of Health and OTDA that they can have information about families that receive SNAP and Medicaid benefits. This information is then used to directly certify students for free meals in schools. Similarly, would your department be open to developing MOUs with DOH and OTDA or possibly with SED to collect that same information from incoming high school seniors to determine their TAP eligibility? That's one. And then the other is with regards to funding support for the New York State Nursing Faculty Loan Forgiveness Incentive Program. We know that we continue to have issues around healthcare provider shortages, nurses being no exception to that. And it was brought to my attention that this program has been significantly underfunded. So I was hoping you could address those two. Thank you so much.
Yes, on the first one, I believe that there are intersection with the State Department of Education having a role when it comes to initiatives and memorandum of understanding that they have. And what I bring to bear with any initiative that engages students as they enter college, as that's the mission of my agency, is I work very closely in the work that we do with students and families to help complement what the Department of Education is doing. So we have collaborative approaches on that. But we run programs that have been established by statute, by law, by you, along with the
So
governor.
are you saying that we would have to establish a law to make that happen with regards to SED working with you to get information from incoming high school seniors to determine their TAP eligibility?
We have collaborated, we collaborate as partners as long as it helps create greater access to students and also access to whatever resources they have. But it is the mission of the State Education Department to do so. We collaborate with them along with that. But by statute, we run 28 different programs. Those are what we oversee, but there is collaboration that we have.
Okay, and we can
Yeah.
follow up offline about that and also the nursing.
And we'll
loan
follow up
forgiveness
on the
program.
second question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Epstein.
President Leonard, it's always good to see you.
Same here.
So 300,000 people in 2023 got financial assistance through TAP. How many people applied for TAP and were denied any TAP award?
The number of students that apply for TAP,
In 2023, you said 300,000 students got TAP. How many were denied TAP, denied any award at all?
we don't have that,
Yeah, if you
that
could get
number.
back
We
to me
could
on
get
that,
back
I'd
to you on
appreciate
that,
it.
yes.
You know, part of our concern is like TAP not being available to enough people, and that's the theme that we've been hearing today. So I wonder know how you feel about increasing the number of semesters that people could get a TAP awards to. Would you support increasing it beyond 8 semesters?
Well, we know that 12 credits per semester falls short in terms
Yeah,
of
so President,
graduating,
I don't
so
have
that's...
a lot of time. So do you think you would support more semesters?
Any effort that you can come up with in the budgetary process, along with the governor, to help enhance students getting that degree would be welcome.
Great, and so that would include grad school, if we can get TAP for grad school, additional semesters, increasing the TAP awards, either on the high end or the low end. You'd support anything to get more people TAP.
Yeah, when we look at, postgraduate education, I think it becomes so important and critical, especially in giving areas of needs within the workforce. All that is welcome if we can get additional support to enhance both undergraduate and graduate education.
And then how often do you hear from students about not being able to continue on with their education because they don't get enough TAP award or they've ran out of semesters? Is that something your office hears regularly about?
Well, I must say that as we are shifting our mission within HESC to really make it strictly informational and awareness for students and families, we get a very powerful feedback and excitement about students having an opportunity to enter college, especially now that we're expanding TAP to part-time. We're getting strong feedback on that.
And just I want to turn to Excelsior for a moment. Could we find out how many people applied for Excelsior but were turned down for Excelsior, and kind of why the reasons they were turned down? Because we want to know if there are gaps in the program that we can close up and fix.
Yes, I mentioned the 29,000, but we'll get back to you, and
thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblywoman Hindman.
Dr. Linares, always good to see you.
Same here.
I was reading your testimony, and I know this, but I just wanted to highlight it, so maybe this is more of a comment than a question, but students attending non-degree programs at SUNY or CUNY colleges will now be able to access TAP. So I'm curious that it wasn't expanded to proprietary colleges or proprietary schools who have to do a lot more reporting than CUNY and SUNY. Like every year, proprietary schools have to report how many graduates, where those graduates have been placed for workforce development. And proprietary colleges do this constantly because of gainful employment and the rules that are stringent around gainful employment. So I'm curious as to why TAP wasn't expanded to part-time students at proprietary colleges, and why it's not been expanded to proprietary schools. I don't know. I mean, as far as the administration of that, I know you're more of carrying out the rules and regulations as opposed to the expansion of it per se. But I just think that because of the reporting structures that state education department puts on those two areas, as well as federal requirements, they should have been included for the non-degree part of TAP, as well as the expansion of part-time TAP to proprietary colleges. And I just want that on the record, as the education obviously is not just SUNY and CUNY, it's obviously a whole sector of education. When it comes to workforce development, those institutions have to be on record as far as where those students, when they graduate, and where they end up because of federal reporting requirements. So I think it's a disservice for New York State not to expand it. We will be meeting with, the governors, and I'm working with our higher education chair, Pat Fahey, of course, to expand TAP to those sectors. So not really your opinion, because I know you're doing more of the oversight, but just curious.
Well,
if you have any
regs
points.
and regulation are an extension of the statute that was passed by law, by the legislature and signed by the governor. So in that context, this initiative, which for non-degree students to be able to access TAP is for the first time it's being done, and we're rolling it out now. So
Yeah, I just wonder what kind of oversight is that with your office, and making sure that students are in programs that are credible and
Well, we've been working
results-oriented.
all of last year since this was approved with SUNY and CUNY to make sure that we roll it out now this semester.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Ekus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start by saying this is the middle of the school year. It is not too late for this year. With that being said, we don't know each other personally, but I am a member of the Higher Ed Committee, and I'm also 40 years a high school teacher, teaching mostly seniors, almost exclusively seniors. And with that being said, I think you also know, I have heard that you've been on this side of the table before. I think you also know that we, most of us, if not all of us, have a very special relationship with our superintendents and our school boards. And I've met with all of mine. And yet I'm sitting here right now looking at NY FAFSA Ready, a program I've never heard of. And so when we talk about boots on the ground, I would think we would be a wonderful resource. And this kind of goes along with what Assemblymember Clark was talking about, not just having to pay people to go out, but you have paid people who could go out and help in this process. I am assuming in your experience, like mine, I'm brand new here, superintendents, school boards respond to us very well. And knowing, having been in a very, very urban school district, I know the reticent of students and some parents not to want to fill out these forms. And I think we would have a much greater effect working for you to get this information out. And so what I ask is, if you have specific information, either on electronically or hard copy, I personally would love to get it. I can't answer for any other assembly person or certainly senator, but perhaps you could send it to them and we would be willing to be part of the boots on the ground for you.
Yeah.
And that goes with all your 28 scholarship programs and your website launch and so on like
I
that.
couldn't agree with you more in terms of where we could make the greatest impact. That having been a teacher and a school board member and working closely with superintendents, the importance of having superintendents and principals on the front line and working with them. So I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and I would just like to add that we do a lot of outreach already to the schools directly, to the guidance counselors, but there's always room for us to continue to expand that. And one of the things we've been working on directly with Chamber has been to post a tile, one of the tiles on ny.gov, that would lead them directly to completing FAFSA, so that anytime anybody goes to that website, it'll take them directly there. So we will be notifying everyone here about that.
Please do. Thank
Yes, absolutely.
I also plan to work with the Commissioner of Education moving forward to help address this also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last questioner is Assemblywoman Simon.
Thank you. So, first I want to just say that I agree with my colleagues with regard to the whole FAFSA support and increases in TAP eligibility. I have a very specific question with regard to the District Attorney and Indigent Legal Services Attorney Loan Forgiveness Program, which is administered through HESC. Law school tuition has grown dramatically. Most of our lawyers get out with an average of $130,000 worth of debt. And currently, this program that exists for loan forgiveness really only provides them with a maximum of $20,000 that they're eligible for only for a period of 6 years. There's a similar program for nurses who graduate with an average debt of $55,000, but they can get $40,000 worth of loan reimbursement. And social workers who graduate with a debt of $76,000 can get up to $26,000 worth of loan reimbursement. Would you support an increase to this program so that our lawyers, who are the folks we rely on to represent indigent people and prosecutors, it's keeping people from joining the field. We can't fill those jobs and keep people in those jobs because of the financial constraints. Would you support increasing
Any effort to help us reach, especially in key areas of needs and services that are provided across New York State would be welcome. Of course, any funding or increase to those programs will come through the budget process and the negotiations that take place, but that will be welcome because the need is there. And I think it would make a huge difference in terms of attracting people to prepare for those special need areas.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here. And to the extent that there are some questions that there weren't time for you to get your answers in, if you
We'll
could please
follow up on
forward
that.
those to Senator Krueger and myself, and we'll make sure all our colleagues are able to receive them. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Now we are going to move to the non-governmental portion of our hearing. And the first panel B, Professional Staff Congress, CUNY, James Davis, President, United University Professions, Frederick Cole, President, New York Community College Trustees, Alan Williams, and Faculty Federation of Erie Community College, Andrew Sacco, President. So if, when you come down, if you can go in that order, that would be helpful. And just a reminder that the presenters each have 3 minutes to make their presentation. When the four of you finish, then there'll be some ability of members to ask questions. Again, 3 minutes for both the question and answer. And we've received all of your testimony in writing in advance. So it would be helpful to highlight when you speak the portions so that we get to hear the meat of your presentations. So with that, if we could start with the Professional Staff Congress.
Good afternoon, Senate Chairpersons Kruger and Stavisky, Assembly Chairpersons Weinstein and Fahey, and all members of the committees. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify today and for your critical support for public higher education. I'm James Davis, President of the Professional Staff Congress at CUNY. The legislature worked very hard in the last 2 budget cycles on the process of setting the City University back on course after decades of disinvestment. More than $400 million in new annual operating aid has entered CUNY. Without those resources, CUNY would be in a far more precarious position. We have seen 575 new full-time faculty hired in the past 2 years, laudable efforts to boost enrollment, aided by enhancements to the TAP program. PSC members are faculty and professional staff who care deeply about their students and about their disciplines. They believe in CUNY's historic mission to educate the children of the whole people of New York. And they continue to make it possible for CUNY to help propel more students into the middle class than all the Ivy League schools combined. And we love what we do. But CUNY now faces financial pressures that are frankly more intense than any that I've seen in my 20 years as a faculty member at Brooklyn College, and we need your commitment and the governor's for more resources. Student enrollment is still not quite back to where it was before the pandemic, but it has rebounded. The crisis that we're facing now is not a crisis of enrollment. It's one of student attrition and understaffing. In the 4 years from 2018 to 2022, CUNY experienced a net loss of 1,313 full-time employees. And that's even with the infusion that I mentioned of over 500 new full-time faculty members. Sharper cuts still have fallen on the budgets for adjunct faculty and other part-time staff. Enrollment, as I said, is increasing at almost all CUNY campuses. And applications for next fall, as you may have seen, have hit an all-time high. And the question is, what awaits these students? PSC members support our students' academic and personal development, but they cannot be effective in a chaotic environment in which hundreds of classes are being canceled up to a week before the semester begins. Instructors come and go, like through a subway turnstile, and vacant staff positions go unfilled by design. You have my written testimony, so you'll be familiar with the 9 quote-unquote colleges of concern. These are campuses where the university is clawing back the budget. And since my time is up, I'll just close out by calling attention to the fact that even at these 9 colleges, You have classes, as I mentioned, being canceled within a week of the semester. Places like York College, Queens College, which was established during the Great Depression,
Thank
find
you.
that they need to lay off even full-time faculty members on short-term contracts before the semester begins. So we look forward to working with you.
We're gonna move
Thank you
on.
very much.
Sure, and we, as I said, we have written testimony, so try and hit the highlights when you speak. UUP.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Frederick Kowal, President of United University Professions. You have my written testimony, so I'll only make two major points concerning our priorities in this year's budget. First, deepest thanks for the legislature's steadfast support for our members' work. Last year's budget for SUNY was historic. Your inclusion of $163 million in operating aid was vital. However, Chancellor King and SUNY leadership failed to utilize these funds to address the structural deficits at 19 campuses. It is why this year we are asking that the final budget include $139 million directly allocated to the 18 campuses now facing structural deficits. This is urgently needed to stop SUNY's irresponsible steps, which have eliminated programs at Potsdam and Fredonia and brought about retrenchments at Potsdam. We fear additional campuses will face such cuts, further harming the SUNY system and eliminating access and opportunity for thousands of New Yorkers. Second, regarding the announced plan to close the hospital at SUNY Downstate, HSC. This poorly designed plan included no input from the community of Central Brooklyn or from any of the stakeholders. It was drafted in secrecy. The announcement yesterday that SUNY will hold, quote, 5 themed focus groups and stakeholder sessions, quote, is further evidence that the leadership of SUNY is approaching the legitimate concerns, fears, and anger elicited by their announcement to close the hospital with arrogance and disrespect. With the plan to close the hospital already announced, any discussion with the community only serves as a smokescreen for this disastrous plan. The result of the closure of Downstate will bring incalculable harm to the health of Central Brooklyn. This community needs more and better health care, not less. For SUNY to abandon the hospital and claim that it is necessary due to the previous underinvestment by the state is a failure of vision and a willful disregard of the impacts of this decision, not only on the health of the community, but also on the education taking place at Downstate's medical school. In conclusion, as President John F. Kennedy once stated concerning civil rights, quote, we are confronted primarily with a moral issue. The people of Central Brooklyn and the students at the medical college there deserve the best the state can do, and that means an end to plans to close Downstate Hospital, and instead for all stakeholders to come together and create a path with investment by the state to improve and modernize the facility to address the long-term health crisis in the African American community there. The task is before us. Let us embrace it with vision, alacrity, and determination. Thank you.
Thank you. New York Community College trustees.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Williams. I'm the board chair of Monroe Community College in Rochester, New York, and also the chair of the New York Community College Trustees. I'm speaking here today on behalf of NYCCT, the statewide organization that represents 300 trustees of the 30 community colleges in the SUNY system. I'm here today asking for an increase of $97 million in the base operating aid for the 30 community colleges in the SUNY system. And that ask is predicated on the fact that over the past 20 years, community colleges saw a disinvestment of about $2.5 billion versus the SUNY four-year institutions. The SUNY community colleges educate about more than 174,000 students, representing 45% of the total SUNY undergraduate population. Yet our students are not supported equitably. A four-year SUNY college receives about $19,000 in student aid, while a community college student or community college receives about $2,600 in direct student aid from the state, coupled with another $2,900 in aid from our local sponsor, the counties. And while we support the level of investment and commitment that SUNY has given to the four-year institutions, we ask that the same level of commitment and support be extended to the community colleges. And in return for that $97 million of increase in our basic operating aid, here's what we can deliver. Our presidents have pioneered what's called the Empire State Community Workforce Guarantee. It's an initiative designed to enable community colleges to train and educate about 20,000 students per year across the state in various workforce development fields, including nursing, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, and automotive technology. According to New York State law, and that's something that I've heard you talk about or reference here today, New York State Education Law 6304 governs the financing of community colleges. The funding model should be equally distributed, a third from the state, a third from the local sponsor, the county, and a third from student tuition. But based on the latest available data, community college students bear the highest share, 38%, followed by local counties of 34%, and the state share paying the lowest of 28%. Okay.
Thank you. And last.
Good afternoon. Chairperson Kruger, Weinstein, honorable members of the legislature, and distinguished staff. I'm Andrew Sacco. I'm the president of the Faculty Federation of Erie Community College, and I'm also a NYSUT board member that represents community colleges. I want to thank you all for what you did last year on crafting the enacted budget, but specifically for the standing firm on the funding floor, which had the hold harmless language for community colleges, which was critical to all of our institutions. So thank you for that. What we do as community colleges is stated by others. Community colleges educate and prepare students for both the workforce and provide a foundation for those seeking to move to four-year institutions. Community colleges are also have been economic engines for our communities. Our enrollment post-COVID, community colleges bore the brunt of the enrollment declines. However, we are now seeing signs of enrollment increases. As stated earlier, and as stated by my colleague next to me, the statutory support for the state is not matching, and for open enrollment institutions, it should be 40%, and the state has not met that operating need or come nowhere close to that, and students are bearing more of the brunt of this operating cost. I also want to, I'm encouraged to hear that the announcement that we have the ASAP program, and that really helps with our students being able to finish and with retention. However, we really need to encourage you to provide more money in that area, $100 million to expand the model that CUNY successfully had the ASAP at their community colleges. We're disappointed that only 13 of the 30 community colleges were included in this particular funding model. We would also welcome the opportunity in any process to design and create a funding model that works for the institutions to give us a realistic and realignment of monies that we need in order to maintain and progress for the students that we're going to be serving in the future. We must work to insulate community colleges from the short-term enrollment fluctuations and prepare them for the long-term growth and sustainability that we all want for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go to questions from members. Start first with our Chair of Higher Education, Pat Fahey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the entire panel. I know we're now on the much shorter time limit. Let me start with both presidents of President Cole and President Davis regarding the comments and obviously the concerns, and we've talked a lot this morning about the years of disinvestment in SUNY and CUNY. Can you briefly recommend or talk about the investments that are needed? And I know President Davis, in particular, given that the contract agreement is not finished yet, how that may or may not affect our budget timeline. But if you can talk about the overall needs and what your specific recommendations are on the operating dollars as well as some of the capital dollars. We haven't talked about that, and then I'm going to watch the time. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. As you observe, we are in the middle of contract
Yes.
negotiations, and I'm hopeful for a good outcome. I was glad to see the university make the request for funding for the contract. We have 5 areas of priority in terms of operating aid. The practice under the prior executive of not funding collective bargaining agreements ate into and undermined the budgets severely over time. So return to funding, contractual increases, mandatory costs is welcome. We are seeking operating aid to improve our students' ability to have contact with full-time faculty members. That would, and I'm going to put out big numbers because this would require transformative investments, $385 million across the system in recurring aid.
Can I let Fred have a chance to? 325
You want to jump in
million?
on Fred? Okay, I'll let you go to him.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm watching the time.
Yeah, I would reiterate the $139 million needed to remove the long-term debts faced by the campuses that I mentioned earlier. But in addition, transformative funding, the $100 million, expanding the amount that the governor has proposed and that was in last year's budget. Thirdly, I was glad to hear that the chancellor supports opportunity programs. We should fund those programs to a larger extent, 20 million more for those programs, not just undo the governor's cuts.
And I want to continue the conversation on Downstate Hospital. Thank you for your comments. We definitely need the alternatives. We have 24 seconds left for community colleges, which so pleased to hear so much about today. Can we talk about the 97 million and what that's composed of, please? President Williams.
I'm sorry. The 97 million would go towards the base operating aid. And what it would do would basically bring the state's contribution up to the same level as the
Finish your
counties
sentence,
and getting to the point of, well, pretty much in line with the state education law at 33%.
33%. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. To the Senate.
Senator Toby Stavisky?
Thank you, gentlemen. Real quick, first, President Davis, obviously, we discussed the collective bargaining requirements and the need to provide funding for it. Let me go to the conversation we had on the 9 distressed schools at CUNY, and particularly the loss of faculty members at a school where I went for graduate school, Queens College. And that December non-renewal of the contracts.
I think it's important to understand that this took place mid-year in the context of cuts that the university sought from the entire system on the scale of $128 million in savings in fiscal '24. And then in addition to that, mid-year, the university pursued additional cuts at these 9 campuses. And as you pointed out, I mean, it's really, unfortunately, normal for there to be a lot of churn among contingent faculty and staff. What was striking about what happened at Queens College is that we lost 26 full-time faculty members who were on short-term contracts. They teach 4 classes a semester. Never mind the impact on them and their families, you're talking about 104 sections of classes that students are going to then have to scramble to find substitutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And President Cole, I don't know if you heard Chancellor King's responses to our questions about downstate, but in the remaining 1 minute, 18 seconds, will you comment on the proposal for, add to what you would have normally said on downstate?
Thank you very much. Yes, I did hear what the Chancellor said. It's very disconcerting to hear the various ways that this transformation is supposed to be taking place. I heard, for instance, that there would be weeks during which time our highly trained professionals who care for that community would be finding jobs elsewhere. I heard that these hearings or these meetings would be over the next 2 months. What is the rush? The plan was developed in secret, and there was no consultation. I will state categorically, I have met with the Chancellor every month since he arrived. At no point was there any specific discussion about a plan going forward. It was simply stated, we have to talk about downstate because it's a problem. We in UUP have proposed plans and changes at downstate for the 10 years that I've been president. We have been seeking a partner. We've never had one. To have it dropped on us, just like you, Senator, I got the phone call on the ML King holiday at 9:30 p.m. informing me that the plan was being announced. That's not the way we should do business on a hospital that serves this community.
Thank you. We go to Assemblywoman Clark.
Hello. All right. I'm going to start with a quick yes or no question. We've had a lot of conversations. We know enrollment is key in getting enrollment not just up to the levels it was before COVID, but even past it. I think a robust, strong public system is, higher education system is critically important for our and for us as a state legislature to invest in those who are part of it. So my first question is, if we were to increase the income threshold for TAP, if we were to increase the minimum award, if we were to remove the independent-dependent issue, if we were to allow fees to be covered, if we were allowed graduate students to use it and expanded semesters, would it increase enrollment across your stated universities or, or through SUNY?
Yes.
Yes.
I would say yes as well.
I would say yes also, with some caveats.
Always, President Williams, which I'm going to get to you now. Thank you for that. I think we all agree too, and I think it's our obligation to really do that and ensure more families take advantage of it and can use it, and more students. To the community colleges, I wholeheartedly agree on increasing the operating to match what the counties give, and really making it more in line with those who go to SUNY in terms of what we give as a body to support those students. But I really also want to get on the capital side, particularly around the workforce training, certificate programs, all those things that we are seeing huge increases in. And we know there's no Micron without it. We know there's no future in AI without it. Our community colleges are really the puzzle piece to connect all of that. So, we know MCC is really trying to move their applied technologies and that whole thing onto their campus at MCC, but it's a capital cost, and they just don't seem to have access to the same kind of capital dollars that maybe a SUNY campus does, yet we know that kind of place is critical to fill this workforce need that we know we're going to have. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, and to your point too, the way that the capital is allocated, or capital works are done at the community colleges are different than the four-year institutions.
Exactly.
Because the capital works at the community colleges, in large part, it's based on what the counties can do. And in a case like Monroe, we have been fortunate that the county is in good financial shape. So when we go to the county with our capital proposals, more often than not, they say yes. But there are some colleges, for example, where they can't, they say they can't pave their parking lot because their counties can't afford to do it. So, that's another issue that we, at some point in time, have to address.
We do need to look at that capital piece for community colleges. Thank you.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. So I'm just considering the bucket that you're in right now. This is a bucket. And basically the water has been poured out and you're drying up and may perish. I mean, I know what the state budget is. The executive put it out, $232.7 billion. The reserve is $20 billion. And I heard the chancellor talk about a transition, but there's really no details in the transition, just general things like that. And I know that UUP has approximately how many members there? 3,000. PEP has 400, but thousands and thousands of patients. And so they're going to move one section over to Kings County Hospital. And someone testified that the space is where they're going to put it at. I mean, this is not the way to do business. Let me just say that. So I just ask you to reach out to all of your members and ask them to reach out to no matter where they live at, to reach out and to every state senator and every state assembly member in order to try to keep the pressure on us and the executive, meaning our governor, Kathy Hochul. I mean, because everyone, I would think, wanted to work out in a transition in order to rehab, rebuild, and it's going to cost, yes, but it's going to cost more when people are dying and people are going to lose their jobs. And people may say, no, no one's going to die. I hope not. But the way we're going, we're just saying anything in order to just try to get over. And I'm not about that. So I'm here listening to what you'll have to say so that I can go back in the Democratic conference and speak up on behalf of the patients that are going to be thrown around at different locations and not really, in my opinion, dealt with like they're supposed to, and all of the staff and people that you represent, and they're like up in arms, I'm sure, because I would be. But I say this to you, this is not the way to do business, and I look forward to working with you and all of your members in order to communicate to the executive and her staff and to the leaders of the Senate and the Assembly that we have to fix this and we got to do it right.
Certainly, Senator, I appreciate your support and all the support that we have heard from legislators, from the community. The community is up in arms. Certainly, our members are very concerned. First and foremost, our concern is about the community that we serve and the healing, the work that goes on there at Downstate. To have it abandoned is just totally unacceptable.
And I don't live in Brooklyn.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. So first, President Cole, you've been critical of the allocation of last year's aid, and particularly with the Potsdam issue, which I represent Potsdam. So do you want to elaborate a little bit on that? And then I'm going to go right to Dr. Williams, President Williams, because I want you to talk about FTEs. And the aid is based on FTEs, right? So FTE could be 3 people, so it requires, right, significant amount of staffing to deal with 3 people, but the aid is based on just one particular FTE. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Assemblyman. With regard to Potsdam and the distribution of funds, what we were calling for and what we saw very strongly supported in the legislature was that there be created this $161 million fund to get the campuses that were suffering from deficits out of those deficits and then plan moving forward for a sustainable future. When SUNY did not do that, then to press a campus like Potsdam to immediately come up with a plan to deal with a shortfall is going to lead to the mistakes which were made, and now to retrenchments, which means tenured faculty and professional staff losing their jobs, and the community impacted. You, I'm sure, know that you don't do strategic planning under the gun of a financial crisis. You take care of the crisis first, and then you plan going forward. The plan will be much better and much more sustainable. That's what we continue to call for.
Thank you. Appreciate it. President Williams?
Right. In terms of FTEs, correct, you're correct. So they're 3 FTEs, basically 3 part-time FTEs equals 1 full-time FTE, if you would. However, if you get a part-time student, they still have access to the same sorts of services, the same facilities as does a full-time student. So if a student comes in, say, half-time or taking one credit course, they still go to the library. They still have access to all the other facilities that the institution provides.
Right.
So we can't,
You don't give them a third of the time.
right, you don't give
to
them a third of the
counselor,
time.
Right?
Correct,
So
exactly.
you really have to, you
Yes.
really have to look at head count versus FTE.
Right.
In a lot of cases, especially in community colleges.
Yes, and the other thing too, when you start to look at the non-credit programs, like a dental hygienist or a nurse or nursing programs, those programs are not counted in our head count. But we still have to provide those services. And in order for those students to take those courses, it will depend on whether or not we get outside grants or the student has to pay a higher tuition rate, which causes and that is really sort of the limiting factor for expansion of a lot of those programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to the Senate now.
Thank you. Senator Leah Webb.
Thank you all for being here. Again, I want to extend, my full support to everyone. I'm a former, well, I'll say current UUP member, as Fred, you often remark. I just have two questions. One with regards to the $139 million, and I tried to ask this of the chancellor and ran out of time, but what is the recommendation moving forward with regards to, again, we do a lot of advocacy in the legislature. We were successful last year, as an example, to push for more operational and capital funding. And then we're here. And so we don't quite find out, well, what happened with those funds? And then we hear news of closures. And so I wanted to know if you could elaborate on that. That's my question for you. And then I have a question for Mr. Williams with regards to the community college funding. Again, I'm a community college graduate myself. I know firsthand that our community colleges have been significantly underfunded, and yet they are paramount in a lot of the workforce development initiatives that we're looking to continue to do in the state. I know that you mentioned the community colleges, the community college workforce guarantee. So I wanted to know if you could elaborate on that as well. Thank you.
Well, first on the distribution of the 163 million, I can tell you what the chancellor has shared with me and what we have seen in the documents that came out of SUNY. The first step they did was they took a portion of that funding and treated it as if it was tuition increase for a tuition increase that you all correctly opposed and did not pass. So in other words, they allocated those funds to the largest campuses, the university centers, which, fine, they need support too, but it also meant that the financial distribution was skewed in the direction of the biggest campuses and those that are doing very well in terms of enrollment. The second point is, and I think it's just as important, is as we discuss the rolling out of these resources, when we do so, it can and does exacerbate a situation of underfunding over the years, and that's what we're facing, and that's why we're back demanding another allocation of funds for those struggling campuses.
And then with the remaining time, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, well, yeah, what the guarantee does or says is that in return for the 97 million, we, the community colleges, can produce 20,000 students, career-ready students per year to fill those jobs that are in high demand. And it parallels, to a large extent, what the governor has in her proposal, which she calls the on-ramp program, which I think the commitment is, or thinking about committing $200 million to that. Well, we could do it. The community colleges have the experience, we have the expertise, we also have the infrastructure in place to do it.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Smolin.
Great, thanks a lot. I just want to very quickly go back to community college and their relationship through programs like P-TECH with early college high schools. In rural areas, I sponsored a rural equity initiative this past year to go out and listen all around the state what the needs are. And one of the things I heard was that this idea of blending high school and college is a decent idea, especially in rural areas where the expertise to teach in a particular area might be in the community college or it might be in the SUNY campus nearby. So I wanted to get some of your thoughts about breaking the silos down between K-12 and community colleges and particularly rural SUNYs, but it may also apply to CUNYs as well. Because if we've got someone that can teach a class and we've got students that need that class, then I think we need to figure out a way to get the two together, whether it's bringing the professor to the high school or the student to the college, so they can get that expertise to keep them on a level playing field with all of the other educational programs we have in the state. I'd like to get your thoughts. I want to first start with Fred. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that the absolute necessity for us to all to understand the economic impact of the campuses upstate, SUNY, both community college and the state ops, in upstate rural communities is just immense. I live in Cobleskill, very small rural town. The reality is the campus is the economy for all intent and purposes. In order for us to be able to expand educational opportunities, you are absolutely correct. There needs to be a reimagining of how we can deliver that so more can take advantage of it. Absolutely.
President Williams, could I get your thoughts, sir?
Yes, and I'd like to pick up first on you were talking about the equity initiative. I'd like to say that at community colleges, we enroll and service more Black students, more Latino students, more Asian students, and more white students from the rural areas than does our four-year counterparts. And this, the $97 million really would go a long way to helping us expand those opportunities and those reach out to those students, especially in the rural areas.
Yeah, I really want to talk a little bit more too about the actual percentage model. From my point of view, the state ought to be picking up 50% of the share. The student then the community should be picking up a smaller share, 25, and the student should be picking up the least amount of the share. That seems to be the way that's more equitable, particularly for these students that I have in mind, that I think they exist all over the state. And then we wouldn't have to be digging so hard for TAP and for Excelsior and all these other things if we guaranteed that the community college students would have the lion's share, just like K through 12 education, picked up by writ large the state.
Yes, because in the absence, in this case of the $97 million, we would be forced to increase tuition. And if you look at the overall economic or income demographic of our community college students, we service and enroll a higher percentage of our students are Pell eligible.
Thank you.
Okay.
Senator Tom Palmera, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you for the work you do, and particularly the work of your membership that they do across the state in this great work. I want to direct my question regarding community colleges and to President Williams, if I may. You mentioned I understand your request to get back to a third, and that's $97 million to do that, to make that equitable. But you also discussed some numbers about the disparity in state aid to a community college student per year versus a four-year student at SUNY. And that seemed to be quite a bit off. I think your numbers were $19,000 on average for a four-year student, so just under $5,000 a year?
Correct.
And what were your numbers for a community college student?
For the community college student, the total support is about $5,500. 26 of that is from the state, about $2,900 or so, based on the 2021-22 year, came from the local sponsors, the county.
So more from the county than from the state?
Yes.
And just a little bit more than half per year from the state towards the student in a four-year school versus the two-year school?
Well, the student is 38%. Students pick up 30.
No, I want to get at the dollar amount. You
The
said.
dollar amount.
Yeah.
Well, the dollar amount overall is $580 million for the student. For the student. 525.
I'm talking the state aid. The state aid.
State aid.
For a community college student. per year.
248 million overall.
No, individual student.
Individual student about $2,600 per
Okay.
year in state aid.
So just over 5,000.
Yes.
For 2 years.
Correct.
For the two-year term.
Correct.
when it's 19,000 for the 4-year, and it's so roughly 4,750 for that state student. So, you know, it just seems to me that with our community colleges are targeted towards those less able to afford to go to a 4-year school, those less likely to go to a 4-year school, and we want to give them, I would think, a greater benefit to get them at least in the door to try to get that first 2 years in, and then maybe go further after that. So it seems to me it's clear that that state assistance portion should be increased, and I agree with you.
Yes, yes. And what I was saying before, we have a larger percentage of our students are Pell eligible or Pell recipients, and we use Pell as a proxy or an indicator of household income. And for a student who receives Pell, they are at the lowest end of the household income scale. Yet, without this increase, if you would, we are forced to raise our tuition again.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Epstein?
I just want to thank you all for being here. Sounds like we all want more students in the system. We want to increase TAP awards, want to raise the floor, access more TAP, and EOP programs. Sounds like there's consensus on that. Is that what I'm hearing so far today? On the CUNY side, we had an issue. We've been raising additional funds for CUNY, but we've seen in the city not a cut in the program. James, like, what are we, you know, how do we get a maintenance of effort if we're raising more money and they're cutting services? What can we do?
Thanks for the question, Assembly Member. Yeah, I've scratched my head a number of times about how a graduate, two-time graduate of CUNY continues to make cuts to the City University. But look, I think, in fact, that there's a lot that all of us can do, city and the state, to help to address issues around retaining the students that come. And you will have noticed, if you saw the universities stabilizing the university's finances, I think was the title of their report, staggering numbers around student retention, which I'm sure are not unique to CUNY, but they lose, the CUNY system, we have 7 community colleges, lose 40% of students between year 1 and year 2. That shouldn't be that way. The 4-year colleges lose 20% of their students between year 1 and year 2. I mean, research is very clear about what it takes to retain those students. So it's wonderful, and we should work harder to figure out how to bring new students in. But what are we going to do when they get there? I feel like is an under-examined part of the equation.
So there isn't enough resources to support the students while they're there. You're saying that the student to faculty ratios, or is it student support, mentoring programs?
Absolutely, all the above. I think research shows access to full-time faculty, access to mental health counselors, if there's issues of food insecurity, whether those are addressed, and academic advising.
And do you see the same thing at CUNY? But is it like this, some issues, not the cuts issue, but kind of the maintaining students at the campuses?
Absolutely. And that is the most direct way of understanding why we constantly ask for more operating aid. It is to get the resources in place in terms of professionals who can provide the support network to keep students enrolled. Retention is the overriding concern at most of the campuses.
So last thing is, we heard a lot about capital needs for both the SUNY and the CUNY system. Do you support increasing capital, whether it is for the infrastructure for the buildings, moving to a greener, cleaner environment? You know, we've heard a lot about that today.
Certainly, especially if it's keyed to sustainable, clean structures and so forth, absolutely.
Thank you.
We do as well. Yeah, we support the university's capital request. Thank you.
Senate?
Senator Murray.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, and I'll apologize ahead of time. I slipped in a little late, but I had read over, Mr. Williams, your testimony already. I have a quick question. I know a lot of the focus is on obviously the finances and tuition and all this, but I want to talk more about the type of students that are coming. There's a misconception that BOCES and CTE students don't go on to a further higher education. Do you see that there is a good number? I know the enrollment right now is down, but do you see, and this is for anyone, are you seeing that there is a good number of BOCES and CTE kids that go on to community college?
Yes. Yes, there is. And one of the things that I talked about before is there are a lot of students who are coming out of BOCES or the CTE programs that are going into our workforce development programs. And unfortunately, a lot of the programs or students in the workforce development curriculum is not counted into our standard enrollment. And that's a big problem. It's something I call like our ghost enrollment, and it's a growing piece as more and more students go into, again, in healthcare fields, nursing, dental hygienists, HVAC, automotive technology. A lot of these programs are maybe from 6 to 18 months, and these students are outside of what you would think of as the normal enrollment program. But students come out, even before they graduate, they come out maybe $60,000, $70,000 a year. And it makes a big difference. And it's a growing share of our overall population or enrollment. But unfortunately, they get very little, they get no state support. So it's really, the support really comes down to either grants they receive either locally or nationally, or a greater share of the cost for those programs are borne by the students themselves.
I have about a minute left. And quickly, a question I had asked earlier to Chancellor King was in regards to public-private partnerships. Now, in Suffolk Community College, the trade unions and Orsted all put together a training program regarding wind turbines. And I mean, that's forward thinking. That's great stuff. Are we seeing more of that, more partnerships with whether it's labor unions or the private sector?
Yes, we are. And I could think about colleges like Mohawk Valley Community College, Hudson Valley Community College, Monroe Community College, for example, as well as Erie Community College. All of the colleges in the SUNY system are beginning to develop more and more public-private partnerships to train and educate, both to train and educate their potential workforce.
That's great. Thank you very much. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Assembly.
We go to Assemblywoman Forrest.
Thank you. So I have, thank you to a whole panel, but I have specific questions for President Davis and President Kowal. Okay, let me start with President Kowal. From what we heard from the Chancellor King this morning, the building's falling apart. Downstate, meaning SUNY Downstate, the building's falling apart, might as well throw the whole kit and caboodle away. Can you report back from your membership, what is the actual condition of the building? And if you have a dollar amount, give us some numbers.
Thank you very much. I would recommend that all members of the state legislature who are concerned about this issue tour the hospital. I was there last week. It is not about to collapse. It is not falling to pieces. It certainly was more than enough to serve as a COVID-only facility that saved our lives. And there are sections of the hospital that are basically brand new. The transplant center, there's a wing of the transplant center. There's two sections, and the transplant center is brand new. They, in fact, have a new boiler system. I wasn't sure what he was talking about in terms of the cold, damp temperature. And also the number that is being used in terms of the number of patients. The administration, as well as our members, are reporting there's over 200 patients in that hospital, and they have been there in terms of rolling numbers, but always over 200 for the past 2 months. And so it is not as calamitous a situation as previously stated. And furthermore, yes, there has been a lack of investment in the hospital. We know this, but you don't abandon the hospital because of errors that were made by a previous administration. You invest in it because of its central role in both education and healthcare. But with that, I do want to yield to my colleagues.
Thank you so much, President Kowal. President Davis, yesterday I heard from the CUNY crew that said that one of their initiatives to improve efficiency is to downsize classes, increase class size, sorry. Can you tell me what impact would that have on especially non-traditional students who need those sections to be open to even go to school?
Thanks for the question. I mean, I think it raises two concerns. One is pedagogical. What's the proper size of a class and who determines that? Traditionally, and for good reason, That has been established by professionals who, with pedagogical and curricular expertise. That's always under stress in budgetary times. But there's also a question of degree progress. When you look at graduation rates across CUNY, we want to bring, I think everyone in this room wants to bring up those graduation rates. And unfortunately, one of the things that happens when you cut the number of classes that's being offered and move students around, pack lecture halls, is students don't get the classes they need to graduate. Creates a burden on them and their families and the advisors trying to resituate them.
Thank you. Thank you. We go to the Senate.
I think there's just me left. So I guess for both of the professional staff congresses, although you have a different name, so sorry. I don't know if you heard me earlier ask both chancellors to please get us information on the breakdown of their budgets for salaries and for staffing. I feel like we haven't looked at that in a really long time, but I think the last time we looked at it, there were concerns that both universities are using quite a bit of their money for top administrative positions with very high salaries, and that those monies, in theory, could be used to make sure we were paying for the teaching staff that we need at these schools. Has either of your unions looked at that at all recently, or agree or disagree? Or maybe I just need to give you the data when I get it, and you can then look at it and tell me what you think.
Compensation for executive employees at CUNY, reining that in is not going to solve the fundamental problem about funding the university. The issue that we have is that when austerity is administered to our campuses because they're trying to manage to structural deficits, the sacrifice is not shared equally. So I did not see a sacrifice when the Board of Trustees approved 30% raises for 2 top executives in the CUNY office in 2022, and then turned around and told all of my colleagues that they needed to cut the number of classes, lay off adjunct faculty, and we shouldn't expect very much in the next contract. I understand sacrifice, but it needs to be evenly shared.
Yes, I would be very, as would my members, be very interested to see those numbers were you to get them. I think it is, as James has indicated, it will not solve all of our problems in terms of funding if there could be a corralling of the salaries and a limit to those salaries. But I think that the even greater point is at a number of our campuses, administrators have been coming and going at very high salaries, and yet now that there is suddenly a financial crisis, be it at Downstate or at Potsdam or at Fredonia or Buffalo State or wherever, the burden is falling on students, on patients, our members, and the community. This is a central question of justice. You know, if it is clearly a case where administrators have the responsibility to manage a campus effectively, it is appropriate, I guess, that they get paid for it. But at the same time, I sure wish there was a way of holding those administrators responsible for their errors or malfeasance that has led to the crises that we're facing.
Thank you. My time's up. Thank you.
Assemblyman Ekus.
Thank you, Chair. It amazes me that I'm sitting here right now and that I'm breaking state education law by not supporting the community college after I sat for 12 years on a county legislature and had nothing good to say sometimes about the state legislators. I'm going to concentrate on community colleges. I'm a double graduate of four-year college, but if you don't mind. And by the way, I come from the Hudson Valley, and I completely support keeping downstate open. You have our support the whole way. But what I'd like to do is just be sure that I understand the situation. The first is, President Williams, TAP. I'm a co-sponsor of that. I want that to happen, but TAP follows the student.
Correct.
So that really isn't a solution to the problems that you've been describing for us.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So the 96 million that you're asking for, and when you talk about that, is for 20,000 new students. Am I correct to support 20,000 new students in the community college system?
No, not 20,000 new students. It would enable us to produce 20,000 students annually that would go into these growing workforce development field.
Okay.
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 So it would enable us to create, to expand and maintain the various programs that would enable us to turn out these students.
Okay. And the few that you mentioned were exactly that. When you take a look across all 30 community colleges, we're talking about a number of workforce development programs overall.
Yes.
Because in my particular community college, I mean, we've done cannabis, they've added food tech and so on like that
Yes.
also. Okay, so that's it. And the final thing I'd like to say is throughout all of our lives, the great equalizer was a high school education. Can we agree that that's no longer true? They need some sort of college degree to really compete and be equal.
Well, yes, either degree, but not so much the degree that we've known in the past, or a certificate or a certification that says I am qualified to do X. To become an auto technician for Toyota or Ford.
You're right, I stand corrected.
Yes.
But it's beyond high school.
Yes, beyond high school, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we go to Assemblywoman Wallace?
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for all of your testimony, for coming here today. Really quickly, I want to say that I support the $97 million for the community colleges. We know the unique role that they play in workforce development. I would like to have a conversation, because I think the answer would take too long, to understand a little bit better ways to streamline that certification and understand what the barriers are, where you were saying that the students don't get support for those programs, that they're considered sort of non-traditional enrollment. So I'd like to understand that and see if we can kind of streamline that process to help with the funding in that regard. But my question specifically, with the time that I have left, is for Dr. Cole. If the legislature were to direct the $139 million toward the specific distressed campuses, like we tried to do last year, how would that help stabilize those specific campuses and allow them to come up with their own plans to address the enrollment issues and potentially right size, as we directed them to do in the last budget? And in other words, would this buy them the time that they need to create those strategic plans going forward, so it's not a continuing deficit?
Yeah, thank you very much, Assembly Member. I think that it is crucial for that funding to be directed at these campuses with the deficits, remembering that the deficits have not been caused directly by a fall off in enrollment. The deficits were created by the underfunding during the Cuomo years. And there is this reverberating effect on enrollment with regard to recruitment, but especially retention that we've been talking about. And so you get rid of that deficit, you get to a situation where we know from our members that when they hear from administration, that is always the centerpiece of the conversation. We have this deficit. We've got to deal with this deficit. And that constrains their choices as to how they can move forward. I do want to make one point that I know, and I heard the Chancellor over and over point out that there were double-digit percentage increases in direct aid to campuses. Well, if the base that is being increased is very small, it doesn't matter if it's a double-digit increase. It's still a small amount of money. And so it is imperative that the actual amount of these deficits be addressed, so that then there can be a broader discussion about the future of institutions and their role in the SUNY system.
Thank you. I'd love to follow up with you later on the point.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
I
Do you
can
want-
add something
okay.
with a few minutes left. Just want to pick up on something that Mr. Kowal said. Last year, we received the floor. We asked for the floor plus 4%. We received the floor, which we are appreciative of, but the CPI last year was 3.2%. The core CPI was 4.7. So although we got the floor, we, in essence, still received a cut.
Thank you. And to close with questions for this panel, Assemblywoman Simon.
So thank you all for your testimony. With regard to community colleges, thank you for your testimony. Community colleges really are also the entry point for so many students with disabilities. And that is a critical element that we forget about. But also those other training programs that are not necessarily degree programs are a great service that community colleges provide. So, I think you've addressed a lot of the ways we could help with that. But I think that we're all in agreement with that approach. With regard to SUNY, and I know we're sort of a little fixated on downstate these days. Clearly, one of the big challenges is the long-term disinvestment, which is both, it's an issue throughout higher education, the long-term disinvestment, particularly of the prior administration. If you had your druthers, what would we do? Like, in other words, we should have been investing all along. You can't just make up that difference. How could we right-size this whole and level this playing field differently?
Well, I'll start with, again, I know we're fixated on downstate for now because they are talking about a closure that would impact the community and certainly and the healthcare in that community. What we are calling for is for first this present plan to be abandoned immediately, but that the legislature take up legislation that has been proposed, passed the Senate last year, introduced in the Senate side by Senator Myrie. And the goal of that legislation was to keep the hospital open, to maintain its public nature, its teaching nature, at the same time, to call on the Department of Health to bring together all stakeholders to come up with a plan that springs from the community and serves their interests. We start with the community. That is imperative. And as that develops, then the state must put the investment into the institution. As you well know, this is an institution that is number one among 143 hospitals in terms of the percentage of Medicaid patients. It will never be a massively profitable institution. Those patients need health care. Eliminating the hospital does not solve the problem that you have thousands and thousands of Medicaid patients. They're going to have to go somewhere. So the investment is needed following an inclusive plan that springs from the community. On the campus side, invest to eliminate the deficits created in the Cuomo years, and let's plan for a sustainable future for all the campuses.
Thank you. And CUNY, you would have a similar comment, because I know you guys have a similar issue with the lack of investment.
And
We ran out of time, but I'll be glad to speak with you offline. Thanks for the question.
Actually, if you can send the response in writing to the committee so we can share with all of our colleagues here.
Thank you.
So I want to thank the panel for being here today, and we are going to move on to panel C, New York State University Police Lieutenants, Benevolent Association, Graduate Students, Employees Union of Communication Workers, 1104, Association of Private Colleges, New York State Academic Dental Centers, and Commission on Independent Colleges and Universities. And I would just ask that the people who are testifying, listed as testifying in the final panel, make their way down to the front of the hearing room so that we'll be able to start that panel expeditiously when we conclude here. So if we can go in the order listed, starting with New York State University Police.
Good afternoon. My name is James McCartney. I'm the president of the PBA of New York State, which represents New York State University Police, environmental conservation officers, forest rangers, and park police officers. We're grateful that the state legislature has stood with us for the past 4 years, overwhelmingly passing legislation that provides PBA of New York State members with the same 20-year pension that 96% police officers and firefighters in the state already receive. Sadly, your 20-year pension legislation has now been vetoed 3 times by Governor Hochul. Our members have spent the last several years living in a demoralizing version of the movie Groundhog Day, in which the same cycle repeats over and over. The legislator passes our 20-year retirement bill, the governor receives your bill at the end of the year, the governor vetoes the legislation stating it needs to be part of the state budget. By the time the veto is issued, the following year's budget has already been drafted without the 20-year retirement. Rinse and repeat year after year. We ask that the legislator please add our 20-year into your one-house legislative budget proposals and force to issue during budget negotiations. We see no other way to meet the governor's procedural demands and deliver the retirement parity you strongly and consistently support for our members and their families. Over the past 3 years, we have lost 200 New York State University police officers. Only 20% were due to retirements. The rest were officers who resigned to take jobs elsewhere. In the same period of time, we have seen 372 officers across all 4 of our units leave service. Less than 1/3 were due to retirement. These numbers are staggering, alarming, and unsustainable. University police officers enforce extreme risk protection orders, deal with violent assaults, drug trafficking, sexual assault, domestic violence, dangerous and illegal weapons, as well as responding to thousands of mental health crisis calls each year. State University police officers saved the lives of 1,011 individuals in 2023 who were taken into custody pursuant to Mental Health Law Provision 941. University police officers safely transported these individuals to hospitals to undergo mental health evaluations to prevent them from causing harm to themselves or another. To provide the highest level of services and safety, we must adapt structurally. State University policing is fragmented with 28 individual police departments in our 4-year campuses and a patchwork of security personnel at our community college campuses. Policies vary across campuses. There is no standardization of equipment or uniforms. Hiring and transfers between campuses are hampered, and there is no central point of reporting within the SUNY administrative system, which makes data-driven based policing difficult at best and unattainable at worst. In closing, I would like to say that our members and their families need not to live through a cycle of uncertainty and disappointment. The State Senate and Assembly have the ability to bring an end to our 20-year retirement Groundhog Day by working with the Governor Hochul to include pension parity in the final budget. Their decisive leadership and perseverance can see this into fruition. I thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony, and thank you for your ongoing support of higher education.
Thank you. Next. Yes.
Good afternoon, Assembly members, senators, committee chairs. Thank you very much for taking the time to host a hearing on higher education. My name is Brad Hershenson. I'm a graduate student at the University at Albany and a business agent for the Graduate Student Employees Union, CWA Local 1104. We represent nearly 5,000 graduate students across SUNY and other campuses in our state that are graduate assistants, teaching assistants, instructors of record, and the folks who really are the backbone of SUNY. We teach almost 40% of the classes at SUNY, and our members conduct amazing research in a variety of fields such as humanities, science, and technology, all that helps New York pave the way for a better future for all. We must address the important issues surrounding our system. Addressing the needs of our students and campuses by enhancing support for our programs, including mental health services, is key this year. As we continue to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Tuition Assistance Program, which has helped countless students and families across our state for decades, it is imperative to highlight its successes and further enact enhancements to the program. Expansions were finally made regarding eligibility for incarcerated students, part-time TAP. Thank you very much for doing that. Now is the time to make expansions and enhancements to the program so even more students and more families can join the SUNY family and thrive together. For example, expansions can be made to lift the income cap to make more students eligible. The forms and documentation necessary to apply to the program can be made further user-friendly. We were excited to hear Dr. Linares announce a revamp of the website, and we look forward to that. Additionally, expansions can be made to allow for other costs to be covered. For example, textbooks, laptops, and other equipment, other items that are not tuition and fees. These are the real costs associated with pursuing a degree at any level. Lastly, our graduate students need support. We very much appreciate your hard work and the funding made available to alleviate the plight we face with respect to our fees as workers, and we hope you will continue to address college affordability this session through graduate TAP and other expansions. As we know, Many of our SUNY campuses are engines of economic opportunity. So these kinds of enhancements to the TAP program and aid to support our campuses will help to skyrocket enrollment and act as an investment in our students and an investment in our state. For example, on my campus, our president, Javidan Rodriguez at the University at Albany, has recently announced a new strategic plan for our university, which has goals to leverage our research success to drive economic and workforce development with more funded graduate students. Needless to say, it's time to turn on the tap. Let's increase our funding to public universities and expand and enhance the programs that directly impact academic excellence and student success.
Thank you, Bradley. Association of Private Colleges.
Good afternoon. Okay. Chairwomen Fahey, Stavisky, Weinstein, and Kruger, members of the legislature, thank you for this opportunity to share this testimony on behalf of the Association of Private Colleges. My name is Donna Stelling-Granette, and I am the president of APC. I'd like to begin by thanking the Senate and the Assembly Higher Ed committees for their commitment to making much-needed changes to the tuition assistance program. APC fully supports your Turn on the Tap campaign and the proposed package of bills that would expand access to this program. We are grateful that the TAP program has supported our students since its inception nearly 50 years ago. However, the most recent HESC annual report shows that there has been a 15% decrease in utilization since 2017 as the program has become more and more outdated. APC would strongly encourage the legislature to evaluate the program with a focus on changes that would increase access to TAP. For instance, allowing students attending proprietary colleges access to part-time TAP. For APC, this is an equity issue. Our students are facing the same challenges as students in other sectors of higher ed. They are also balancing work and family priorities along with their class schedules and deserve the same flexibility to attend part-time if they need to. Without the support of a prorated TAP award, these students may need to take out student loans or may decide not to enroll at all. So we would ask the legislature to ensure that all students have equal access to part-time TAP and support Assembly Bill 5833, sponsored by Assemblywoman Heineman, and Senate Bill 6466, sponsored by Senator Fernandez. APC also supports proposals that would increase the cap on earnings for single individuals with no dependents. A modest step forward would be increasing the earnings cap from $10,000 to $30,000, and for married applicants from $40,000 to $60,000 for TAP eligibility. The current income thresholds are significantly outdated and easily surpassed, even for those working at or below the poverty level. A bolder step would be to eliminate the distinction between dependent and independent students entirely for the purposes of determining TAP eligibility. In closing, I will say the original goals of TAP continue to hold true today. We know that investments in higher education will yield a stronger workforce and economic growth. We know that students who are successful in higher education invest back into their local communities. And we also know that the student demographics, institutions of higher education, the workforce, and the economy of today are very different than they were 50 years ago. So it's time to build a better TAP program, and APC looks forward to working with you on that. And with that, I'll end my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. New York State Academic Dental Centers.
Good afternoon, Chairs Weinstein, Kruger, Fahey, and Stavisky, and other distinguished members of the legislature. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the executive budget proposal for state fiscal year 2025. My name is Jennifer Tassler. I'm the Vice President for Government Relations and Strategic Affairs at the New York State Academic Dental Centers, also known as NYSADS. NYSADS is the consortium of the 6 dental schools in New York State. NYSADS works in partnership with its members to advance dental education and to address disparities in oral health care, particularly for those people with special needs, including intellectual and developmental disabilities. Individuals with IDD bear a disproportionately high burden of oral disease and remain at higher risk of oral diseases throughout their lives, and systemic barriers to access have contributed to chronically poorer oral health and overall health for people with IDD. There is a persistent shortage of dental providers in the U.S. who treat patients with moderate to severe IDD, with only 10% of general practice dentists reporting that they regularly treat individuals with these conditions. There have been efforts by CODA to include additional training and exposure during dental school, but there is a gap in providers to treat these patients. In recent years, the number of advanced training options for dentists in New York State has dwindled, and to address this, in 2021, NYSAD launched the Fellowship to Address Oral Health Disparities. The program has been supported by the legislature since 2022, thank you, and we have trained 3 dentists who are committing to work in New York with this population for at least 1 year after their fellowship. Our current fellow is in her final 6 months of training, and the first 2 fellows are working in the Hudson Valley and in the Bronx. Our goal is to support 6 fellows across the state each year to improve access to high-quality care for individuals with IDD. NYSADS is also working with specialists at the dental schools to develop a unified curriculum and to coordinate teaching and research experience for the fellows. NYSADS is working towards additional ways to incentivize dentists to care for patients with special needs, including practice support, loan repayment, additional training, and increased reimbursement. We support the proposal in the 1115 waiver to provide loan repayment for dentists who care for a significant number of patients with Medicaid, the expansion of Doctors Across New York to include dentists with additional funding to support them, and programs like Take a Look, which helps introduce rural practice settings to early career dentists and students. New York State Academic Dental Centers urge the legislature to continue funding for the state fiscal year 2024-2025 to support these fellowships and other paths to provide advanced clinical training in the provision of oral health care for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And lastly, Commissioner on Independent Colleges and Universities.
Good afternoon, chairpersons and all of the members of the committees. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of the independent sector of higher education on the 2025 executive budget. From the banning of affirmative action by the United States Supreme Court to federally proposed cuts to student aid to the continued delays in rolling out the new FAFSA, higher education stands at a national crossroads, and the path we choose today will shape the future for generations to come. New York has always been unwavering in its commitment to breaking down institutional and systemic barriers to higher education and to creating opportunity for all. We recognize the significant economic, health, and social benefits that completing a college degree provides. Unfortunately, the executive budget includes misguided proposals that threatens decades of work to ensure that more students can benefit from higher education. We were disheartened by the proposal to eliminate Bundy Aid for campuses with endowments greater than $750 million. Bundy Aid is outcome-based and student-focused. Colleges receive funding based on the number of degrees they confer, and the funding is invested back into programs to help more students graduate. This proposal perpetuates the misconception that most independent colleges and universities have big, unregulated endowments that can be spent however an institution decides. In fact, endowments are restricted in how they can be spent. In 21-22, 46% of independent sector endowment spending went to student aid. This cut will increase costs for hard-working students and their families who rely on the financial support provided by Bundy Aid. New York should not be balancing its budget on the backs of these students, and we strongly urge you to reject this proposal. Last year, the legislature provided an increase to education opportunity programs in the enacted budget, but it was cut from this year's budget proposal. These proven programs need additional investment to continue providing high-quality educational support, and we urge you to stand up for student aid and increase funding for educational opportunity programs by 20%. This year marks the 50th anniversary of TAP. TAP has been a major vehicle for student success in higher education, with over 6 million New Yorkers benefiting from it. Unfortunately, the program has stagnated. We're hopeful that with your leadership, the state will finally increase the income limit and awards levels, provide independent students with full benefits, and restore graduate TAP for students seeking careers in critical fields. We're pleased that Governor Hochul announced the creation of the Empire AI Consortium to secure New York's place at the forefront of artificial intelligence. This consortium includes several CICU member campuses, which highlights the critical role independent colleges play in creating jobs and strengthening our state's economy. But notably, the proposal to cut Bundy Aid targets these same campuses. The independent sector participates in a national consortium to transform early literacy instruction. As our sector awards 55% of education degrees, we fully support the governor's Back to Basics plan to improve reading proficiency.
Thank you. We go to our Higher Education Chair, Pat Fahey.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the entire panel. I know we've got a lot of issues covered here, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. Let me just start with a couple of comments and somewhat in order. But to our university police, all of our university police, including our director, James McCartney, we hear you. We hear you on the Groundhog Day, and I know that there's yet another effort that has a lot of support this year. So let's hope we can move on that. Thank you to our graduate students, the business agent, Mr. Hershenson, I know that name, in terms of your work last year to get the grad student fees addressed. I'm incredibly proud of that, along with our work with the Senate and Chair Stavisky. So really pleased, thank you for the turn on the tap, getting that plug in, as you know, that's where we are going. Very briefly on that, a question on that. If we were to include graduate students in the in TAP, do you have an estimate of what you think that might make a difference? How much a difference that might make with students? Of restoring the TAP access for grad students?
I mean, just briefly, some of our students in our bargaining unit make close to $10,000 or $11,000 a year. So to have access to this money to pursue our education is extremely important. And we're operating and conducting research in AI and science, technology. We're at the forefront of what's happening in New York State. So that would really make a tremendous
Thank you,
help.
and I want to ask the APC as well, Donna Stelling-Gurnett, the president, any sense of what the Hyman bill might include in terms of TAP students?
So
seeking?
how many students would be
Roughly,
impacted?
yes.
That's a darn good question. Thank you for asking that. I'd have to go back and check with our members, but I do know that we have several graduate programs amongst APC schools, so I'm sure it would be at the least several hundred, if not several thousand
Thank
students.
you. And with regard to our dental centers, thank you so much to Ms. Tasler. We have a whole program we are trying to address. Thank you for mentioning a few of those, including the doctors across New York, and take a look. We're also looking at the dental therapist program as well as the dental hygienist. And with that, I'm going to turn to the CICU president, Ms. Brabham. Oh my gosh, and we've known each other 20 years. Bundy Aid. That was a bit of a surprise. How many students do you estimate that cut, the governor's proposed cut on that program, how many students might be affected by that?
Listen, that cut will cut across our entire sector. You know, we have 110 campuses.
Okay.
Where
we're going
students
to
are receiving
continue that
Bundy Aid.
conversation. Thank you for
Yeah.
being here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go to the Senate.
We try Toby Stavisky, our chair.
There we go. I'm not even going to ask you about Bundy Aid because I still haven't figured out the rationale. The relationship between endowments and students was
Yeah,
limited
we
in
don't
time.
think that there is a
So
relationship.
let me ask you instead, Ms. Brabham, a couple of other questions. Before I do, real quick, thank you to the SUNY Police for what you do. We know about the 20-year retirement and how important it is to Brad and the graduate students and everybody else, APC. Let me ask CICU real quick. I've been troubled by the college closures, both St. Rose and Casanova. Are there steps that can be taken to avert further closures?
Senator, I think that the best thing that the legislature could do to avoid future college closures is fund student aid, right? So that students have the tuition that they need to pay tuition, campuses have what they need to operate. And this does take us back to Bundy Aid because, as you know, Bundy Aid is the only form of operating aid that our campuses get. It's only $35 million spread across 110 campuses, and that's only 18% of the statutory level. So that's the most important thing that the legislature can do for us this year.
In terms of the questions that I asked asked Dr. Linares on the independent TAP fiasco, no other word, I think. How are you dealing with the billings of the colleges for their mistakes, for government's mistakes?
Yeah, so the billings to the colleges would be on HESC to do. We've been talking with HESC and, trying to encourage them to hold students harmless. We don't think it's fair that this 3-year look back should be on the shoulders of students. This was an administrative error that happened at HESC, and we think that, especially since it happened over pandemic years, our students are burdened enough, and we think that there's an administrative solution that could be found without having to burden the students even further to have them come up with this repayment of the overpayment.
And lastly, the enrollment question, the declining enrollment's been brought up. How are the private independent colleges and the proprietaries doing in terms of enrollment? 10 seconds each.
So, yeah, I mean, there's been declines in enrollment over the past decade, and we're all, impacted by it. The biggest impact was after the pandemic, of course, but campuses are bouncing back, some more quickly than others. Obviously, the larger institutions with, international reputations, have bounced back more quickly.
I would just say I agree. It's the
I'm
same for
sorry.
our member
Thank you.
institutions.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Assemblymember Robb.
Thank you. Ms. Brabham, if you want to finish your answer to Chair Fahey, I'd appreciate that because I wanted to ask about Bundy 8 as well. You were talking about the impact across the colleges, and
Yeah, I was just saying that the cut, it cuts across our entire sector. I don't have an exact number of students that would be impacted, but I can certainly get back to you on that. But the value of the cut is $18 million.
Do you know how many institutions are under that or above that number, I
So
should say?
17 institutions would be
17.
impacted.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I assume I'm sure there's some that are in the ballpark that, would like to see their endowment continue to grow, and then that's a kind
But
of weird position
a point
to
to
put
be
somebody
made,
in.
though, on that $750 million threshold is that, we think it's an arbitrary metric because it doesn't take into account the size of the institution, the number of students, the number of FTEs, and, the restrictions around how that money can be spent.
And so for you, and I guess APC as well, we've been through different iterations of different aid programs and stuff, and we've seen this before. Exclusions that unfortunately treat different students in New York State depending on where they're going differently. And as we talk about TAP and all of these things, I don't think that should be the case. I think that's one of the great things about the TAP program is it gives that opportunity to the student to utilize that funding in the way that best advances their education and their future career goals. So if you can comment on that.
I agree. And I think we should expand the program. I think it's important that TAP follow the student and that we support student choice about where they, choose to go to school.
I would also agree. I think, the tuition assistance program is incredibly important to all of our students. And I do think that it's fair that it, follows the student no matter where they choose to go. They should be able to choose whatever institution is the best fit for them, so.
Right. And then lastly, for Kiku, the topic came up earlier about the enhanced tuition award, and the number of colleges participating now has come down, and I'd say that's a sizable number. What should we be looking at to try to, expand these programs? Is it just as simple as what we're saying, let's make TAP more of a choice for the student rather than having all these different programs that are meant to maybe mirror but don't really provide the same benefit?
Well, if we're talking specifically of the ETA, one of the reasons why, utilization of that program is down is just simply because of the timing of the awards. It comes too late for students to be able to factor that into their financial aid package when they're making a decision about where to go to college.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I just have two quick questions. One for you, President Brabham, with regards to the Bundy aid. My question is, if you can just elaborate on how this proposal will, like, what's the plan? How will programs need to be cut to compensate for this new limitation that's been proposed by the administration?
So essentially, what it does is takes away Bundy aid completely, which, you know, impacts a campus's flexibility to be able to offer scholarships, other forms of student aid, put additional funding into research if needed. Those are the things that Bundy aid funds.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is for Bradley. With respect to, you know, the Graduate Students Employees Union, I know last year we spent a lot of time talking about, you know, addressing graduate student fees, which was a big priority, still is, with regards to graduate students, and we're happy to see that we're able to address that. I just want to go to TAP for a moment. I know we've been spending a lot of time talking about raising the income eligibility threshold, which, you know, again, is important, but I wanted to know if you could elaborate on, in looking at your testimony, the actual award amount. I know that also is very crucial with regards to students. Again, I also was a student that received TAP and Pell, and I was also EOP student. So I was wondering if you could just kind of elaborate on what that, raising that award amount, what that means for grad students and undergrad students. Thank you.
Sure, and I just want to start by thanking you for your hard work on the fees legislation. We were in a pay-to-work system last year where our graduate workers had to pay to have the jobs that we have on our campuses. Just taking a look at the income threshold and the TAP program in itself, the last increase to the income threshold was in the year 2000. That's when I started kindergarten, and now I'm doing my PhD. So some of these programs we need to take a look at and maybe reevaluate some of the metrics and what we're offering to our students, because in my testimony I use the word investment, and I say putting this money into our SUNY campuses is an investment because we will pay back that investment to New York State. Our graduate workers conduct research, we work on our SUNY campuses, we teach 40% of the classes at SUNY, and we will pay back that investment through our income tax, our property taxes, the houses we buy, what we do in this economy. So it's really strongly important to us as graduate workers in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Simon.
Thank you. So, Ms. Tassler, I don't know that I was aware of your organization, but I have been to NYU's facility, which is fabulous. So thank you for that work. And if I could, Ms. Brabham, I have a question for you, because we've been talking a lot about, you know, the state budget. Obviously, that's what we're here for. But there are a lot of issues that are affecting higher education. I'm curious if you can tell us about some of the challenges that your schools are facing on the federal level. Are we
Yes.
getting funding from the feds?
I've just
TRIO?
returned, yes, I've just returned from Washington DC the day before yesterday, on Capitol Hill, you know, lobbying quite forcefully for something to be done about some of the cuts that are being contemplated at the federal level. A couple of them include, you know, rolling back support for the supplemental educational opportunity programs, also taking money away from work study for campuses that are subject to the endowment tax. You know, just, you know, taking money out of Pell, which is, of course, goes to support education for our neediest students and families. So that's what we're faced with on the federal level.
So all of the issues with the state budget only exacerbate that
Compounding, yeah,
situation?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you all for being here. Mr. McCartney, I want to focus on you. The numbers you gave were staggering, by the way, of the percentages of them leaving. But first, let me say the 20-year retirement. We were talking about this and fighting for this when I was back in the Assembly years ago, so this
Correct.
is far, far too long in coming. But first, I'll make a statement, then ask your input on this. Campuses, universities, colleges, that's where you go, you know, that's where you express yourself and you have your protests and your rallies and all of this, and that's all great, but sometimes, and it seems lately, it's much more heated. It can at times get violent. That puts a lot of pressure on the police. Is that a contributing factor? Like, what is the biggest factor you see, or what are the factors of why you're losing hundreds of officers when only 20% is retirement? So it's not that. So what is it that's driving the workforce down, and is it hampering your recruitment efforts?
Yes. We're like a specialized police unit. We do illicit bias training, a lot of verbal judo, de-escalation techniques, which makes us valuable to the municipalities locally.
Right.
And what they do is we go to local police academies. We don't go to a single police academy, so they get to see us, recruit us while they're rookies. And what happens is they take away our diverse officers within the first year or 2 year because local and agencies pay more money, and then they have the 20-year retirement. So it kills us with recruiting. So those numbers show that the state is just throwing money out. This would have paid for itself years ago if they would have made the initial investment to do the 20-year retirement. Then we'd be able to keep our officers there. What also happens is people keep leaving, so you're not having people to fill the roles as supervisors going on with the experience. So it's just a huge turnover like that.
But I mean, I'm sure that's been going on for years, but I mean, are you seeing that escalate a bit now? Is it getting worse?
Well, right now, when you have the city of Syracuse offering $20,000 hiring bonuses, and they'll take our guys that work locally there, it's very hard.
Well, I think the shortage altogether in law enforcement and the recruiting problems we're having is almost making it, internally, you having battles between departments, I would imagine.
For recruiting purposes,
Right.
yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for what you do, and we'll continue fighting with you.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Heineman.
Thank you, Chair Weinstein. Good afternoon, everyone. Even though we know enrollment is down across the country, it doesn't diminish the necessary college degree. It doesn't discount it, discredit it, or reduce its value at all. So in New York State education, as we know it, there are many pathways. And so even though we're still calling it Bundy Aid, the significant lack of recognition from the governor and the budget is really disheartening for those students who would have attended different institutions of higher education other than SUNY and CUNY, still need those pathways. And Donna, I know we've done a lot of work around the APC colleges and the work that they do and the restraints of gainful employment, and the amount of statistics that you're able to comply immediately is very different than our public education, higher education system. So if you could just talk a little bit more about Bundy Aid or about the lack of why TAP needs to be expanded to part-time proprietary college students.
I will start and then turn it over to Lola to talk about the Bundy Aid issue. But, I do think it's important to expand the tuition assistance program. Obviously, utilization of the program has been going down over the last several years as it has become more and more outdated. And so, especially the part-time TAP piece. Like I said earlier, for us, it is a matter of equity. Our students are facing the same issues and challenges as the students in the other sectors of higher education. It is probably one of the very few areas where they don't have the same access. So, we find that very disheartening and appreciate your support. We estimate it will impact about 2,500 students and cost approximately $5.5 million to include them in the part-time TAP. So we ask for everyone's support, and we hope we can get that done in this legislative session.
Lolo, before you talk, I just want to say if we listened, I don't know if you heard the chancellor earlier, but you know the amount of state investment that's needed for SUNY Downstate or Fredonia or for Potsdam. St. Rose did not have the state to say, here's a couple $1 million to let's help you out. So why Bundy 8 is so important.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I did hear all of the testimony and comments earlier today, and I heard what you just said about higher education being an ecosystem, right, made up of all of us and many different pathways to education, and I think it's important to remember that when Bundy Aid was established, it was really at a time when there was significant increase into SUNY and CUNY, and that continues today, and that's fine. But there was a recognition on behalf of the legislature that the private independent colleges and universities also needed support, and that it was important. That it was an important part of the ecosystem, and they wanted to support that. So hopefully, we can get back to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the Senate.
Thank you. Senator Robert Jackson.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for hanging in here. So I wanted to, Director, I wanted to speak to you about that, the 20-year retirement. I chair the Civil Service and Pensions Committee, and I look at some of the vetoes that the governor vetoed this past year, and she says, get it done in the budget. But when it comes to the budget, it's not getting done. So I don't think that there's truth in what the veto says. And we have a supermajority, and you would have to, override a veto like that. You got to make sure you have it, if in fact it's going to be done at all. So what I ask you to do is, regarding your membership, look at the membership and families, and let's organize a campaign in order to try to get it done. I don't think that there is a willingness to attempt to override the governor's veto at this point in time. I hope that I'm wrong.
Thank you, Senator.
And the other team members, they talk about Bundy Aid and talk about TAP. But TAP is a certain amount of money, isn't that correct? Do you have a suggestion how much it should be increased then?
The maximum income threshold, is that what you're referring to? I would suggest it should be increased for dependent students up to as much as $125,000 per year. So that would absolutely allow more moderate and low-income families to participate in the program.
And I'm sorry, I don't know the particular numbers. What is it now?
Right now, for dependent students, it's $80,000. For independent students, it is just $10,000. If you are a single independent student, you cannot make any more than $10,000. If you are married, the limit is now $40,000.
Yeah. So, in making presentations, I don't know whether or not you're recommending a certain amount, or whether you should discuss that amongst the cohort in order to come up with a recommended amount.
Senator, something that's been discussed in the past is increasing the the maximum award amount from around $5,600 up to $7,040, I think it was.
Okay. To be continued. The struggle continues. Thank you. Thank you.
We go to Assemblyman Smolin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I got a couple quick questions for the Commission on Independent Colleges and Universities and the Association of Private Colleges. We've heard from SUNY about enrollment. How is enrollment, very quickly, at your organizations that you represent?
In the independent sector, over the past couple of years, enrollment has been down by about 3%.
I would say there was certainly a decrease in enrollment, but we are starting to see increases and stabilization in enrollment in the proprietary sector.
So things are level and relatively steady. Of course, you could always do better. We'd hope so. I note that because your institutions are often, especially in the small towns and the rural areas where they are, in the areas of upstate, very important in the communities. Just switching gears, we talked a little bit about universal FAFSA at some of the earlier panels. What is your impression right now of the federal government's somewhat fumbling FAFSA rollout that's going on right now? How is it affecting your institutions? Is there anything we at the state level could do to assist?
Yes, it's having a huge impact on our institutions. The financial aid offices can't finalize financial aid packages, get that information out to students. And I think the worst part about it is that there's not enough communication from Department of Education, federal, on the federal, U.S. Department of Education, letting people know what to expect and when to expect it.
I would agree with that. We've heard that colleges won't start to receive the student data until mid to late March now. So it really definitely is impacting our institutions. It's impacting students and their ability to make choices. So it's been very difficult, and I completely agree with Lola that there has not been enough clear communication from the department at all.
And lastly, we got just a little bit of time left. How is New York State doing in regards to when it meters, federal aid to your institutions? Is it getting there on time to be able to satisfy the students' accounts for those who are getting financial aid from either state or federal sources?
I don't know if I can speak directly to that, but I have not heard from our campuses that that's been a problem.
So business as usual, I guess, is thing. Okay, great. Because I know it's a complicated picture, financial aid, and when students choose whatever institution they choose, it's really important that all the pieces come together, and that's kind of some of my worries about with the troubles we've been having. But thank you both very much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Senator Tom O'Mara.
Thank you. Director McCartney, thank you for your testimony and the work of your officers. On the 20-year retirement bill, we've, quite a few years now, we've passed it nearly unanimously, in follow-up to Senator Jackson's discussion of override, the apparent four-letter word in Albany that we can't get to. The rubber needs to meet the road somewhere, and I understand there's one-party rule in Albany. You want to work together. You don't want to step on each other's toes. But frankly, I'm the ranker on the Investigations and Government Operations Committee, and there is next to no oversight going on from this legislature over the executive. Very simple to override this with the supermajority that are in place, with the way the votes have gone for multiple years. And if you don't want to do it and step on the governor's toes, then say, put it in the budget, or we will override it. And this is the opportunity to do that right now, and not wait and say the same song and dance next year. So, pretty simple, and I support that wholeheartedly. Now, to move on to our private colleges and universities, another issue that's been bugging me is the seemingly in getting new programs and new curriculums approved, particularly in the healthcare area. I've been having significant problems with Keuka College trying to get an accelerated online nursing program going. We have a nursing shortage, I've heard. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but yeah, I think we've had it for a long time. They've applied for this program in 2020. We've gone through COVID, and virtually all education went online during that period. This accelerated online nursing program still is not approved, and I'm not asking you to comment on Keuka's program or anything, but it's hung up in State Ed Office of the Professions, where things seemingly get hung up forever. So it's over 3 years now. Do you have any recommendations on how we can have some accountability on this Office of Professions? Because I got to imagine that your members are seeing this in other contexts.
I think we agree, and we are also, frustrated with the time it takes with regard to program approval. We've come to the legislature in the last couple of budget years asking for assistance with that. We've worked with the State Education Department to try to nail down what some potential solutions might be. where things stand right now, the budget last year appropriated money for the state education department. They've told us that they're working on a IT system solution that's going to help provide more insight, to program
I'm
approval.
sorry, I have to cut you off.
And we're hoping that we will see that solution come out soon.
Thank you.
If you come up with some solutions, please pass them along.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I guess I'm the last senator. Yeah. So finish the sentence.
Well, I was just saying that, that there was money in the budget that was given to the state education department specifically for helping with this problem. They tell us that they're working on it. I believe there's an RFP that's supposed to be coming out soon with regard to getting this system up and running, and we're looking forward to seeing it.
Thank you. Mr. McCartney, so last night was a very long hearing, and this was like at 10 o'clock at night, but we heard from two other colleagues from other benevolent associations of, I think, the Parks Police and the Environmental Police, with the same concerns as you have brought to us today. And yes, many of us have been here for many years saying we should be able to resolve this, and we don't. I don't know whether this is sacrilegious, but why don't you all just organize and become part of the troopers?
I can't comment on that. That's,
I mean, there's
we all
power in
have
numbers.
we all have our own specialized niches, from the forest rangers to their rescues to the park police, working out in Jones Beach, Niagara Falls area, environmental conservation officers enforcing the laws that you make, but with less officers to do it because it's never funded when you guys make new laws. So we all have specializations, but if that's something that you guys want to present.
Well, I would actually just love to have a discussion, obviously not now in 1 minute and 20 seconds, with a whole group of you, because I'm not sure how many individualized police forces we have within state government. I know of 3 as we're talking. And it just seems that sometimes you steal each other's people because they go, maybe it's better over there, or maybe they say, now that they've been trained, they would prefer to be a state trooper. But I do have an understanding of power and numbers with unions, and I'm just thinking if you're perhaps all part of one larger union, even if you have specialty areas and specialty skills, that maybe we could accomplish this for the long term. It's just something to think about, perhaps, rather than you're commenting on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're now done.
So thank you all for being with us here today, and we'll move on to our last panel. The way it's listed is NYPIRG, Fostering Youth Success Alliance, District 1 Youth Advisory Board, CUNY Coalition for Students with Disabilities, Columbia University, and On Point for College. And in this group, we are going to start with CUNY Coalition for Students with Disability, Arturo Soto. And I know, Arturo, that you may have a train to catch, or your companion may be tired of sitting and listening to us, so feel free to leave when you need to. Yeah. So Arturo, just
Press the microphone to green.
And just a reminder to everybody, your remarks have already been, as I've said before, circulated to members, posted on, I know at least right now, the Senate's website. I think the Assembly posts after the hearing. So please try and summarize your remarks. 3 minutes goes quicker than you think.
Thank you. Chair Stavisky, Fahey, Kruger, and Weinstein, distinguished members of the New York State Legislature, my name is Arturo Soto. I serve as Secretary of the CUNY Coalition for Students with Disabilities, an advocacy group representing more than 10,000 students self-identified with disabilities at the City University of New York. I also serve as the Queens College Committee for Disabled Students president. In the interest of time, I am only including some words about myself and my experiences in my written testimony. I have traveled to Albany today to urge you to include the following items in the fiscal year 25 New York State Higher Education operating budget. First and foremost, CCSD supports CUNY's $7 million request for students with disabilities and ADA compliance. This funding is absolutely essential for our respective campuses to provide adequate basic accommodations for our students. In accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, CCSD supports the proactive approach that Chancellor Matos and our university leadership have taken in support of our students. It is our university's goal not only to remain ADA compliant, but to be a beacon for students with disabilities. Our university has a time-honored tradition of providing innovative programs for our diverse student population. Many of you, like Senator Stavisky, have championed CUNY Leads, our unique career and academic advisement program, and we are more than grateful for your continued support. However, we now ask you to support our university's request to address our most basic needs. CCSD urges the state legislature to restore the $2 million that you included in the fiscal year 24 state operating budget for the State Education Department's statewide program for enhancing post-secondary services for students with disabilities. In addition, CCSD endorses the SED budget request to increase support for this program by $2 million in fiscal year 25. However, funding for the SED initiative should not be confused with our university's request for providing basic accommodations as required by law. Both requests are important, but they are very different. CCSD also supports CUNY's request for a $4 million investment in mental health services. And finally, please consider including students with intellectual disabilities in any deliberations about TAP reform. We urge you to pass A2341/S1880, allowing students enrolled in federally recognized CTP programs to be eligible to apply for TAP. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. So now we'll go to Blair Horner, NYPIRG.
Good afternoon. My name is Blair Horner. I'm NYPIRG's director. NYPIRG has affiliates at the State University, the City University, and at private institutions, independent colleges across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. You have my testimony. I'll be as brief and succinct as possible. We view higher education as a public good for all the obvious reasons. It cranks out the future workforce and civic leaders of tomorrow, but it also creates and maintains jobs and stimulates the economy today. They're economic and cultural anchors for communities across the state, and they do so with multiple dollars in return for every dollar invested. So we think it not only as a important cultural and education experience for young people, but also as a way to boost the economic development of the state, and it should be the cornerstone of economic development in the state. Yet public policy in New York has led to destabilizing that system, and you've heard the testimony today. When former Governor Cuomo and the legislature agreed to decouple the maximum TAP award from what had been the informal agreement to increase it every time SUNY tuition went up, you created the TAP gap, which destabilizes the public colleges and also hurt independent colleges as well. For decades, the state has cut back on Bundy Aid. You talked a little bit about it at the previous panel. It was about $125 million in the 1980s. And now the governor's proposing to cut it even further. So we think that you should be boosting state aid in public and independent colleges, reject the governor's cuts to opportunity programs. We agree and urge you to agree with the governor to freeze tuition at public colleges and universities and to restore Bundy Aid, we would argue, back to where it should be from 30 years ago. And we also agreed to turn on the TAP. The TAP program is 50 years old, hard to believe, happy birthday to the TAP program. One way to help modernize that law would be, again, to sort of follow the old way of doing it, raise the maximum award to track SUNY's tuition, expand it back to graduate students, what used to be the case years ago. Graduate student education is even more important than it ever was. Raise the income level on minimum TAP awards, raise the income level, raise the minimum TAP award, and cover some non-tuition costs. We think that equity and dependent institutions as well. I have a few seconds left, so I will not keep going, but thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be willing to answer any questions.
Thank you. So next, Fostering Youth Success Alliance.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Just pull that closer to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Deidre Nesbeth, and I'm here today on behalf of the Fostering Youth Success Alliance. In this testimony, I'm going to speak to funding for the Foster Youth College Success Initiative, or FYSE. FYSE was established in the 2015 to 16 budget, really aiming to bridge the gap from foster care to college success. Throughout the years, we've seen an increase in young people accessing this initiative, with as many as 1,148 students currently accessing the initiative this year. We've seen this number continue to rise as accessibility becomes easier by working in coalition with several partners, including HESC, SUNY, CUNY, ACS, OCFS, and SED, to make sure that young people can immediately access the consent form to access this program when they fill out the TAP application. In the current executive budget proposal, Governor Hochul includes $7.92 million in funding for FYSE. We are asking for an additional $2.0 million in funding for a total of $10 million to make sure that all of the young people accessing this initiative can see its benefits and receive the amount of support that they do need. From one of our youth advocates, they stated that tackling college courses while aging out of foster care and finding an apartment at the same time was incredibly difficult to juggle, but having this type of support is a life changer. This funding allows young people to fulfill basic needs, such as housing, books, transportation, food, personal and medical care, and emergency expenses. FYSE allows students to have that opportunity to thrive rather than just survive. In terms of FYSE's results, we were able to work with SUNY to ask them to look through their SUNY data warehouse and get some of the outcomes for young people. For young people, we found that FYSE recipients do have a higher retention rate than their peers with foster care experience, as well as underrepresented minority groups. They also have higher 2-year, 3-year, and 4-year associate degree graduation rates than their peers, and additionally, they post higher graduation rates for their bachelor's degrees when adjusted for a 6-year degree completion rate. This is an area for more study and analysis, as there have been fewer cohorts of young people to follow through with those programs of bachelor's degrees due to the length of those programs. This is really an investment in equity for our young people, as the majority of youth utilizing the FYSE initiative do come from underrepresented backgrounds. Additionally, this makes sure young people, as well as older students who may want to access college, have that option, as there's no upper age limit to FYSE. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Youth Advisory Board?
Good afternoon, honorable members of the New York State Legislature. My name is Alexandria Sisti, and I'm honored to represent the District 1 Youth Advisory Board as one of its founding members. Our organization advocates for the youth of underserved communities of Brentwood, Central Islip, and North Bayshore on Long Island. Today, I stand before you to emphasize the critical importance of the tuition assistance program and the Excelsior Scholarship in shaping the educational landscape for our students. TAP has been a lifeline, ensuring that each student has equitable access to higher education in our communities, where financial barriers can be particularly daunting. TAP has been instrumental in making college an achievable dream. The Excelsior Scholarship has provided tuition-free access to SUNY and CUNY institutions for families earning less than $125,000 annually, and has been transformative. It is not merely a scholarship, it is a gateway to empowerment. It levels the playing field, enabling students from all economic backgrounds to pursue higher education without the burden of crippling debt. Expanding TAP and the Excelsior Scholarship is not just a financial decision. It is an investment of the future of our communities. It is a recognition that talent is universal, but opportunities are often not. By ensuring that our students have access to affordable education, we are not only opening doors for individual success, but also fostering the growth and prosperity of our communities. In the Brentwood School District, we have around 17,000 students who are economically disadvantaged. In Central Islip, we have around 5,000 students, but don't let the word disadvantage throw you off, because we are far from it. Our communities share a similar lived experience that people outside will never understand, and that's what makes us strong. These lived experiences are exactly why this organization was formed. Our motto at the District 1 Youth Advisory Board is Build the Future. By investing in youth towards a higher education, New York State is doing exactly that. We must continue to expand the Excelsior Scholarship to its goal income limit of $150,000, the number that was laid out during the announcement of the scholarship and was poised to be reached by the year 2022. This shows that we had a realistic goal, but unfortunately the willpower was just not there. The cost to implement this according to the fiscal year 2021 executive budget was $146 million. We are also urging the legislator to ensure stability of TAP by indexing TAP minimum awards to inflation. Furthermore, New York State should lead the way in students' grants by not only matching the federal Pell Grant maximum, but also perhaps surpassing it for students who need it most. Being a youth leader who is soon to graduate from SUNY Albany, I've seen firsthand the difficulties me and my community face while seeking in higher education. I am proud to say that I'm an orphan youth that comes from a family faced financial and societal barriers. Without these higher education lifelines, college would just be a fever dream only obtained by the rich and well-off. Without these same grants and funds, I would not be here in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Columbia University.
Esteemed members of the legislature, imagine a 30-year-old from Texas who is attending graduate school in New York City. Their family has never been supportive of them seeking any mental health help. They're currently receiving medication from the psychiatrist at their student health center. They go home for their little sister's college graduation, and when they arrive in Texas, they realize that they left their medications back in their apartment in New York City. They call student health to schedule an appointment with the psychiatrist, but are told that since the psychiatrist is not licensed in Texas, they are unable to assist. They are advised to seek assistance locally from a provider or from an urgent care. Since the student does not want to disclose to their family that they are seeking mental health services, they forego refilling their medications and suffer a relapse of their symptoms. One of your constituents goes out of state to college and experiences a disruption of their care for the same reasons. My name is Dr. Marcy Furtschneider, and I am the Assistant Vice President, not Principal, Assistant Vice President of Student Health on Haven, the Student Health Center on the Medical Center campus of Columbia University in the city of New York, proudly located in Senator Jackson's district. I am dual board certified in internal medicine and pediatrics, and while these scenarios do not depict actual student cases, they are composites of many stories of many students I have encountered in my almost 25 years of working in student health. It is these stories and countless others that compel me to support New York State to join the Interstate Medical License Compact. The scenarios above demonstrate how fractured care can lead to increased costs and overburdening of the healthcare system. These stories, while overly simplistic, are true to life situations that could be easily resolved with the ability for medical providers to be more easily licensed in other states. New York State is home to almost 300 institutions of higher education whose mission is to educate the over 1 million students enrolled. We know that physical health, mental health, and overall well-being are essential for academic success. College health professionals are uniquely positioned to provide high-quality health care to students. This means we take care to understand the developmental trajectory of the population, whether they be undergraduate, graduate, or doctoral students. We understand the world of the learner, the dynamics of the learning environment, the impacts of the social experience, and the experience of living away from home for many for the first time. For many of our student patients, it is the first time they are living on their own, navigating their own health care, and in their words, adulting. All of this is hard enough for our students, but as things stand currently, they now not only have to learn how to navigate the outstanding healthcare system available to them in New York, but because of the transient nature of their experience, they also need to have a secondary plan for when they travel away from campus. Having the Interstate Medical License Compact available to medical providers in New York State will streamline the process for our medical providers to obtain the necessary licenses so they can provide the care that their patients need when they are out of state for whatever reason. And I am running out of time, so I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on Point for College to conclude this panel.
Thank you, esteemed legislators. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you about transforming lives and communities by investing $500,000 in New York's future workforce. Education is an effective pathway out of poverty. 90% of students who earn a bachelor's degree are lifted out of poverty, according to a Pew Charitable Trust study. Since On Point for College was founded in 1999, we've helped more than 4,500 students graduate from college. These graduates now earn more than they would have with only a high school diploma. Over the course of their working lifetime, they will earn over $11 billion, which will be spent in their communities. We're rising to the challenge of preparing low-income, first-generation students to contribute to the local economies in Onondaga, Madison, Cayuga, Oswego, Oneida, and Herkimer counties, and beyond through our partnership organizations in Manhattan and the Bronx. On Point provides college access, college success, and career services to help young adults ages 17 to 29 to apply, enroll in, and persist at college through graduation, while building skills and pre-professional experiences to help launch their careers. We help to level the playing field for our students. Lower-income first-generation students face many challenges on their higher education journey. Without assistance, these challenges can turn into barriers that lead students to stop out or never attend college. On Point helps students develop plans to address challenges before they become stumbling blocks. We provide a broad range of services that we can tailor to meet the needs of each individual. Continuing to serve students from vulnerable backgrounds with requires innovation in the years ahead. On Point is well positioned to address the new needs that have arisen for first-generation students as they pursue post-secondary opportunities, including college, certificates, skilled trades, and other credentials to meet workforce needs to position themselves for well-paying careers. Our students bring their TAP and Pell Awards, as well as their student loan dollars, as well as last dollar assistance grants from On Point's generous donors to these campuses. If these students had not had On Point support, they would not have attempted to go to college at all. These funds flow to campuses across New York State because On Point helps these students go to and remain in college. We believe that providing $500,000 in state funding for On Point's program will have an impact on thousands of first-generation students each year, helping people consider going to college or into a skilled trade who might otherwise think that their goals were beyond reach. On Point will provide wraparound services to support students on every step of their journey toward their educational and career dreams. Investment in these young people will immediately support colleges across the state and will bear long-term fruit. Our graduates will bring their degrees, and our skilled trade professionals will bring their skills to build a talented workforce that New York needs. We ask you to keep it on point. That's what we do.
Thank you. Thank you. We go to our Higher Ed Chair, Assemblywoman Fahey.
Takes a few tries to get this microphone on. Thank you, and we've saved an amazing panel for last, so thanks to each of you. I need to just start with a couple of comments since Mr. Soto, Arturo Soto, representing the Coalition for Students with Disabilities, had to leave. I just think it's important to get on the record just how profound his testimony was and what a remarkable job. And it is great to see a number of young people here, including Alexandria Sisti. Thank you as well for the remarkable testimony. Just terrific. Just a couple of quick questions. I'll start with our foster care folks. Ms. Nesbeth, you said there was $7.9 million, and exactly how much are you asking for this year?
$10 million in total.
And how many students would that serve, or what percentage of foster care college-age students would that serve?
Yes, so any young person with a foster care background, it would be able to serve them. So right now that has been, in this current year, we anticipate that will be over 1,200 young people.
1,200. Okay, thank you so much. And then the mental health services from Columbia University, Dr. Ferdschneider. How many students, roughly, do you have any estimate of how many students may be impacted by this in and out of state matter?
I actually don't have that number offhand. I apologize.
Okay, and okay, it's an important one that you raised that we are trying to address in other areas, but very important given the exponential increase in the need for mental health services, including among our college students. And thanks to each of you as well for mentioning TAP. That's very important. Mr. Horner, any comments with NYPIRG on what the most important parts of TAP are for students? As you know, there's been a whole package to turn on the tap, and thank you for using our hashtag.
It's hard to say because undergraduates are different than graduate students. So first of all, for graduate students, having the TAP program helped them to afford to pay for going to graduate school, obviously is most important to them. In terms of the undergraduate TAP program, I mean, there's two ways to look at it. One is from the institutional perspective, because enrollment is really where the action is with regard to colleges' financial stability. So raising the max TAP award to match SUNY tuition helps across the board, both public and independent colleges.
Thank
So
you.
I would think expanding the income level would be number 3.
Okay, thank you. Look, appreciate the support on that. And the last speaker, as well as my last question for On Point, Assemblymember Sturpey sent his regards. And Mr. Rouser, thank you for this. We would love to see one in Albany, I have to say, or in the capital region. But what is making the difference, and how was the program created? And sorry, 6 seconds.
Oh, it was created, we'll be 25 years old this year, and it was because of the passion of helping young people transition from where they are to where they want to be. And we've expanded in the last year into 6 additional city school districts, 3 different counties.
Thank you, very impressive. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you to the Senate.
I finally mastered the microphone. First, to the panel, I thank you all for coming, and I thank Blair Horner for his testimony, and to Arturo, who left, but that is a wonderful organization based out of at CUNY, but particularly at Queens College, the committee, CUNY Committee for Students with Disabilities. And I always object to the name because I think it's really students with abilities, not disabilities. And they have been led over the years. Steve Kleinberg was here with him, and Steve and Charmaine Townsell, they have been the leaders of this group, and they've done so much for so many of the students. And to really to everybody, we thank you for your patience. I said I'd be brief.
So we go to Assemblyman Smolin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll pick up where Chair Fahey left off with On Point. I had a couple questions regarding to the, how many people have you served, say, last year, and how did you adjust during the pandemic? I know it was a very tumultuous, chaotic period for an organization such as yours.
Yeah, so during the pandemic, like many, we went virtual, and we did a lot of our work virtually. We still had to do some in-person stuff, so we masked up, got the sanitizer, and we loaded students up, and we drove them around the state to the various colleges that they go to, because part of what we do is provide transportation to any student within 5 hours of Central New York to where they want to go. Each year, we bring in between 300 and 500 new students into the system. We have anywhere between 1,700 and 2,500 that are always in school at any given time. And then our third pillar, career services, which is where we do our workforce, is working with anywhere up towards 600 students each year to help them transition.
And you noticed, you said during the pandemic you did some of it online. Would you be able to do more of that with, say, rural students? You know, if you got a kid that's out in a rural area but really needs your knowledge and your experience and your wisdom, would you be able to service students like that in a broader area?
It would be if they had broadband or if they had internet connection. So we actually are in the rural communities now. We're in Oswego County, and we're in 6 school districts in Oswego County. So we actually go to them to provide those services. One of the things we did last year is we were the first organization, probably the only organization, take a group of young people to Manassas, Virginia, to the Micron plant. And we pulled those students out of Oswego County, Onondaga County, Oneida County, and put them on a bus to go down there. So we're going to them because they don't have internet connections in those rural communities, and so you have to go to them.
Well, we appreciate you meeting people where they need to be met in order to, to get them through this transition from the K through 12 system, into the college system for a variety of different things. Is the funding that you have, is it adequate, what you're getting from the state? I know you have a variety of funding sources. Could you please quickly explain that?
Well, we do have a smorgasbord of funding. We get it from a variety of places. Because of our expansion, someone will help us with our access piece. We need help with the success piece. So getting them in is one thing, but now we got to pay to keep them in. And that's the part that we need help with the state is. We've got COSA agreements to get them in between BOCES and the school districts. So now we need state funding to help them stay in.
Well,
And that's where our shortfall is.
I really want to commend you for all that you do for these kids to get them through this transition, especially in a very complicated thing where you're almost standing in loco parentis in many ways for them. And it's really special. Glad that you're in part of my district, and I urge all my colleagues to fully support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senate.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you all for being here and for your patience and sticking it out. Just want to pose something. We've heard all afternoon about the importance of increasing the threshold for TAP, and I agree 100%. But I'd like to get your thoughts, because Ms. Sisti, you had mentioned rate of inflation, indexing it to the rate. Would it be fairer if we simply set the base, took the 10 regional economic development regions, took the 10 regions and base it on the threshold on the regional, a percentage of the regional median income? For example, right now, 80,000 threshold in parts of upstate may not be too bad, whereas on Long Island, it's ridiculous. Wouldn't it be fair? What would your thoughts be to basing it on a percentage of the regional median income?
I'm going to answer this question to the best of my ability. But I think that's it's a very tricky slope because like you were saying, obviously, if you are living on Long Island, things like taxes are a lot higher. Just the cost of living is skyrocketed, even in low-income communities like Brentwood. So I think that to have it be a margin in a total, like an average, I just think that could be a little tricky, and that may be unfair for people from where they pay higher property taxes, a higher cost of living. I just think it's like a little bit of a tricky
Well, I think
slope.
maybe you're missing the point in that it would be 10 different regions based on that region's median income. So Long Island would have a higher threshold, whereas maybe an upstate would have a lower threshold because their cost of living is much lower, to make it fair.
Thank you for rephrasing the
No,
question for me.
that's fine.
I think I agree with you that it would be fair. I think, coming from a background where I am an orphan, I am actually a part of this foster youth program at my college, where I pay for college completely on my own, a zero-income independent student. So I think that if people base it off of Long Island's, income tax and all of those things, it would be helpful.
Just mention one other thing. It makes it more complicated. Right. And so if you're a senior at SUNY Oswego and you live there 12 months out of the year, how does that count?
Good point.
And so, the system's already ridiculously complicated. And so I think I applaud the sort of the notion, because at some point you have to pay for all of this. But the inflation adjustment would be helpful too.
Anyone else? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to Assemblywoman Hindman.
Thank you. I don't think a joint public hearing for higher ed will be complete without On Point. I think as long as I've been here, you've been here. So you have a $500,000 ask in this year's budget. Have you been receiving, every time you've testified, the requested amount? Just curious.
Never.
No?
I've never received the requested amount.
Oh, always less.
Much less.
Always less. Okay.
But
Thank you.
We keep hope alive.
I'm in Queens, but my colleagues in Assemblymember Hunter speaks very highly of the program and its effectiveness. So thank you. And thank you all for your testimony. Thank you.
So you said a lot less, but are you receiving money from the Senate or the Assembly? If you know.
They both tell me they all gave me the 200 that we get. We get 200 the last couple of years. 3 years ago, I think we got 400, but the last 2 years we got 2. Both say they did it.
Okay, I like that. Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's
right?
what they say. That's
so
what they say.
And what about the organizations that you're affiliated with in Manhattan and the Bronx?
Goddard Riverside, the Options Program.
Okay.
What we do is any of our students that come downstate to school, They will go to the campuses and visit them. Any of their students that come upstate to school, we will visit their students and check on them. Because of our relationship with Goddard and New Settlement in the Bronx, any of their students that go to Syracuse University will have their tuition waived. That's one of the agreements we have with Syracuse University as a non-point for college program, and our program affiliates get the same benefit.
Union Settlement, is that based in Manhattan on
New Settlement
104th
is in the
Street?
Bronx.
It's in the Bronx still?
On Walton Street. I think it's on Walton Street is where their
Okay.
office is.
Okay. And as far as the young woman, as far as the scholarship, I think that I'm so happy for you because you're getting a good education and you're going to be part of, you're right now part of the leadership of leading the way, which is very, very important.
Thank you.
And as far as fostering youth success, we have to help all that we can. And my involvement in education, it doesn't matter who you are, whether you're black, white, Asian, rich, poor, it doesn't matter. We're trying to give all of you a good education so you can be our future leaders of our great state. So please keep up the work that you're doing. I'm proud of all of you. Yeah. And all the time, yeah, like me, right?
Thank you. To close out this hearing, question by Assemblymember Egas.
Thank you, Chair. We have two chairs with patience like angels, and I thank them for that. Thank you all for what you do. I really, really thank you. I thank you for being here and all. But I just want to point out, Marcy, my family has been personally affected by exactly what you're talking about. It is my hope, I am Assemblymember Chris Egas, that you contact my office, and we can be sure that you get the proper support that you need.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sure. Deidre, thank you. Having had 13 foster brothers and sisters myself, they can have a very traumatic life as they grow up, and they need all the support that we can give them. So congratulations and thank you very much for that. And then finally, Alexandria, were you here when we were talking to Dr. Linares from HESC?
Yes.
Yeah, I was making some statements from my personal experience of being in high school. You're not that far away from high school, especially compared to most of us here. Would you agree that the New York FASNY Ready program really needs more promotion than what it's getting? When you talk about disadvantaged students, you're right, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're poor or anything else like that, but they're generally not connected with school the way better students are. And we need to really get to them to fill out the FASNY form to go to the next step with your TAP and Excelsior and so on like that.
Yes, I would have to agree with you that it is a very important program and it definitely needs to be put in the forefront to high schoolers. Children at my high school, I know a lot of the times college, they wouldn't even think about it because just the idea of filling out the form of FAFSA was terrifying to them.
Right.
You know, a lot of people that are in my town are undocumented immigrants and their parents may not speak English. So it's up to them at 17 years old to figure out how to fill out FAFSA completely on their own. And that's not okay and that's not fair.
Right.
You know, I'm lucky enough to have an aunt that helps me along the way, but that wouldn't have been unless her daughter went to college before me. Right. I think that FAFSA is very confusing. It's a very confusing form to fill out. I have friends that tell me all the time, they're like, I get no money, but it's because I don't know how to fill it out properly, so I'll just pay for college out of pocket and be in debt for the rest of my life. And nobody should have to do that to achieve a higher education to get to where they want to be in this world.
And I put that responsibility on me, and hopefully my other fellow legislators accept the same thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We actually have one more questioner from Assemblywoman Joanne Simon.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. And thank you to all of you for your really excellent testimony. I just want to endorse Assemblymember Fahey's comments about Mr. Soto's testimony as well as yours. You know, working with foster students, so few foster students are able to be successful in college, and it really is an incredible area that we need to focus on. And thank you, Alexandria, for your work as well. You know, one of the issues with FAFSA, of course, is reading levels, it's familiarity, it's also disability accommodations on the filling out of that FAFSA form, which needs to improve. But I have a question for Mr. Rouser.
Yes.
And that is your program strikes me as having a lot of similarities with some of the TRIO programs, the Upward Bound and also Student Special Services. Is that something that you guys have thought about, or would you have access to that type of federal funding as well?
We have not had access to that kind of federal funding in the past. We do work with many of the TRIO programs. A little bit different in what we do, and you just heard a young lady talk about FAFSA, is we do FAFSA completion programs. We go around the city to all the high schools in the communities. We provide transportation. Some of the things that the TRIO programs don't do, On Point does. You know, if a student has a toothache and they need dental care, we have dentists that do pro bono work, so we go pick them up, bring them home, fix their teeth, and take them back. So just, a little bit more, but we have not had access to TRIO funding, though.
I
We
used to
tried.
run a TRIO program, so I
Yeah.
always think about those programs, and if there's a way that you could maybe, take advantage of them if they can be helpful to you or not. I don't know if it's true or not,
Yeah,
but.
we've got about 98%. We haven't got higher when we applied.
Oh,
We're
well.
working on it, though.
Keep doing the great work you're doing. It's really impressive. Thank you.
Yeah, we need On Point everywhere.
Thank you. So with that, we conclude the first, I just want to thank the panel for being here, colleagues for being here. So with that, we conclude the higher ed hearing, joint budget hearing. For today, our next joint budget hearing will be on Tuesday, the 13th, starting at 9:30. We will be addressing the governor's mental health budget.
Thank you, everyone.